Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku becomes Norse God Fenrir? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya was thrilled. He had just watched his best friend manifest his quirk, and to say it was cool was an understatement. It was flashy to a literal sense, small pops igniting in the palms of Bakugo's hands. It was recess, and Bakugo was chasing Midoriya and another long-fingered boy with a stick. The goal was to point the stick in between the legs of the target in hopes to make them trip. It wasn't exactly safe, but kids will be kids. Everyone was enjoying themselves, until a very sudden bang and a shocked noise coming from the sandy-haired boy. At this point, all the kids, including the teachers, had come to the boy's positions to investigate the noise. Said teacher was about to inspect the boy for injuries, but then, pop, pop, pop 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 pop. The worried looks turned from shock to amazement. With each pop, Bakugo was given praise or a compliment, and with each praising word from students and teachers alike, Bakugo's smile grew. He loved it. But it was to be expected, he was Bakugo Katsuki, the future #1 hero. So, of course he would get a powerful quirk. Bakugo's inner thoughts were halted at remembering a deal he made. Bakugo quickly spun towards his friend, who was still captivated by the mini fireworks show. Told you I would get my quirk first, you owe me an All Might figure. Midoriya had a look of confusion on his face before it turned into one of a happy defeat, remembering that they both made a bet on who would get their quirk first. Haha, I guess I do, but hey, how does it feel? Midoriya's expression turned into excitement-filled curiosity, wanting to explore the small explosions just as much as everyone else there. Bakugo gave the question a few seconds of thought before he looked at the ground and smiled. The crowd followed his gaze and gasped to see the stick Bakugo was previously wielding. 2 minutes ago, the stick was roughly 2.5 feet. Now, all that remained was black-stained piece of wood hardly 6 inches. You better get your quirk soon, Izuku, or I'm leaving you in the dust. Bakugo made sure to say it in a challenging manner. After all, Midoriya never stepped down from a challenge. It was something that everyone knew about the greenette. You never had to dare him to do anything before he went charging in. Midoriya gave a smile that matched his "I won't be going anywhere." The simple statement was filled with unrivaled determination, that some of the kids looked in awe at seeing the two most popular kids acting like they were about to go against an entire army just by themselves. Some of the kids gave each other glances knowing full well that the army needed an immediate retreat. The rest of the day went with a little more excitement than usual. It wasn't every day that someone manifested their unique gift. Everyone was just glad it wasn't as much as a letdown as the last person who could only pull their eyes out of their sockets. In the following week, Bakugo had become at the center of everyone's attention. Not that he was complaining about the recognition he so desires, but that doesn't mean there wasn't someone who was. Midoriya had realized the change in Bakugo in an instant. He saw that whenever he got the chance, Bakugo would show off his quirk. That alone wasn't all that bad, but the gloating remarks he made while doing it were almost insults to everyone in the class. The next Tuesday of Bakugo's manifestation, another kid got their quirk. It was during art class when a girl developed the ability to not only be able to use echolocation but be able to see the sound waves. Midoriya had, though it was an incredible quirk, but when he went to comment on it, Bakugo had straight up told her that it was completely useless and pathetic. It was just seconds after that the girl ran out of the room crying, along with the class laughing. Did the teacher not hear what just happened? Midoriya thought, before turning to the teacher's desk. He hated what he saw. The teacher was chuckling behind the hand over her mouth, poorly trying to hide her amusement. Midoriya whipped his head to the boy. The sudden movement catching the blonde's attention. Why would you do that, Kakin? That was really mean, and you made her cry. The look Bakugo gave him made Midoriya question if this was really his friend. It was smug, like he knew what he did was wrong, but just didn't care. But there was something else. It was something that Bakugo had developed along with his quirk. Dominance. Like he ruled this school, and all he did was put one of his subjects in their place. I just told her the truth. Why should I care if she cried? It's not my fault that she's useless. This isn't Bakugo, it can't be. There is no way that my best friend would have just said that. He didn't just call her quirk useless, he called her useless. Midoriya was about to argue with him before he decided against it. He needed to go help that girl. This time the teacher called after Midoriya when he ran out the door. He had managed to see which way she went when she ran out, so he headed in that direction. It wasn't hard to tell where she was after that, since the bathroom was just around the corner. His mom had taught him that going into the girls' bathroom is not allowed, and mother's word is law. So instead, he went to knock. Just before his knuckle could connect with the door, he heard the whimpers. She was probably against the door from how close the sound was. Probably to keep someone from entering. Midoriya continued with the plan with a quiet, "Hello." The girl stopped upon hearing someone outside and answered with a much quieter, "Hi. Are you okay?" "Not really. I'm sorry for what Kaken said to you, I don't know what's gotten into him lately." "It's okay." It was not okay, he could that her voice was strained, barely able to keep another sob from coming up. "Well, I don't think that it is, so how about we go to the principal and tell him what happened?" No, it's fine, I don't want to get anyone in trouble." "Well, alright, then how about we go to the nurse's office? It'll be more private there so then I won't have to leave you here because people keep looking at me weird." Midoriya commented the last part after seeing the third person pass him giving him an odd look. The girl gave a small giggle, before some movements could be heard. A second later, the door opened to reveal a red face with eyes that were also red. He gave her a reassuring smile which she returned with a weaker one. Midoriya returned to class after dropping off the girl and explaining to the nurse what happened. When he opened the door, the teacher had asked him multiple questions on why he darted out of the room. But not a single question was about the girl. He answered her, and sat down afterward, but not without Bakugo and other nearby kids asking similar questions. Again, none were about the girl. What going on around here? Was it always like this? This time, he refused to answer and instead ignored them for the rest of the day. Time skip. 3 months. It was getting worse, way worse. Bakugo had stopped hanging out with Midoriya shortly after he got in trouble for what he said to the girl. Apparently, the nurse had relayed the story to the principal who took action. Although, Midoriya would say that, not being able to attend the next show and tell was an awful punishment, compared the things he had said. However, the girl did manage to get moved to a different class, which Midoriya was thankful for. Now, he was hanging out with the big boys which consists of the people who kissed Bakugos but the most. This group was small, just 2 people in fact. One was Tsubasa who had large red draconic wings. The other was the boy whose quirk made his fingers longer at will. Yeah, couldn't give you the name, I spent like 10 minutes trying to find it. It was at that time of the day where school was done, and everyone headed to the nearby park. Adorable green cinnamon bun included. Speaking of, Midoriya had attempted to integrate himself into the group to keep them under control, but that plan was quickly thrown out the window. He had no idea what to do. He had talked to Auntie Mitsuki about Katsuki's behavior, but it did little when she got onto her son. That was also something different. He no longer called Katsuki Kaken. Kaken was his friend. This was not Kaken. So, after a while he was on the swing set, doing some deep thought about the past events over the last week. And something else that has had him worrying for quite some time now. Where is his quirk? It should have manifested by now, everyone else has gotten theirs. A long time ago even. Then, a very bad thought came to mind. He's only heard about it in some books, and sometimes on the TV. Wait. Am I quirkle? Boom. Midoriya almost fell of the swing hearing the massive explosion. Explosion. Sheet. Midoriya never cursed, but when it came to Bakugo, this was an exception. He jumped out of the swing seat and shot toward the direction of the blast. When he got close enough, he heard both, yelling and crying. Kaken, why do you have to be such a JRK? Midoriya asked himself, but also wanting to ask the blonde directly. When he arrived at the scene, he saw 4 figures. 3 were standing together with 2 slightly behind the one in the middle. The last figure was on the ground and was smoking. The boy on the ground was clutching his shoulder while tears streamed down his face. Midoriya could see the burn mark underneath his hand. The hand that was now slightly bloody. Kastuki! The 3 bullies turned to look at the one who had interrupted their fun. Oh, it's you, what do you want now? Bakugo asks with an annoyed tone with a face that matched. I want you TOPSS right OFF, do you seriously think that this is okay? So what? I was teaching him what happens when he forgets his place. Bakugo's face went from annoyed to a sadistic grin. You know, now that I think about it, I haven't taught you your place yet. I've been waiting for when you get your quirk so then we can at least play on equal grounds, but it seems you're still just a Deku. I am not useless. And I don't need a quirk to beat you all up. Midoriya took a stance, getting ready in case they do decide to fight. Face it Deku, you're long overdue. You're quirkless. Bakugo took a couple steps forward, along with some small crackles in his palms for intimidation. The boy on the ground had scurried away a while ago, so Midoriya could just run awa, no, I'm not running. Someone needs to stop Bakugo, and it needs to happen now. Midoriya's entire focus was on the 3 in front of him, so focused, he missed the building heat in his core. They were getting closer now, 1 step at a time. Bakugo POV. This BSTRD, he dares interrupt me again. That's it, I was letting you off the hook because you still owe me that All Might figure, but it seems just beating the sheet out of you will do. He took another step, his goons mimicking the action. God, he hated them, always following him around, trying to be cool like himself. As if. But they did make things more interesting, so they were allowed to stay as long as they stayed loyal. Bakugo was about to take another step before he caught something. Did Izuku's eyes just change? He swore that he just watched them dilate drastically and expand again. Bakugo blinked and looked again. His pupils were slitted? Then there was something in his eyes. Nothing changed, but the expression his eyes did, like he just found the answer to a difficult question. Suddenly, Izuku is on his knees clutching his throat with both hands, seeming to be having a hard time breathing. Bakugo was confused. He didn't touch him, why is Izuku on the ground? Izuku was coughing now, and sheet, is that smoke? Each time Izuku coughed, a cloud of black that had dozens of embers spewed outward. He finally stopped after the ground had a small black mark and the last ember died. Then Izuku looked up. For as long as he could remember, Bakugo had never felt fear. Sure, there was the frightening anticipation of being caught if he stole something, or if he got in trouble with his mom. But this was not fear. The face that Izuku was giving him told every instinct in his body that this was a predator. Izuku's eyes were wide, and they looked livid. He had his lips pulled back farther than he thought was humanly possible into a horrible snarl. Then he saw his teeth. They were changing, getting longer, sharper. His top canines becoming just long enough to overlap his bottom teeth, with his bottom canines just behind. But what really caught his Bakugo's attention was something familiar. Since his explosion quirk has a natural heat to it, he knew how heat waves make things look like moving water when you look through it. Every time Izuku breathed he sent a large amount of heat through his clenched fangs. Then there was the constant pouring of heat from his neck that he still had grasped in his hands. What the hell is wrong with him? The kid with the finger quirk said next to him, half actually worried for the burning boy, and half scared from the look that Izuku was still giving them. Izuku brought up one foot before getting on the other. He was shaking so bad, how was he standing? Then he heard the growl. When a normal kid, without any kind of mutation quirk growls, it sounds pitiful. But the growl that he had heard from the boy in front of him was deep, and had a rhythmic crackle, like the pops you hear from a campfire. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr. Tsubasa had fallen backwards from the intimidating noise, then the three watched as Izuku lowered his hands to reveal a necklace? It looked like a comfy collar at first glance, but upon the second you could see that the 5 obsidian-colored stones were not normal. Especially since each had a strange symbol that was glowing a magma orange. Bakugo was too focused on the addition to Izuku's neck, he almost missed the next change. First, his nails grew into charcoal black claws that were an inch long. Then, his hair also seemed to grow a couple inches longer. But, before his hair could completely envelop his ears, Bakugo watched as they seemed to flatten against his head and morphed into his skull. Seemingly out of nowhere, 2 large wolf-like ears sprung out of the top of Izuku's head. Although Bakugo couldn't see it, Izuku's tailbone was elongating into a 3-foot-long furry tail. Bakugo managed to sight it, when said tail flicked back and forth puffing out. Katsuki, when he said the name, a cloud of black smoke left Izuku's mouth as well as a low growl. The single word was more than enough to make the boy listen. Is that a challenge? Ugh, stay away from me you monster. Promise me. The yell sounded more like a roar. What? Promise me that you will never hurt another person, or I will hurt you. Fine, just stay the hell away from me, got it? As long as you keep your promise, otherwise you will regret it. Come on Bakugo, he's letting us go. Tsubasa had grabbed onto Bakugo's shoulder to urge that they leave. He's not letting go of Sheet, I just don't want to waste my time with this dog. Bakugo would never admit it, but he was shaking just as bad as the other two, thankfully they were too distracted to see it. Come on, was all Bakugo said before turning and walked away at a very fast pace. Leaving the beast that used to be his friend behind. Some time later, his lackeys had taken their own routes to their homes, and Bakugo had just approached his. He opened the door, closed it, and dropped to his knees. He was too shocked to register that he had been crying the last few minutes of the walk but know that he was in the safety of his home. He felt the entire situation finally drop on him. That wasn't a dog, he thought before his mother rounded the corner and gasped at the state her son was in. Midoriya POV. He did it, he actually did it. He managed to stop Bakugo's bullying, and his quirk finally manifested. The moment the antagonists had left, Midoriya had sped towards his house. As soon as he took his first few strides, he had already cleared the playground. Midoriya had to put both feet in front of him to keep himself from flying into the street. Okay, got to be careful. After some startled yelps from strangers and the occasional car horn, Midoriya had managed to get home without breaking someone's property or himself. He was hoping that his mom was home so she could help him figure this out, but he knew that she would be working late again tonight. So, he did what he did best, analyze. Midoriya brought his hand up to his chin, before he flung his hand back out. He had accidentally jabbed himself with his clawed finger. He carefully placed his palm back on his chin and checked it. Sure enough, there was a small blood drop on it. Whoa, these are sharp. I could really hurt someone. Midoriya directed himself to the bathroom to get a band-aid. He positioned his step stool to stand on to see himself in the mirror. He was going to inspect the cut, but it was non-existent. I can heal myself? Then he got an idea, being the one to always take a challenge. He racked his claws down his cheek. Instantly, blood was spilling into the sink. Ow? He really thought that would have hurt more, but it felt nothing more than a sting. He stayed focused on his cuts, watching them closely. It was just 5 seconds later that dark steam poured out of the slashes. Sooner than it took his healing to activate, the cuts were no more. He beamed a wide smile before the next thing caught his attention. The much more noticeable additions to his body. The tail and ears. At first, Midoriya thought he had a dog mutation, like how Katsuki had called him. But then he paid more attention on his tail. It was long, and way too thick to be any dog he's seen before. I'll have to look it up later. Midoriya gave a few experimental twitches of his pointed ears. And just as he thought, he could move them around like any other canine. He could tell his hearing was much more sensitive. He was in the bathroom, but he could hear the person walking on the sidewalk just outside his home, even with all the passing cars. Neat. He looked back to the mirror, and into his eyes. He had to get closer to make sure he wasn't seeing things. And once again, he announced his amazement. That's so cool. His pupils were slitted like a cat or reptile. But what he loved more was the color of his irises. They were still the same forest green, but on the outside, there was a bright orange color that almost glowed. It looked like an overview of a round forest that was set on fire around the edges. Then he looked down slightly. Was that what was burning his throat earlier? When he had brought himself into a stance against Katsuki earlier, he thought that he had somehow managed to get a hit in, even though he hadn't moved and was still several feet away. The color was a dark silver with equally dark brown edges. And then there was the stones. There were 5 in total, 1 in the middle and 2 on each side. They were shiny and obsidian-colored. Also, about the size of the end of his thumb, and each had a dull dark orange symbol on them. Each symbol was different, and Midoriya had no idea what they meant. After some research, Midoriya learned that he indeed did have a wolf mutation. Guess that explains why I wasn't tired after running all the way here. Wolves had incredible stamina, one of the best in the world in fact. They were pack hunters that used teamwork to easily overpower any foe or food. But something was off. He wasn't like any wolf he saw on the internet. His tail was proportionally much more larger than it should be, and that doesn't explain why he has a healing factor, nor the collar around his neck. Midoriya was getting a little annoyed. He was on the 13th page on Google trying to find answers. His ears were pulled back against his head, and his tail was flailing aggressively. Then he saw it. Midoriya clicked the link, and nearly an hour of intense reading, he backed away from his computer, where he now stood in the middle of his room. All his questions were answered. He wasn't just a wolf, he was a god. Well, his quirk made him based on one. He looked back to the computer to read the title once again. Fenrir, the wolf god of Norse mythology. Okay, sorry for interrupting here, but I needed to put a little outside info here. Midoriya's quirk is more based of the Fenrir in Smite. Because he's my favorite character to play in the game. And since I couldn't find anything to explain the runes he has in the game, I decided to make my own little mythology. Back to the story. Midoriya reached up and traced a claw along the middle stone. From what his 4-year-old mind could tell from the article, these were the runes of unforgiving war. In the mythology, the god, Loki and the giantess, Angerboda made a child of great power, Fenrir. However, the gods did not approve of this, and came to lock the two away. But, before they could, Loki and Angerboda combined their powers to create 5 runes that attached themselves to their son so then he could fight back. When the gods came, Loki and Angerboda surrendered willingly, with grins on their faces. When they took the wolf pup, he had chains wrapping around his body that had 5 runes planes on each limb and 1 on the body. Upon hearing that Fenrir is prophesied to kill Odin in the future, the gods agreed to kill the beast, or so they tried. When the gods came together and readied their weapons, the runes on Fenrir's body lit up with the light of hell itself and unleashed a relentless rage onto the gods. During the fight, Odin was indeed killed, and Fenrir fled. Now, Fenrir is free and awaiting his next chance to exact his full revenge on the gods and free his parents. I have the runes of unforgiving war, was all Midoriya could say, because of the realization of his quirk's nature. The runes had very unique enchantments on them. Enchantments that made the wearer able to win any fight. Based on the amount of danger, or the strength of the enemy, the stones will light up, one by one. Each stone unlocks a gate that is directly connected to Core of Hell. When the gate is opened, the wearer will gain immense power and speed. And if all 5 gates were to open, then came Ragnarok. Ragnarok was in the same concept Zeus's lighting or Poseidon's trident, but in the form of a transformation. When Fenrir changed into Ragnarok, he was a god among gods. This power was in Izuku's possession. Then, he realized something else. I can be a hero. Inko was the single mother of Izuku Midoriya, a happy and energetic boy who had a little more courage than she would have liked since he was always getting into situations that made her worry. But she knew that he could take care of himself. He was more mature than the average kid his age and was always able to know when something was wrong. She made sure to teach him how to stay safe, and especially to not play with knives. So, when she entered through the front door of her home and saw that Midoriya had a kitchen knife in his mouth, she did the only reasonable thing any mother would do. Freak the F out. Izuku, what are you doing? Because of his newly enhanced hearing, the noise scared Midoriya more than it should have, making him jump and bite down. Inko was on him in an instant, too worried to notice her son's different appearance. She used her quirk to pull the knife out of his hand as it flew to the side, also not noticing that it was missing most of the blade. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Izuku, answer me. He wanted to, but he wasn't sure how his mother would react to him opening his mouth to reveal the sharp metal that she thought she had thrown away. Izuku, please, I need to know if you are okay. Sweetie? Ah crap, she was making that face, the one she used when Midoriya told her about what kind of adventures he and Katsuki used to go on. Midoriya gave a look of defeat, and simply opened his mouth. Inko went to check for any cuts or blood but stopped. Midoriya thought that she was looking at the knife, wondering how it was still in his mouth. But, Inko wasn't. In fact, she was staring at his teeth. There wasn't a single one that was flat, each had a point that could tear through almost anything he sank them into. Inko calmed down ever so slightly, seeing that he had not hurt himself, and once again, used her quirk to pull out the blade. She carefully grabbed it, when it was completely out of Izuku's mouth and studied it. The part where the knife was connected had definite teeth marks. Mom, Inko looked to Izuku who was smiling pure sunshine. I got my quirk. Time skip. 6 years. Izuku was sitting in his room, thinking very hard. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't come up with anything. Then he looked to his desk and saw the notebook. My quirk analyses journal. He walked over and picked it up, maybe I need a refresher. He sat down in his chair, opened the book, and recapped what he had written down over the years. Even though Izuku was only 10, the last 6 years of his life have been the best. The day after he got his quirk, Inko had talked to Izuku about going to see a quirk counselor. The idea that Izuku quickly disregarded for 2 reasons. 1, he wanted the full luxury of learning about his quirk himself, and 2, he wasn't dumb. He watched the hero news every chance he got, and lately, there has been a sudden increase in the kidnapping of children with strong quirks. So, the 2 of them agreed to keep silent about Izuku's power. He ended up explaining his quirk as a normal wolf mutation to the class. Even though it was lame compared to what it really was, it was still a much more impressive quirk compared to the rest of the students. And they all believed him, all except one. Bakugo and his gang had quit bullying entirely after they made their promise. The goons went back to normal bratty kids, while Bakugo adopted the silent cool guy role. And whenever anyone mentioned the change in his behavior, he responded with the usual, whatever. But when Izuku had given the news on his quirk, he tilted back toward old habits, until, the second no one was looking, Izuku gave him the same look in his eyes the day before. That got the JRK to shut up. Ever since, Izuku has been experimenting with his quirk nonstop for the last 6 years, uncovering more secrets about his powers. The first thing he learned was his enhanced senses. His sight could catch the smallest movements, he could even see in the dark. Although, the way he found out wasn't the most pleasant for Inko. The night of his manifestation, he couldn't sleep because his lights were still on. Strange, he thought. Mom always remembered to turn off the lights. He got up to flick the switch but found that it was already off. Izuku was unsure of what this meant, so he went to find his mom. The search was pretty short, because as soon as he stepped out through his door, he could see her coming down the hall, possibly to check on him or to go to bed herself. He stepped out completely, but before he could say anything, Inko gave a slight shriek. The sound brought a similar one out of Izuku who was just confused. Izuku, is that you? Yeah, couldn't you see me? Sweetie, I can't see anything. Wait, what? Now Izuku was really confused. How? I can see perfectly fine. Izuku, your eyes are glowing. Cool. Inko gave a slight chuckle, before helping Izuku with the problem that he explained afterwards. Then there was getting used to his sense of hearing. One time, he was doing the usual hero analyzing before he heard glass shattering along with the sound of liquid splashing. A few seconds passed before he heard the silent, "I want everything to burn." He had been quite used to how his ears worked to know not to visit the man 3 houses down. He could smell everything. Izuku had gotten pretty good at identifying what the scents were and where they came from by figuring out what all the kids in his class had for breakfast. This also taught Izuku to memorize the scent, and never forget. You know that saying about most predators that hunters will tell you, they can smell your fear. Yeah, he could smell it alright. It was pretty easy to figure this one out, because every time he got remotely close to the 2 boys that were there with Katsuki that day, they would get this specific smell that almost tempted him. The reason I say tempted is because Izuku also gained some base instincts. Whenever he smells fear, he gets the urge to track down the target. What he was supposed to do when he found the target, he had no idea, because there was no DMN way he was about to hunt someone. And packs are a thing. From birth, Izuku always took a challenge head-on when they appeared. Now he knew exactly why. In his eyes, he is the alpha, and backing down from a threat is shameful. His pack only consisted of one other person, Inko, who was an elder of sorts, and Izuku always made sure to put her safety in front of his own. Then there was the other pack, whose members were only of a single alpha. Bakugo Katsuki. Ever since that say, Izuku viewed him as an enemy, a threat to everyone around him. And boy was he right. Flashback. Izuku ducked, feeling the heat coming from behind before the punch could connect. He leapt to the right a couple yards and sighted his attacker. Katsuki looked back at him with some surprise in his eyes. Obviously he was not expecting someone to dodge his attack so effortlessly from behind. The look quickly morphed into anger. "You better get your butt over here and fight me, damn it. Katsuki, school just got out, I have homework that needs to be done, so why can't you just go home?" "Because I'm sick it." Katsuki's face had more than just anger, there was resentment, betrayal, and disgust. "You made me look absolutely pathetic that day, and I'm here to remind you that I'm the strongest." Guess he didn't learn anything from last time. Well, no point staying here any longer, although, this is a good chance to test something. Izuku lowered into a defensive stance. Bakugo smiled, seeming contempt with Izuku finally accepting his duel, then charged. Katsuki got about halfway before Izuku felt it. The first gate and something else. Izuku had managed to open the gates a few times prior, but getting them to do it willingly was difficult. But this second feeling was unfamiliar to him. Izuku had no time to think about it before Bakugo had reached him. Izuku didn't know exactly what had convinced him to raise his arm instead of dodge, but he was thankful for it. When the smoke cleared, both boys had their right arms connected. Katsuki's hand was wrapped around Izuku's arm that had fur all the way up his arm, stopping just above his elbow. His arm was covered in a dark blur fur that had light grayish-blue highlights. Izuku's claws had grown an entire inch with the transformation. And once again, there was that brilliant orange. It came in the form of streaks that had a design of cracks in rock. It looked to originate in his hand and spread up his wrist and arm. TSSSSS. Gah. Katsuki clutched his hand to his chest, his hand throbbing from the concentrated heat that was in Izuku's arm. Guess his heat was stronger than Katsuki's. "Okay, time to go," Izuku said in a hurried tone as he raced to his house. Flashback end. A few days after the second Bakugo incident, Izuku rigorously trained the new aspect of his quirk. And he loved it. Izuku had the ability to completely transform into Fenrir. It was difficult at first, he was only able to shift one limb at a time, but you know what they say, practice makes perfect. In his full form, he looked like a werewolf straight out of hell. The dark blue fur with light blue highlights and the burning orange heat on his arms and legs. The orange also made small appearances in the very tips of the fur in his mane. The orange in his eyes expanded, leaving only half of his green. So, my idea of what Izuku looks like in his full form is a build very similar to the Skyrim's werewolf, but a bit more furrier and looks like the Fenrir from Smite. The little green he had in his eyes were actually the last part of him that didn't change. When Izuku is in his base form, his hair and tail is green, but when he transforms to a point, the green disappears. Izuku also learned that when his quirk first manifested, the smoke breath wasn't a one-time thing. After his quirk appeared, he always felt a new source of heat within his body. Well, one day he tried pulling on it. He could feel the heat rise from his core and enter his throat. Having remembered that last time it left a black mark on the ground, Izuku quickly covered his mouth with both hands. Stupidly enough, He was sitting in the living room when he tried this, and Inko, who noticed the action, got to her son's side. Izuku, what is it, what's happening? He couldn't answer, and instead pointed toward the front door. Thankfully, Inko understood the gesture, and opened it all the way. Izuku ran out and let go. Black smoke had filled their entire front yard that glowed with 1,000 flying embers. Much, to both Midoriya's relief, nothing had been damaged, although the mailman who was just a little down the street looked very concerned. Inko and Izuku had discussed this issue together since, this ember breath had some similarity to his father's quirk. So Inko had told him everything she knew about the flame breath quirk. Izuku had to get a temporary license to a gym that allowed people to exercise their quirks, because doing it around the house was way too dangerous. His breath attack was a combination of two different elements, scorching smoke and a storm of embers. Together, they made a nasty combination that inflicted more pain than damage on the target. And then there was his current problem, his runes. Learning how to get them to work was easy enough since it tells him how in the article he read. The more danger he was in, the more the runes react. So, he started off with some simple tests such as, holding himself under the water in the bathtub, or climbing too high in a tree, even screwing around with a wasp's nest. When nothing worked, he bumped it up a bit. These kinds of cycles went on for months, each passing day, giving poor Inko a heart attack seeing what her son might try next. Until, he got it. The runes wouldn't activate when the only danger is himself, it has to be an outside source. And Izuku got his plan. Flashback. The next time I see you talking to her, you're dead. She's mine, you hear me? Izuku was looking at the scene in front of him. These kids were 2 years above Izuku, so they were a bit bigger. Especially Kigo, the kid who was currently shoving the other boy against the wall. Okay man, sorry, it won't happen again. Just please let me go. Izuku could tell that he's never been in a fight in his life from the way he poorly defended himself. Kigo was just the person Izuku needed right now, because there was absolutely no way he was going to ask Katsuki for help. Hey, Kigo, Izuku called out the bigger kid that was nearly twice his size. Kigo's quirk was a mutation that gave him a rock-hard crown that gave him a devastating headbutt. Huh? Who's that? Aren't you that wolf kid from a few classes below? Kigo had completely forgotten about his target. Said target is now scampering out the other end of the school alleyway. Yep, that's me. And I got a favor to ask. What's in it for me? That's not exactly how Favo, you know what, never mind. If you agree to help me, you get to beat me up with no consequences. Huh? Kigo looked a little surprised at what the wolf boy had just said, then gave it some thought. What is it that I'll have to do? He asked with a cautious tone. Well, at least he's smart enough to ask that, Izuku thought. Then he spread him arms apart, signifying a kind of surrender. Beat me up. What? But didn't you want a favor? That is the favor. Beat me up. Kigo still had a look of confusion, but it turned into a mean grin. How hard? As hard as you like. Quirk included. However, after 3 minutes I am allowed to fight back. You better get ready. 2 minutes in, Izuku was actually starting to feel the hits now. That combined with the occasional headbutt, had made Izuku grunt here and there. But he could feel it. The small growing pulse in his throat. It was almost here. 3 minutes passed and Izuku intercepted Kigo's charge with an axe kick to the top of his crown. Kigo dropped and when he got back up he looked angrier than before. Rareya, I'll make you pay for that. Kigo was about to continue the assault before something caught both of their eyes. One of the runes was glowing. However, upon Kigo getting distracted, with the threat gone, the stone died back down to its original dull orange color. Hey, thanks for help me out Kigo, I really appreciate it. See ya. Izuku spoke almost too fast for Kigo to understand, leaving him more confused than before as Izuku ran home to write down his findings. Flashback end. Yeah, that was really stupid of me. Surely, I could have found a better alternative than picking a fight with someone. But thankfully, that fight wasn't in vain. Since then Izuku has managed to learn different ways to activate the runes. And Izuku felt blessed when he found a way to work way around the requirement. Turns out, the runes also react to his mental state. Yet another flashback. Couple weeks after the fight with Kigo, Izuku was walking through the town square. His mom had asked him to go out and get some groceries for dinner that night. However, he forgot the shopping list. He dialed up Inko on his phone and asked her for the items. It was when she said one of the last ones, that Izuku paused. Why would we need that? Oh, because Katsuki loves it in his dish. Izuku nearly broke his phone from how hard he squeezed it. Mom? Yes sweetie. Are the Bakugos coming over for dinner? Oh, yes, I must have forgotten to tell you. Don't worry, it's fine. Inko couldn't see, but Izuku had said that through clenched teeth. By the time he had hung up and purchased the groceries, his instincts were going haywire. What is he going to try? Will he try something? He is an alpha, of course he will. He can't be in my territory, my home. Izuku managed to keep most of his outburst to a fit of rambling but had accidentally shouted the last part. Excuse me, kid? What? Sorry to interrupt, whatever it is you got going on here, but I think your necklace is on fire. Oh, now you want to work. Why the hell do you got to be such a complicated piece of s-dash? Flashback end. Yep, that's enough about that memory. Izuku really didn't feel like recalling the events of what happened that night. It wasn't long after, he learned how to use his emotions to cheat his way into unlocking the gates with a special technique, being overdramatic. It sounded stupid at first, but works like a charm, or rune in Izuku's case. But that was exactly why he was as frustrated as he was. No matter what kind of dramatic situation he got himself into or heart-tearing scenario that he would play in his mind, he could never get the fifth gate. Getting the fourth one to open wasn't too hard, if you didn't count sitting on the bed and letting your mind drift to places only people with depression went, then it was no big deal. The book flipped to a page near the end, and the title read, Quirk Summary. Izuku made this page for Inko, because she had told him that it was impossible to read the massive archives of jumbled information and depict what order they were in. He didn't really understand, he thought they looked perfectly fine, but anything for his mother. Quirk Summary, Fenrir. My quirk is based on a Norse god called Fenrir. From what I have read, I possess the abilities and features as him including the runes. The quirk is super complicated and comes in many different ways. The easiest way to explain it is to pick apart the types of functions of my quirk. Mutation. I do not need to use my quirk in any way to keep my current form. Just how mutation quirks work, this is a passive state that does not change unless I undergo transformation. The mutation gives me wolf ears, teeth, claws, stamina, senses, endurance, and some basic instincts. I'm not exactly sure how the healing factor comes into play, but it's a great bonus to top it all off. Emitter. Since my quirk manifestation, I've had a quirk core. This core can be distributed and emitted throughout my entire body, but is more affected in my limbs, and can turn deadly if through my mouth. The core is made up of two different elements, a black smoke that's cause burns as well as trouble breathing for the target, and a large number of embers that can also burn, but also ignite if came into contact with something flammable. The core seems to be limitless but can leave me slightly winded if used too much. Transformation. At will, I am able to further my wolf-like properties to shift into the full glory of Fenrir. After several years of training with it, I have made two ideal forms. The first is a transformation that is only halfway into the final form. Only shifting my limbs, to increase my speed and power, but not much of my defense. My arms and claws slightly elongate and become covered in fur while my core continuously releases energy to heat up my arms that can cause lots of pain, if I were to hold on to someone. My legs also elongate and become digitigrade, allowing for faster running and longer jumps. It is at this point I run on all fours that allow me to run up to an estimate of 35 miles per hour. The second form is Fenrir, the wolf god. The rest of my body is changed to increase my defense and endurance by a significant amount. My head takes the shape of a wolf, providing a somewhat short, but powerful snout full of dangerous teeth. I would say how much the maximum bite force is, but the machine broke before it could give me an answer. My body becomes super muscly, and I grow tame mane going down my back which connects with my tail. Runes of Unforgiving War. This topic is so complicated that I just made it its own category. The runes react to specific behaviors and intentions of myself and the ones around me. If I or the runes detect a threat, then they will respond. In a way, they function like adrenaline. Meaning that I can also manually use some specific methods of activating their power via thinking the worst case scenario. With each rune that is activated, I gain a large boost to my overhaul strength. No matter how many times he read his notebook, or anything on the internet, he couldn't find an answer. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice. Izuku honey. You ready? His mother's voice was only just above a whisper, but she knew that he heard her anyway. Coming. Izuku set his notebook back down and went out to join his mother to the mall. He couldn't tell who was more excited, Inko, because she finally had a reason to buy a new dress, and the reason itself or Izuku, who was thrilled to hear that his mom was going out on a date. Well, not right now, but she was going to. This trip was to ensure Inko looked at her best, although Izuku assured her that she looked pretty no matter what. So, of course Izuku asked to come along. He still thought the whole thing was crazy, in a good way of course. It was last weekend when Inko and Mitsuki had their random girls' night out. This time, they went out to an old bar, where they always went when they were younger. That night, Inko had spotted a man sitting in the farthest corner of the bar. The look on his face told her that he wasn't here to meet up with friends like she had. So, she did what she did best at, being a mother. One thing led to another, and the man had been so heartfelt by Inko's comfort that he offered her a date. Inko wasn't sure how to respond, but the vigorous thumbs up and head nodding from Mitsuki in the background had helped her make her choice. The drive was fairly short, but by no means quiet. Izuku was spilling words non-stop about how the dress should look and if there should be any accessories. It seemed they had it all planned out. But in the hero's law, a plan never survives confrontation with the enemy. They were in the mall now, making their way to the clothing shop. They had side-eyed the ones they had displayed in the window, but nothing quiet seemed to satisfy either of them. He was about to enter through the doorway with his mom just right behind him when he heard the metallic click. "Hello ma'am, could you help me?" The smell of fear hit Izuku like a truck. He turned around to see the look of shock on her mom's face before it quickly turned into a strained smile. Next to her, right next to her, was a man. Wyo of course. "Izuku, why don't you go on ahead while I help this man?" Izuku did not want to go ahead, he wanted to stay and help her. He's never been able to test just how fast he was, but he was not willing to test it now. He wasn't taking any chances. "Oh okay mom, I'll see you there." With that, he turned and walked into the store. His instincts were screaming at him to turn around and beat the living hell out of that person. 2 gates opened and he wasted no time on working with the third. But he had to be careful, because he didn't just smell fear, or the odd smell of the man, but he also smelt gunpowder. Inko POV. "So, what is it exactly that you need help with, sir?" Inko said, still in the same position of which her son walked into the store. Her eyes followed him and saw that he went straight to the emergency exit in the back. Smart boy. "Oh, well I just heard you and your little puppy saying that you were here to buy a dress. Those aren't exactly cheap you know. So that means you have some good money on ya." The man moved in closer, pressing the concealed gun harder against her back and whispered into her ear. "I would be more than happy to take it off your hands, and if you resist, it'll be from your corpse." Inko shivered at the sinister words. But was also very upset. Besides her son and Mitsuki, she didn't have many good things in her life. And now that someone had asked her out, she was doing flips. But it seems that everyone is out to prevent that from happening. "Will you promise that if I give you the money, you will take it and leave without hurting anyone?" Inko turned her head to the right to better view the man. "The money is all I need. Then you better duck." Hedgeh. It was only Inko who saw the attack coming, since she was facing to the right, where the man was facing the left. Izuku had drop-kicked the man in the shoulder and the elbow with transformed wolf legs. When he went through the emergency exit, he rounded the building as quickly as he could in order to surprise the man from a different angle. The robber was sent flying into a nearby stand which collapsed from the impact. Izuku turned and hugged Inko. "Mom, are you okay?" "I'm fine Izuku, thank you. You saved me." The words felt powerful to Izuku, who felt like he just got a taste of what heroism is like. At this point, there was a crowd. Each person confused at the sight. Inko noticed and figured now it would be a good time expose the man's attempt. "Someone call 911, that man just tried to dash," bang. For Izuku, time seemed to stop. He followed the sound and located it to be from a gun. The gun. The man was on top of the broken stand, lying on his back. One arm looked broken, with blood going down it. The other had the gun that was previously threatening his mother's life. Izuku, slowly but surely, turned to his right, where his mom was at. She had a look of pain. That was the first red flag. The second was when he looked down and saw blood bursting out a hole in Inko's side. Time resumed its normal pace and Inko dropped to the floor. Izuku wished he could have helped her right then and there. To be able to control the emotions he had rapidly building within him. Because before he knew it, the 5th gate opened. Like a concentrated explosion, black smoke burst from Izuku then shot upwards, blasting a hole straight through the ceiling of the mall. The smoke was streaked with strands of fire as a blizzard of embers swirled upwards. The only thing that could be seen of the green-haired boy was the glowing of purple flaming eyes through the smoke. The sudden explosive power began to expand until its original 3-foot radius was now well over 10 feet. Seemingly out of nowhere, a deep growl vibrated the entire mall. The people in said mall swore they could feel it in their soul. Only 8 seconds passed, and suddenly, a very large paw emerged and slammed the ground, claws digging into the polished wood like butter. The entire hand was big enough to easily wrap around someone's entire body. Then the other paw came forth and mimicked the first one by slamming the floor. Then the head came out. The mouth was filled with deadly teeth that were the size of large knives. A pair of horns were placed near the back of the head that curled upwards then straight back. Both horns had glowing purple runes placed randomly on them. When the neck appeared, the smoke dissipated in an instant, revealing the whole body of the awakened beast. An extra pair of horns, similar to the ones on the head we placed on the shoulder blades, but just curled slightly upwards. Instead of the usual red vein-like cracks along the arms and legs, they were a purple that matched the runes. Whenever the tail moved, it left a blazing black cloud in its wake. Each breath made a similar effect that made it look like he was breathing ashes. Upon the giant wolf's short emergence, not once did it take its eyes of the man. The man who was pretty sure that Satan's hound had come to claim his life. This was Ragnarok. The furious wolf took a step forward with its back leg to gain balance and reared up both hind legs. When on all fours, it was 6 feet tall, but when on just 2, it towered at a height of 13 feet. It raised both arms to its side, pulled them back, and leaned forward as it let out a horrible roar that all of Mizudafo heard. After its grand entrance, Ragnarok made its move. It lifted its right arm, preparing to bring it down and end the man. Which is exactly what it did. When its open-clawed hand smashed onto the man, it shook the entire mall while creating a cloud of dust. When the dust cleared, everyone looked in shock, then they smiled. It was All Might. He was underneath the beast's paw, holding it up from crushing the person below. My, never seen one like you before. Villains are getting stronger every day. All Might wasn't able to finish the sentence before the wolf closed its fingers around All Might's arms and threw him across, and through the other side of the building. Izuku wasn't in his right mind at the moment. The fury he felt, combined with the overwhelming power of Ragnarok, had sent his mind to a more primal state. All he could register was that a rogue had hurt his mother, and now another strong alpha was here. He had to get out of here. Now. Izuku located his mother, now sitting in a pool of her own blood, and ever so carefully picked her up with his left hand, avoiding the claws and dispersing the heat in his arm. When he made sure he had a good hold of her, he ran into the city. Cough cough, stop villain. Using a hostage would only make things worse. All Might, with a mighty leap, bounded to the escaping wolf. With only 3 limbs at his disposal, he couldn't run as fast as he liked. The alpha was keeping pace with him, even though he was running fast enough that most car alarms would go off from him running by it. He was shaking his tail violently, making a big as a smoke screen as possible. Left, right, left, jump over a building. No matter how hard he tried, the alpha was on his tail, almost literally. Izuku. The voice was quiet, but his ears picked it up. He dug his claws into the ground to execute an immediate stop. All Might almost ran right into its back from how quickly it had stopped itself. This is odd, All Might thought to himself. No villain had ever just stopped when he was chasing them. Actually, it seems to have completely forgotten about me. When he heard the faintest of talking, he got in close, staying out of the wolf's vision. Izuku, why you have 2 SSS stop? Please. All Might understood enough that this beast listened to the woman and didn't seem to be a hostage situation as he originally thought. He could see the woman now and, sheet. Inko looked over to see the #1 hero standing with a silly, yet scared look on his face. Then looked back to her son. Izuku, listen to me. Look to your right. The wolf did as he was told, and saw the alpha standing there. He began to let out a growl before he was cut off. No Izuku GGNNNN, Inko was hurting a lot right now, so she couldn't waste time in trying to calm him down. That's All Might, you understand? The wolf's eyes widened at the recognition in the name. He didn't know why, but he loved that name. It felt like the person who bared it was an inspiration to him. He looked back to the alpha that was titled, All Might. For a few long seconds, purple eyes met blue. All Might was slightly unsure of what to do, so he posed his signature thumbs up. Apparently, that was the right thing to do as the wolf approached him and held out Inko, who both had a pleading look. All Might took the small woman into his hands, holding her bridle style, helping her put pressure on the bullet wound. Izuku, it's okay, you can change back. I'm safe. Yeah, that sounded really good to Izuku, who was now realizing how exhausted he felt. This new alpha better take care of his mother, otherwise they will be meeting again rather soon. And not in a good way. Izuku released his hold on his transformation, that he didn't know he was holding. Black smoke leaking from every spot on his body. While watching the detransformation, he felt the woman go limp in his arms. All Might's eyes shot straight toward the woman, and relaxed a little when he saw the small raise and lower of her chest. She only passed out, however, she was still in bad condition. He looked back up to just witness the last patch of fur disappear. All Might's eyes widened at the sight of seeing that the monster before was just a child. The only problem was, he was naked. Good thing everyone evacuated the area, otherwise he would have a picture of himself in his birthday suit all over the news. All Might thought before realizing that the boy was falling forward. Thankfully, he wasn't the only hero who had arrived on the scene. Before the boy's face could connect with the pavement, #3 hero, Hawk swooped from above and caught the greenette. I was just gonna leave everything to you, but it seems you got your hands full. Hawks always was a bit of a joker. Thank you, it's much appreciated. He's really something, isn't he? Indeed. Both heroes looked to the small green-haired boy who had a small smile and a single tear running down his cheek. Since he loved action movies, Izuku knew what heart monitors sounded like. But hearing them in person was possibly the most annoying noise to his sensitive ears. So, when he woke up to the constant beeping, there was no chance for him to fall back asleep. The horrid thick smell of medicine and disinfectant made it hard for him to breathe, nearly making him have a coughing fit when he took his first full breath in who knows how long. Memory always did act funny when you first wake up. Which is exactly why it took Izuku precisely 43 seconds before he sprung up into a sitting position. There were two reactions to his sudden worry. The first was one of his runes lit up, and the heart monitor spiked, making it even more of a nuisance. But then there was a third. Almost as soon as Izuku jolted up, so did someone else in the left side of his vision. Something about those blue eyes seemed familiar, but Izuku couldn't put a name to the man who was suddenly upright, sitting in a chair across the room. Besides the lively blue eyes, everything else about him looked dead. His droopy blonde hair, and his skeletal-like frame that looked even more pathetic underneath the extremely baggy clothes. He looked confused at first, before he saw that Izuku was awake. Izuku also saw him not so subtly wipe the drool off his chin before he opened his mouth to speak. Hi, are you doing alright? He was about to answer the question when he remembers the reason he had jumped awake in the first place. No sir, where is my mom? Is she alright? Please tell me that she's okay. Hey, it's okay. Everything is fine, including your mother. His voice was soft. Like his words were as light as a feather but was just as comforting as a mother's words. It worked for Izuku, because sure enough, the heart monitor slowed, and the single rune died out. You sound so sure. Well, look for yourself. The man gestured to his right. And when he turned, he felt joy seeing his mother lying in a bed just a few feet from him. It slightly broke his heart to see her in such a frail state, but at least she was alive. How is she? Thanks to a good friend of mine, she got fixed up in less than days' time. The bullet wound is completely healed, but she will be out for a while because the process was tiring for her. Wait, how long was I out? Just 2 days, actually. Which was very surprising considering your condition. What happened to me? A very severe case of quirk exhaustion. Almost every part of your body was damaged in some way. But just before you could be operated on, the doctors realized there was no longer anything hurt. As if it never happened. I think my healing factor might have had something to do with it. Oh? That's quite impressive. Healing quirks are rare, let alone it just being a side effect of the actual quirk. I guess. He was too upset about the situation to show any more enthusiasm. Izuku went back to looking at Inko for a minute. I failed her. All Might looked to the boy to see that his ears were now dropped low. I promised that I would keep her safe, and I failed her. My boy, you did not fail anyone, you saved her. I didn't. Izuku faced the man again who looked surprised at his outburst. It's my fault that she's even in here. I would have rather been a coward than try to be a hero when I'm not. All I did was put her in more danger, as well as everyone else in that mall. He now had tears building up in the corners of his eyes. It wouldn't matter what the end result would be, what I did was stupid, and she suffered the consequences. The blonde felt his heart tug at the child's self-blame for trying to do what any child would have done to help their parents. Young Midoriya. The assertive call got the boy to retain his focus. Listen and listen well. I can see why you think you made a mistake. But in my eyes, someone who looks forward to the next generation of amazing heroes, thinks what you did was incredible. Yes, you could have just sat back and let it happen. But tell me, young Midoriya, if you saw a way to take out that villain without any kind of repercussion to save your mother, would you have? Izuku looked to Inko for a few seconds before nodding his head. Yes. Exactly. The reason that you did it is because you wanted to save her no matter what. But what if she hadn't survived? My boy, something I learned a long time ago, and something you also need to know, is that you can't save everyone, no matter how hard you try. The words came with a deep weight to them, as if he was recalling bad memories. Both sat in silence for a couple seconds, before the man continued. But you are right about one thing. You aren't a hero. You're just a kid, strong quirk or not. That is why you need to use the time you have left to improve yourself, so that in the future you can prevent things like this from happening again. Izuku took the words as bittersweet. Although the man was right, he wasn't a hero. He had thought his quirk would have worked everything out for him. He never took the time to improve himself. But he also took the inspiration from the last part. There was still 4 years left before he could enroll to UA. He had time. The man felt accomplished seeing the boy's ears slowly raise themselves. So, what should I do? Well, for now, there's someone who wants to talk with you. There is? Who? Izuku watched as he stood up and walked towards the door before knocking on it, signaling the person on the other side. Well, considering you went on a small rampage as a 13-foot demon-looking werewolf, I'd say there's plenty of people. Thankfully you only have to see one of them. The man looked back to the boy after hearing that his heart monitor spiked again. Then he realized that probably wasn't the best thing to say. The door opened to reveal an average-sized male, wearing a light brown trench coat with a top hat that shared the same color, and white gloves. To the blonde's relief, Midoriya seemed distracted enough by the new presence and forgot about his earlier statement. Hello Midoriya, my name is Naomasa Tsukaushi. I'm a detective of the police force, and I'm here to get your part of the story on what happened at the mall. The man introduced theirself, before grabbing the chair the first person was using. His hair was slightly messy and had bags under his eyes. Izuku gave a small smile seeing the look of annoyance on the skeleton from having his chair taken. Okay? Izuku also noticed the confused look the skeleton now had. Hey, Tsukaushi, kind of quick with the introductions there. Is everything alright? Not if I don't get Midoriya's statement as soon as possible, it won't be. Why, what's going on? Izuku was getting a little concerned again. The detective gave a long sigh, before looking Izuku straight in the eyes. Izuku Midoriya, do you remember what happened after your mother was shot? Izuku flinched at the very blunt question, and he could see it was also making Blue Eyes slightly uncomfortable. Well, I remember. Nothing. His mind was blank. No matter how far he searched his memory, he couldn't recall any memories. No. What did happen? Sorry Midoriya, but that story will have to wait. Did you use your quirk for anything other than the self-defense of your mother? No, as soon as I thought the villain was incapacitated, I deactivated it. Good, now that the more important stuff is out of the way, I have just a few more simpler questions. Naomasa asked about some things referring to the details of the situation with the man. Izuku answered them truthfully. The words were then quickly written into the small notepad the detective had pulled out of his coat. They should be able to finally see reason with this, since you had no control of your actions and was simply in a frightened state. If all things go well, you should get out scot-free. Scot-free? What was that supposed to mean? Izuku didn't have time to ask as the man stood up and exited the room with haste. I'm sorry about that, he's usually pretty good at handling stress. He seated himself back into the chair that was now right next to his bed. Sir? Blue Eyes turned from the door and to the boy. What happened? I think it would be better to show you. Blue Eyes fished through his pocket and pulled out a phone. About 15 seconds of tapping on the screen, he handed it to Izuku, who pressed play on the video. The person recording the video must have been at the ready, because it started the exact moment he and Inko embraced. He watched as his mother attempted to call out help from the crowd, but then heard the gunshot. It was right after that she hit the floor. He watched himself in the video burst in the most condensed blast of smoke he's ever made. He continued to watch the video until he saw himself pick up Inko and run out of the building. He just stared blankly at the black screen for a minute. If he wasn't so shocked about his transformation, he would probably be freaking out, because he had chucked the number one hero across an entire building. Ragnarok. He said just above a whisper. Pardon? That's the first time I've ever taken its form. Usually I'm a maximum height of just 6 feet. If what you say is true, then you will have a better chance of everyone believing your case. My case? Oh. Crap, I wasn't exactly supposed to tell you, but I think you should know. There were very few people in the crowd that actually understood the situation between you two and the man. Everyone else assumed that you were a villain, including I. Blue Eyes looked down guiltily. So, what you're saying is, almost everyone in Mizudafu thinks that I'm a villain now? The heart monitor went up again. And Blue Eyes wasted no time in reassuring the boy. Why yes, but they just simply misunderstand. Once Naomasa gets the information to the police, everything will be cleared up, I promise you. I see. He still looked slightly concerned and looked down into this lap to try to hide it. So Blue Eyes decided to try and take his mind off the situation. So, how do you feel about your quirk? He wanted to get the boy's thoughts on it first in case the greenette had negative feelings toward it. Izuku looked back to the man. Well, besides me not being able to control Ragnarok, I feel blessed to have such an amazing quirk. He smiled slightly at finding the irony in that sentence because of what Fenrir was. Blue Eyes gave a small hum of acknowledgement. Tell me, with such a powerful quirk, do you plan on being a hero in the future? Yes, I do in fact. It's been my dream before I even got it. And when it manifested, it helped solidify my goal. You sound quite determined. Do you happen to be aiming for Udade by any chance? Of course, sir. It's the #1 hero school in all of Japan. I wouldn't go anywhere else. Then it is decided. I will help you accomplish your goal. The man exclaims as he stands up while throwing a fist up. What? What do you mean? My boy, I may not look like it, but I am quite accustomed to anything related to heroes. Now, your quirk is a wolf mutation that gives you some transformative abilities, correct? Not exactly, but it can pass off as one. Good enough. I have an old friend who is a very experienced hero. Before she retires, she wishes to be able to pass her skills on to the next generation. I believe your quirk is perfectly suited for her type of training. Really? That's so generous, are you sure? Young Midoriya, I see the blooming flower of heroism in your heart. I would be a fool to not see it be nourished. Izuku put on a wobbly smile. He was happy. A person he just met is willing to help, even after his apparent rampage, although it was more running than destroying stuff. He needs to thank him. Thank you so much, Toshinori. My name is Toshinori Yagi. The next day, Izuku was still in the hospital. Not because he was still hurt, but because his mother still hadn't woken up, though the doctors suspected it should be any time now. Another reason was because he enjoyed Toshinori's presence. He was still hesitant on calling the man by his first name, but Toshinori insisted. He didn't know why, but he seemed a little transfixed on his mother. But maybe he was just making sure everything went smoothly. Earlier that day, Izuku had gone home to get some clothes for himself and Inko when she awakes, as well as some snacks for all three of them, while Toshinori stayed behind to watch over his mother. A police officer was nice enough to give him a ride to his house, as well as a ride back. He was currently on his way back to the room. When he spotted the room number his mother was in, he went for the handle. Before he could grab it, he caught someone speaking on the other side. He angled his ears to focus on the door, to better pick up the conversation. It's pretty obvious that he takes it after you, it was Toshinori's voice. It had a light-hearted tone to it, as if he was speaking to good friend. The sound of someone giggling could be heard inside. You flatter me, Toshinori. It was his mother's voice. She must have come to while he was away. Izuku got closer to the door. He wasn't really one for eavesdropping, but the way Inko had said that caught his attention. It's true, the entire time I've been talking with him, it was like talking with a smaller boy version of you, so kind and spirited. The kind part, sure. But I wouldn't say spirited. That comes from his father, both were always so adventurous. I know we've only known each other for a little while now, but what happened to the boy's father? Izuku's face saddened. He's heard this story a few times now, and it didn't get easier each time he heard it. Well, Hisashi was actually a pro hero. Is that so? Yagi's voice now sounded surprised and astonished at the same time. Yes. Does the name, Flame Breather, sound familiar? Now that you mention it, it do. I'm sorry for your loss. Losing someone like that must have been difficult. Izuku figured Toshinori would have recognized the name. Flame Breather was a steadily rising hero but was defeated by an unknown villain whose quirk happened to be elemental resistance. When his father thought he had accidentally burned the villain because his clothes were set aflame, he attempted to help the man. But when he tried, the villain pulled a knife and stabbed Hisashi straight in the heart. All Might himself had arrived on the scene a minute later before the villain could escape. But the damage was already done. Izuku listened as the story unfolded in his mother's words. At the end of her explanation, unknowingly to the boy on the other side of the door, the two embraced in a gentle hug, before Inko spoke again in a sheepish tone. So does this mean the date is cancelled? Hold the F up. Toshinori was the one to ask Inko out? Actually, that makes a lot of sense, Izuku thought to himself. And not if you don't want to, that's up to your decision. No, I still want to. I just thought I interrupted some of your own plans since you were here. My schedule is very flexible, you didn't interrupt anything, Inko. So same time this weekend? Gladly. The door to the room bursts open. Both adults turn to see a mischievous smile on the wolf boy's face. You. Izuku didn't suspect Toshinori of lying to him, but he was still ecstatic when he had driven him to one of his favorite hero agencies. When developing his quirk, Izuku had looked up a variety of heroes who had similar ones to his own. Upon his search, he came across probably one of the coolest heroes in the last decade. The feline hero, Pounce. This hero had a cougar mutation. Pounce had almost every aspect of Izuku's wolf mutation, but in cat form. Short round cat ears on her head, a long slender tail, and claws. The only big difference was her legs were in a permanent digitigrade form of cougar legs. Toshinori had walked up the front desk, with Izuku right next to him, the smile on his face making him look like an actual puppy. God, he's adorable, Yagi thought, casting a glance to the boy. Hello, we are here to see Pounce. It's Yagi. The woman at the front desk got to work hearing his name. Izuku was felt like he would burst from the joy he was feeling. Not just from being in the same building as a hero in the top 50, but because of the person that was standing next to him. He had become a large figure in Izuku's life after his and Inko's successful date. He had made sure that they had a good time. Neither of them knew it, but Izuku had followed them to the restaurant, scouting the area for any potential danger. He knows that he just got out of the hospital from quirk overuse, but he'd be dead if he'd allow anyone with any bad intention to come even close to the building. Afterwards, they went on a walk through the nearby park, once again being followed by the green wolf. About midway, Izuku spotted the person behind a tree just ahead of the trail. "I think the not." Izuku mentally yelled as he tackled the person into some nearby bushes, using the darkness of the night to hide himself from view. It was times like this, he was truly grateful for his night vision. Izuku shook himself out of memory lane as his instincts told him there was another predator in the area. He settled his eyes on the spot where he caught the scent coming from, the elevator. Yagi, who noticed the boy's stillness, followed his unmoving gaze. Moments later, a tall woman with short hair that matched the color of Cougar's stepped out. She was wearing a tight black tank top, with some equally tight shorts that had a utility belt wrapped around the waist. On her arms were some light protective gauntlets. Her shins had similar ones, that accommodated for her digitigrade legs. It was Pounce, and she was in her hero costume. It was especially difficult for the boy to contain his excitement. Thankfully, Yagi beat him to the punch, before he could begin to fanboy all over the place. Iring. Tashinori. Long time now see, both adults embraced in a hug, before both released. Indeed, it has. I've been rather busy lately, sorry for not stopping by more often. Hey, don't worry, I know all about it. Now, on to other matters. Iring looked around Yagi so the beaming boy could be fully seen. She walked to the boy and crouched down to his level. "You must be Izuku Midoriya." Holy crap, Pounce just said his full name. His full name. "Why yes Pounce, that's me. Oh please, call me Iring." Izuku was on the verge of blowing up, right then and there. Thankfully, the only thing that he thinks can send him over is having All Might in the same room. Good thing he wasn't. Okay. Izuku didn't mean to shout right in front of her, but she didn't seem to mind too much. "Quiet the excited fella, huh? I'm guessing you already know why you're here." The boy on question nodded furiously, causing his hair to flap in his face. "Well alright then, let's get started." One short elevator ride and 3-minute walk later, all three were standing in a very large room that was filled with every hero in training's dream. A small obstacle course, a long rack of weapons along the wall, tough-looking targets, as well as a number of other things Izuku didn't recognize. "As long as you accept my offer, this is where I will be training you for the next 4 years until you're ready to take the entrance exam. You will have complete access to every training utility in this building," the hero said, as she spread her arms. The wolf gave an excited noise that sounded suspiciously like a bark as he ran to the nearest contraption. When Yagi thought he was out of earshot, he leaned over to Iring. "Thank you so much for doing this, we're both grateful that you're willing to train him." Iring jerked back in a mockingly offended way. "Are you kidding me? The kid's got some mad potential." Halfway down the elevator, my instincts were screaming that there was an alpha nearby. Could you imagine my disbelief when the doors opened, and that adorable little thing was standing there? "Haha, that must have been a sight to see." "You bet," Iring commented, before side-viewing her friend. She could see the affectionate smile from a mile away as Yagi watched Izuku easily scale the side of a fake building wall. "You know," Iring addressed the man who turned his eyes back to her. "He doesn't just have to be my successor. I'm sure he would appreciate the help from a very certain someone." Yagi's eyes widened at what she was implying. "I am not so sure. Don't get me wrong, he's perfect to inherit it, but I don't believe that's what he needs right now. Right now, he needs you to teach him how to use his quirk to its fullest potential. If I were to dump one for all on him now, he would just be a mess. Plus, who knows what would happen if he were to transform into Ragnarok. That combined with my quirk would unleash an unstoppable force upon all of Japan." Iring nodded at his reasonings. She was well aware of the base of Izuku's quirk. He was right, the best thing for Izuku right now was to learn the way of the predator. "I understand, but you know he has 4 years to improve, while who knows how many you have." It grew deathly silent. "Yes, I am aware of my condition. But even so, I will not stop. Too many people rely on me." Tashinori felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to see Iring giving a reassuring smile. "You don't have to give the kid your quirk, but I still think you should help him in any way you can. Tell you what, I'll teach him everything I know, and then some. But it's up to you to decide what happens next." "And then some? What does that mean?" "Well, I gotta teach the kid how to groom his tail. Just look at it, I bet with the right conditioner, it'll feel like a cloud. Toshinori stifled a laughter under his hand at his friend's antics, before commenting, and what? The proper way to chase laser pointers. GRR, don't laugh. You know I can't help it, that only seemed to make him laugh harder. That's it. I'm kicking your butt, and there's nothing you can do about it, since you can't transform in front of the kid. Izuku watched from his perch on top of the small crane that was placed in the corner of the room with great amusement as Iring chased Yagi all throughout the gym. For such a skinny guy, he was more fit than Izuku thought. Upon their third lap, Iring had caught the runaway with her signature pounce attack that was used to easily detain villains. He chuckled slightly, before his smile dropped in deep thought. What did Iring mean, since you can't transform? So kid, is it a deal? A clawed hand raised in front of Izuku. He looked at the hand, then to the face of its owner. Izuku flashed a toothy smile before taking it with his own clawed hand. Deal? Then get ready, because these next 4 years are going to be hell for you. Izuku really hoped she couldn't smell his fear right now. Time skip. 4 years. Once again, Izuku could say his life was going great. Fantastic even. It was all because of 2 reasons. The first, not only did he have superb control of his quirk, but the training that made him an efficient powerhouse. The years of intense training had taught Izuku how to utilize his quirk in new ways, and it was all thanks to Iring Sensei. The second, Yagi Fing proposed. Took him long enough. For the last 4 years, Izuku thought he was stuck in a romance movie. Granted, it was a DMN good one, but he still couldn't believe that it took Yagi so long to gather the courage to ask the question. The flashbacks are back. They were on vacation last summer and took a trip to the beach. Not the one that was a literal trash dump, but a better one farther south. Maybe he should do something about that. Anyway, while he was splashing around in the water, Inko and Yagi were sitting together on the sand, soaking in the sun. Yagi silently thanks that there was no one else around as he got up without Inko noticing and headed up the beach. One letter at a time, he drew the words into the sand, large enough that it would take some time to decipher the message. When he deemed it worthy, he called to his lover who had now realized his absence. Hey Inko, come over and look at this. She stood and walked over. Yagi showed the traces in the sand, and fibbed that he needed help telling what they said. He then watched as Inko slowly but surely understand the words. When she read the last word, her eyes were wide. She spun to see that Yagi was knelt in front of her with a ring in his hands. Inko, will you marry me? Inko gasped as tears filled her eyes. At first, he thought maybe he had done something wrong. Yes. Both adults felt like their entire lives changed with just one question and answer. Inko launched herself to Toshinori and connected lips. The scene would have looked like it belonged on the front cover of a magazine, if it weren't for the wolf-eared boy in the background. What the foo? Phew, that was a close one. Both Midoriyas learned a lot about the man over time. Turns out, he was a retired hero. Author laughs maniacally, which explains how he had the money to gift the both of them, even though they assured him it wasn't necessary. The reason for his retirement was pretty obvious when they both saw the condition of his left side. Thankfully, an honorary donor had given him enough to keep him from spilling blood every time he talked. So, when Toshinori had offered to help Izuku in his training, he couldn't have been happier. Happy enough that he subconsciously called Toshinori Dad right after. To his relief, Yagi seemed to accept the title with a smile that matched his own. Now, here he was, being wished good luck by his teacher as he tossed the career aptitude tests into the air. It was sort of unprofessional, but it wasn't like anyone was complaining. Everyone in the classroom was showing off their quirks in many different ways. Some looked fancy, while others were flat out bad. He wanted to join them and show that he shared the same goal as them, but that would only make things worse. So, it was just him and Katsuki that were still seated. When the news of him throwing down with All Might was released, there was panic all across Japan. It didn't last, however, as the most trustful news company reported the specifics of the situation. Because how could you be mad at a kid for getting upset when their mother just got shot? So, his name was cleared. Almost anyway. The few days that Izuku was away at the hospital, Katsuki had taken full advantage of his absence to shove filth on Izuku's name. Even going as far as telling about the day his quirk manifested, and how he acted like a wild animal, threatening to kill them all. He had managed to turn every single one of his classmates against him. Even the teachers seemed distrustful of him now. But it was a good thing he didn't care about these people anymore. This class worked by revolving the person who was in charge. And now that Katsuki had shattered his throne, everyone looked up to him now. Because who would look up to a villain? The kids who he used to call friends, laughed at him, called him a freak, monster, demon, villain, all the above. Or at least they tried to before they scampered away in fear when Izuku bared his fangs or flexed his claws. So, instead he just sat there in silence, waiting for the day to end, until the explosive fucker decided to make a scene. A wonderful class we have here. I'm very proud of everyone's progress to accomplish their goals. So, I too, wish you all good luck. Most of the class cheered for the blonde, while Izuku felt disgusted. This was the type of person Katsuki was now, manipulative, cunning, and he hated to admit it, but a DMN good actor. He had every student under his feet, and every day he stomped on them while they praised. Very nice speech, Bakugo. Very inspiring. Now, this says here that you're actually attempting to go for UA. The teacher read off from the paper. Well, of course. I wish to aim the highest, and when I get there and the people ask me how I became such an impressive student, I'll tell them, Aldera High School. The teacher rubbed the back of his neck while blushing from the indirect compliment from the star student. In that moment, Izuku thought of a kind of parasitic insect that burrow itself into the system of a living animal, then controls them by releasing a specialized fluid that works itself into the brain. Smack Katsuki's hair on that little BSTRD and boom, there's Katsuki. Oh yeah? Midoriya. He hated the way the teachers called him. Like the name itself just killed their favorite pet. He looked up to the man who called him and saw as he eyed a single piece paper in his other hand, then back to him. This says here, that you also want to attempt to attend UA. Who do you think you're kidding here? The class burst into snickers, giggles, and hearty laughs. Oh, you want to play games, huh? Izuku secretly let out a single ember from his mouth that traversed throughout the room and towards the teacher's desk. All the students too busy laughing to notice. He focused on the ember as it slipped through a crack and into his filing cabinet. So, about a year into being Iring's successor, we learned that I had limited control over the small sparks. Guess he really did inherit something from both his parents. It would take a minute before the flame became noticeable, which was exactly what he needed. Izuku, said person, turned to the addresser who was Bakugo. While it is admirable to want to be a hero, you should just stop while you're ahead. You're a villain, and that's that. So just quit wasting everyone's time and go off yourself. Izuku didn't react, but he was cursing out the blonde in his head. How could he just tell him to kill himself, and right in front of the teacher? Oh, right. Bakugo. I really hope you get into UA. The class shared the same look of confusion at the sudden niceness of the wolf. So, then there are heroes around to stop me from breaking that nose of yours. TCH, you trying to fight or something, dog? You have no idea how much I want to, but I think the fire is more important. Izuku stated just as a small amount of smoke was coming out of the teacher's desk. And right on cue. Dynaning. Izuku grabbed his backpack that already had all his items in it and hurried out the door. Geez, and just when you think they couldn't get dumber. He was in a foul mood now. Usually, everyone just left him alone, but they were feeling pretty ballsy today. He decided to let off some steam by taking the longer route home. Maybe mom and dad will want to go watch a movie later. He was getting close to entering the underpass, when his instincts flared up. 2 runes activated. Izuku stopped and eyed the tunnel for any kind of threats. He was silent, his breathing slowed, his eyes sharpened, his stance lowered. Years of training, ingrained into his mind, was preparing him to react in a moment's notice. The entire tunnel was searched with all of his senses, when his nose caught the putrid smell of sewage. Then it was his ears that picked up the movement of rushing liquid, although it sounded too thick to be water. The sewage cap in the middle of the underpass began to wobble, as some thick green sludge began to ooze from the holes. The sludge grew, until it was nearly touching the ceiling. Then, he saw the eyes and wicked smile. Its eyes landed on him and spoke in a gargled voice. "Guh, furries aren't really my type, but you'll have to do." Izuku was just going to speed his way out of there, but after that comment, murder didn't sound that bad. "Alright, you disgusting BSTRD. You want me, come get me. If you think I'm disgusting just from looking at me, then you'll have a treat when I slither down your esophagus, you brat." The villain then lurched towards Izuku with dangerous speed. Heh, dumbass. In the time it took for the sludge to get a foot from his face, Izuku had accumulated a large buildup of ember breath. During his training, he learned that if he compacted the smoke and released it in a short burst, he could basically mimic an air cannon. Izuku shot the blast that had a deep boom and sent the villain's body in several directions, making some very disturbing wet noises. "Wait. I didn't actually kill you, did I?" His question was answered by a painful miming from the mouth that was stuck to the ceiling. Phew, that's good to know. Looking upon the place, he let out a mmm of his own, knowing that he would have gathered every piece of the nasty slop. Right before he could begin, he sensed another approaching presence. It was coming from the sewer just like the sludge. An accomplice? Izuku readied himself but was confused why his runes weren't activating. Then his questions were answered. Because just a moment later, the cap shot off into the ceiling, and All Might himself climbed out the hole. There is no need to fear. Why? Because Izuku was going to let the man finish his entrance, since he thought it was so cool. However, he seemed to stop himself when he saw that he was standing there. He used his hand to motion for the hero to finish his sentence while mouthing "go on," making sure to smile and motivate the man. Because I am here? Good enough. Now, you want to help me gather all this slime? Of course. A moment please. He watched as All Might emptied 2 soda bottles into the manhole. Huh? He likes the same kind in me and Dad. They just ran out too. He loved the smell that the soda made, so he took a big whiff of the air to hopefully catch wind of some of it before it was all wasted. There, now we can use these to dash to. Dad? The yell had scared the man into dropping the bottles down the manhole, as he and his son locked eyes. I can explain. Izuku barely registered the words as his brain was undergoing a system restart. Oh okay. The explanation was fairly short, but felt so enlightening that, for 4 years, All Might has been by his side. And was now his father. Yagi was in his smaller form, seeing to his son and making sure that he was processing the information well. He was surprised when Izuku pulled him into a hug. Yagi wasted no time in returning the embrace. You had the responsibility as the #1 hero, yet you always made sure that you were there for us, even though you never got anything out of it. He felt Yagi squeeze a little tighter. My boy, you couldn't be more wrong. Izuku looked up to see him smiling. You gave me everything. It's been a while since Izuku has cried, but if there was ever a time, it was now. The taller of the two chuckled. I thought alphas don't cry. He chuckled again when Izuku broke from the hug, giving a playful punch to Yagi's chest. Crying? What? Pee-pee, yeah right. I've never released a salty drop before in my life, you're crazy. Both males began to laugh before they were interrupted by an explosion on the distance. Dad? Yes, son? Did we forget about the villain? Dad? That freak shouldn't even be allowed in society. He could kill anyone at any time. He should just be put down like the dog he is. I agree, old friend. Which is exactly why we aren't going to do anything. Huh. But I thought you wanted to expose him. I do. Which is exactly why I'm going to wait until we get into UA. How would that work, and why did you say we? I don't have a doubt in my mind that DMN Wolf has some sort of plan to cheat his way into UA. And when he does, I'll be waiting for him. That's why you're the best Katsuki. Always planning ahead of the enemy. The blonde skin crawled from the pathetic filth using his first name but kept his from showing. Oh, is that so? Then tell me kid, did he plan this? All 3 boys turned to see the sludge as it enveloped them all. Yagi had scooped up the wolf and transformed into All Might, before leaping into the direction of the smoke. This was a bad idea on Yagi's part, because just before they got to their destination, Yagi's limit was up. They had landed on a building where no one could see All Might turn back into his weaker form. Cough cough, go on without me, I'll catch up. Izuku was hesitant at first before another explosion convinced him. He mentally prepared that he was about to fight for his own life, or someone else's. The reaction was immediate, as 3 runes powered up. Then he shifted into his light form, only transforms his limbs to increase his speed and power, as he rocketed off the roof, and onto another. With 3 runes activated, his speed was about 50 mph than his usual 35 mph without any. When he was just a block away, Izuku landed in an alleyway and shifted back. Even without the speed of his wolf limbs, the runes made his run last in just seconds. He slipped through that crowd of people and takes in the scene. Heroes were all over the place, but not a single one was moving. They were all just staring at the sludge farther down the alley. His eyes caught the shapes of 3 people in the goose body. DMN, was one not enough for you? The wolf absorbed all the information he could find. 2 figures were hardly moving at all, but the third was doing real lively, thrashing and flailing while letting out explosions. Explosions? Izuku watched as Katsuki's eyes scanned the crowd with a dreadful look until they landed on him. Then they filled with resentment and malice. DMNU, Katsuki. A real BSTRD to the end. The 4th gate opened. Tashinori had finally caught up to the commotion. When he found Izuku he was at the very front of the blockade, and he looked very upset. Izuku, my boy, what is it? Yagi didn't get an answer as he leapt over the blockade and fully transformed mid-air. Izuku. Izuku wasn't listening to his father nor the heroes who tried to stop him, as he sped to his prey on all 4s. Gah! What the hell is that wolf doing here? Get away from me. Looked like someone watched the news. Although, you could have looked anywhere to find information on the mall incident. Izuku just knew that the sludge feared him, so he could use that. Stay back. The villain shot a limb of sewage-smelling goo. The predator in Izuku followed through the steps in his head. 1. Use the prey's strength against them. He leapt straight to the left and latched onto the wall, digging in his claws. When the attack shot past him, he used the wall as a launch pad. In an instant, the wolf had traversed from one wall the other, in the meantime using his claws to sever the limb. Aya! You DMN mutt, I'll suffocate you. 2. Exploit their weaknesses. Izuku again, projected from the wall, towards the slime. More specifically, the eye. The jump was executed to send Izuku just past the villain, instead of directly at. When he was close enough, he clamped his fangs around the eye and ripped it from the body. Gahaha! What the hell is wrong with you? The wolf spit the goo on the floor, and before the slime could counterattack, he was upon him. Blazing orange and green eyes met light tan. 3. Execute. When Izuku bite down in the middle of the villain's face, he didn't let go. This time, he blew. The previous attacks and maneuvers were steps to position the villain just right to unleash another smoke cannon without anyone getting in the way. CCCCCHHHHH boom. Another blast of black smoke spattered the head of the villain all across the ally walls and floor. Without the head, the rest of the sludge was useless. So, he wasted no time in digging the 3 people out. Being sure to be careful with his claws and fangs, Izuku had Katsuki's friends in each hand, and the BSTRD himself, who was barely conscious, in his jaws. He walked up to the heroes before depositing the trio at their feet. A couple heroes and medics had come to help the kids, but most were staring at the hellish werewolf before them. Among the crowd, he spotted his Yagi, giving a prideful smile, before slowly beginning to clap. He was the only one at first until another joined in, then another, and another. Soon, the whole crowd was applauding the wolf, who looked surprised at their cheering. Izuku crouched before bounding the building to his left in a single jump. And when you cut right through the attack, that was brilliant, my boy. Yagi had met up with his son on the way home and began to talk about Izuku's first real villain fight. Izuku's school uniform was destroyed in his transformation, but he always carried an extra pair of clothes with him just in case. It was so exhilarating. It's as if I just knew what to do. And I did it. Indeed, you did, and I am proud of you, Izuku. Thank you. It means a lot coming from you. They were nearing their house now. They had moved there when Yagi had offered his home to both the Midoriyas when they saw fit that they had a healthy relationship. It was large house, way too small for just one person, so when the 2 greenettes came into the house, they lightened up the whole home. They were now at the front door. Dad? Yes, Izuku? What's going to happen now? What do you mean? I broke the law when I used my quirk. Won't I get in trouble with the government? Ah, that. There is no need to worry, my boy. I have already thought of a solution. You have nothing to fear. The door swung open with Inko standing in the doorway, and she did not look happy. Except that. Yagi needed to reread that last sentence. If he was lucky, his mind scrambled the words somehow. If he wasn't, then it said exactly what he thinks it does. He scanned the message, and sure enough, there was that dreadful last sentence, and be sure to bring along the Midoriya boy. I would very much like to meet and discuss his actions against the slime villain. Oh boy, if he's taken an interest in Izuku, then there's no backing out now. He just typed out the message saying that they will be out shortly and was about to press send. Who's taken an interest in me? Wah! Izuku, sheesh, you frightened me. It was sometimes easy to forget that there wasn't a single thing that didn't go unheard from the boy. Not to mention, ironing trained him to automatically walk silently. Hee, sorry about that, Dad. Anyway, what's going on? Izuku, you remember a while ago, when I talked to you and your mother about how UA is hiring me to teach at the school, right? How could I not? Izuku remembered a few weeks back where Yagi had released the news to them. Although both were excited, one greenette was a lot more than the other for obvious reasons. Well, during my interview, I was asked about family relations. So, I had told the school about you too. It took the principal a disturbingly short amount of time to find out that you were the same kid from 4 years ago. And now, because of the slime villain incident, he's taken a large interest in you personally. Yagi finally hit send on the message and turned to the rapidly vibrating boy. The principal of the greatest hero school in the world wants to meet me. How does the boy's smile shine so brightly? Yagi thought to himself. So, when are we leaving? Right now, in fact. I was actually scheduled to come in today anyways. It was just now that you were asked to accompany me. Then let's not waste any more time. Let's go. Izuku couldn't believe it. He was standing in the building of his dreams. It was here that he would focus on his goal on becoming a hero. So close. Knock knock. Come in. The voice on the other side was high-pitched and chirpy, which added to the wolf's confusion. For the last 10 seconds of their walk, he was picking up scents of an animal. though, the animal was completely unknown to him. It smelled of many, but as one. Yagi opened the door and entered with Izuku just behind. When his eyes landed on the small furry creature, sitting in large chair at an equally large desk, Izuku mentally slapped himself for forgetting the appearance of the principal. He's seen him in so many pictures, it was ridiculous. Hello, please, make yourselves at home. Would you two care for some tea? The creature was small, had a thick body with a head that mostly resembled the mix of a dog and mouse. He thought that's what it looked like anyway. It's nice to see you again, Principal Nedzu, and no thank you. And the same to you, All Might. Izuku had a slight inner panic attack at the principal calling Yagi by his hero name when he was in his smaller form. It must not have been as hidden as he thought, because Yagi noticed. There is no need to worry, Izuku, the entire staff at UA is aware of my identity. He let out a small breath before making eye contact with the white animal. Ah, you must be the famous Izuku Midoriya, soon to be Izuku Yagi, might I add. Yes sir, I am, and no thank you. I just wanted to say that I am truly grateful that you were willing to see me. But I don't know what you mean by famous. A practiced bow had followed the statement. Quite the well-mannered boy, All Might? While I'm flattered with your introduction, there is no need to be so formal. I am the one who asked you here, remember? The reason I said what I did was not only because of your sudden show of power against the #1 hero for years, but also because of your excellent show of skill when fighting that slime villain. It would be silly if your name and face wasn't known. Yes, Principal Nedzu. Now then, take your seats, we have some matters to discuss. Both males did as instructed and awaited the white creature to continue. Izuku didn't like to be rude to the people he respected, but Nedzu was boring the hell out him. He wasn't the only one, as he saw the blue eyes of Yagi waver from sleepiness. For the last hour, Nedzu was discussing everything to the hero about teacher requirements and expectations. More specifically, the better ways of how to teach heroics. That managed to catch Izuku's attention. Hold on, Dad will go in as All Might to teach heroics? Indeed, he will. And I trust to ask you to keep an eye on him. Both Izuku and Nedzu chuckled at Yagi's offended look before moving on. Now that's all out of the way, I'm sure you're both wondering the reason I had asked you here, Midoriya. Oh, yes sir. He could only find little reasons as to why Nedzu would want to see him when he's not even student of UA. Yet, from the information that All Might has presented to me, you have been under the guidance of both himself and the pro-hero, Pounce, is that correct? Yeah, both have been such a great help. I couldn't have asked for better teachers. That's good to hear, so then I trust that you are exceptionally trained to withstand the requirements of heroism. Izuku scratched the back of his head at the question. I'm not sure about that, I still have much to learn. I'm not even done with middle school yet. Yet you did what no other hero at the scene could have. The other heroes there were so convinced that they were powerless to act. Yet you charged straight in and handled the situation like a pro. He couldn't tell what the principal was trying to get at, and he hated to correct him, but Izuku didn't want any false praise. That's not right. Kamui Woods was weak to the fire. Death Arm's physical attacks didn't have any effect on the villain. Mount Lady wasn't able to fit in the small ally to help, and the other heroes didn't have the quirks to fight the sludge. My quirk made me immune to the fire, and my claws and fangs were able to get the villain's weakness. Exactly. The blonde and brunette both jumped in their seats as Nedzu shot up in his chair. You used the villain's weakness. Whether the heroes had claws or not, they still could have utilized the one thing that every person has, a weak spot. You efficiently took down the villain by strategizing. Something that not many heroes have these days. The principal now had a crazed look in his eyes that looked like they were planning something dangerous. A look that Yagi knew all too well. You can tell yourself all you want that what you did was nothing special. But when are you going to realize that you're lying to yourself? He's right, my boy. Izuku turned to face Yagi. It's been too long since I've seen anyone react with such precision in their moves. Let alone, jump to the rescue when it was the hero's job to save those kids. When I said that I was proud of you, I meant it. Which is exactly why I have called you both here to make an offer. Both looked back to Nedzu, who was rummaging through his desk. He pulled a paper from underneath and placed it in front of them for the two to read. Yagi was the first to react. You want to give Izuku a hero license? Said boy was still staring at the paper. Completely stunned seeing the paper with no signature in front of him. Yes, but not a full one. This one will only allow Izuku to assist if he is given permission by a hero without any of the consequences. It will also help with your current problem of making sure Izuku's record doesn't get damaged from the use of his quirk in public during the attack. But this kind of license can only be valid if it's approved of by some people of high status. If it requires my approval, we will need to discuss it first. There is no need, it has already been approved. Nezu clapped his hands together, seeming to be enjoying the reactions of both males. What? By who? It was Izuku who spoke this time, who had finally gotten out of his shocked state. Myself of course, and the number 2 hero, Endeavor. Yagi was especially grateful for his donor on days like these, otherwise he would be shooting blood all over Nezu's desk. What? Why would Endeavor approve my license when I've never met him? Izuku exclaimed. Well actually, Endeavor visited me just after the day of the sludge villain attack. He had brought up the subject of your skills. It was quite remarkable if I do say so myself. It's not every day that you hear him compliment someone. He had specifically said. Nezu then deepened his voice, which only ended up sounding weird with his high-pitched one. The boy's method of using his flames is unique, but sloppy. I don't normally care for weak flame users, but as you can see, he has the potential for greatness. Then one thing led to another, which then led to this paper that you see before you. Izuku noticed the words that principal used and decided to ask him about it. You're making it sound like Endeavor wants something in return, Nezu sir. Always one to catch on to things. I expected nothing less. Yes, Endeavor does, in fact, expect something from you if you are to sign this. And that would be? Yagi asked the question with caution in his voice. He knew that Endeavor wasn't exactly the nicest of people, nor did he care much for others. So, what could he possibly want with his boy? Endeavor proposed that Izuku were to train with him and his daughter for the next 10 months to help him further develop the fire aspect of his quirk. Why do I feel so blessed? Now, it was their turn to look to the green wolf, who was looking at the floor and had a sad smile. What did I do to deserve so much help from such fantastic people? Yagi dropped his suspicion of the number 2 hero's intentions to comfort his son. Izuku, true greatness is never given, it's earned. The wolf finally met his eyes at the inspiring quote. You've worked so hard for this opportunity, and you better believe that it's because of your hard work. Sometimes I wonder how Mom and I got through the day before you came along. Yagi felt his heart warm from the boy's words. Izuku then looked to Nezu with a smile that was filled with unlimited determination. I'll do it. Eraserhead was about to enter the principal's office to drop off some paperwork, before he heard the maniacal laughter of the little creature. He took his hand off the handle and simply walked away while praying for whoever was in there with him. Izuku was in his light form, down on all fours, circling his target while not letting his eyes off the predator in front of him. Said predator was doing a similar action, around 10 feet from him. Suddenly, his opponent leapt straight for his side. But he was ready. Izuku jerked to the side, letting the attacker sail past him. He used his knuckle to bash the side of their arm, causing their landing to become unbalanced and trip. The wolf made haste as he went in for the kill, but was surprised as a tan tail brushed across his face, making it sting his eyes. He leapt back to avoid the counterattack, but was unsuccessful, as he felt a hard kick to his side. 1. Use their strength against them. He latched his hand around the ankle and threw the person into the wall. If it wasn't padded, it would have cracked from the impact. HRG. Iring let out a pained grunt as she fell to the floor. Iring-sensei. Izuku made his way to her side to make sure he hadn't seriously injured her. He crouched next to his mentor and leaned her against the wall for support. DMN, either I really am old, or you're just getting that good. Both laughed lightly before Izuku helped Iring to her feet. She stretched out her back to get the tension out. Bad idea. Crack. Oh, I'll be feeling that one tomorrow. Sensei, you should really sit down. You, moving around will just make it worse. Yeah, you're right, pup. I just wanted us to have one last fight. Hey, I know that I won't be able to train with you anymore since I'll be with Endeavor soon, but that doesn't mean we can't have some sparring here and there. No. I'm afraid we can't. Iring wore a smile, but the tone in her voice said otherwise. What do you mean? The woman looked straight into the eyes of the young boy. Izuku, as of tomorrow, I'll be retiring. The greenette couldn't help the sadness from taking over his face. He knew this day would come, even if it was sooner than he liked. Iring was surprised when the wolf brought her into a hug, but it wasn't unwelcomed. They stayed like that for a good minute, before she held Izuku at arm's length. Now, show them the alpha that you are, and knock him dead. The wolf gave the same toothy grin all those years ago when he first had come into the building. I'll make you proud. The wolf declared before standing and running out the door. You already have. The next day. Here he was, standing in front of the Todoroki residence. He had made his way here after another, thankfully, quiet day at school. Just barely anyway. Along the path to his destination, he caught the scent of Katsuki before speeding on a different route. Yagi had warned him of the kind person Endeavor was, ruthless, bad-tempered, and way more violent a hero should be. But if he was able to handle a classroom full of brats who specifically targeted him, then this would be a piece of cake. Right? He pressed the button that was on the left side of the gate. A moment later, a gruff voice came through the intercom. "Are you coming in or what? I've been watching you stand in front of the gate for the last 5 minutes. It is unacceptable for you to waste this much time. Move it." Izuku panicked as he still saw no way to get past the gate. However, he smiled as he caught onto the hidden test. Endeavor had given it away when he said that he had been watching him. Iring-sensei had done similar tests with Izuku that displayed a situation that you had to find the answer to solve it. He quickly learned that these tests never did have answers. So, he made his own. The wolf took a single step back, before leaping clean over the fence that was probably 10 feet high. When he landed, he heard an approving hum from the intercom. "The door's unlocked. Use that nose of yours to follow my scent to the training room." He didn't show it, but Izuku watched the shape of a person disappear from one of the window frames on the house. And Izuku did just that. As soon as he came through the door, he picked up on the man scent from the spot he saw the figure in the window from and followed the trail. He was pretty far into the house when he realized the full scale of the place. And he thought Yagi's house was big. Izuku was nearing the end of the trail, when his ears picked up on a voice. "Pecked you to not be a disappointment in front of him. I'm not here 5 minutes, and there's already red flags going up." Izuku quickened his pace. He followed the scent to go further down the hall and turn the corner. The sight was astonishing. The room had a similar context to the one that Iring had, but everything was just more. The machines were bigger and more expensive looking, the weights were heavier, the room itself was much larger than Iring's. Among the view, he spotted a pair standing in front of a boxing ring. One was the number 2 hero and the other was the only person he could have guessed it to be, his daughter. Thanks to his enhanced vision he saw the heterochromatic eyes of brown and bright blue. Her long hair that went past her shoulders was split down the middle with red on one side and white on the other. She was looking down to the floor, as if she was just scolded, but not showing any emotion. And from what he heard of that last sentence, she probably was. Not if he could help it. "Hey Endeavor. I made it." The pair looked to the wolf with slightly surprised expressions. "Midoriya? You got here faster than I thought." "Good." Izuku approached the two and saw that they both had odd looks. Endeavor had more of a scowl than usual, and the girl looked like she had the emotions sked right out of her. An old lesson Izuku knew of, was that first impressions mattered. So here goes nothing. "Well, the nose knows. Stop that." "Yes sir." Although the hero found no amusement in his attempt of a joke, he swore he heard the faintest sound of a snicker from the girl. Better than nothing, so to Izuku, it was a win. "First things first. Izuku, explain the details of how your fire works." "Well sir, it's actually not a flame that I produce, but a cloud of hot smoke with embers, which can have similar effects of fire, but not in the same way." Endeavor seemed to process the information, while the girl looked curious. It wasn't her face that gave it away though, it was the small movement of her eyes. He realized that he doesn't know her name yet. "Show me." Moments later, Izuku is 10 feet away from a professional test dummy that looked brand new. It's rigged to tell you the temperature and the force of the attack, so don't hold back. "You What is it boy? I know that this will sound strange, but can you threaten me in some way? What is the purpose of this?" "My quirk gets stronger depending on my current state. Being threatened usually brings out the best results. Rhea, if you don't attack that target this instant, I will personally make sure you never become a hero." Both Todoroki's eyes widened when the collar on the wolf lit up with 4 strange symbols, and a wave of heat emitted from his neck. The boy's eyes dilated as he bared his fangs. He faced the target and opened his jaws. A wave of black smoke shot forth with the company of 1,000 embers. Izuku focused on the embers, making them hit the target instead of flying aimlessly. By the time he had finally ran out of breath, the attack had lasted for 12 seconds. All three looked to the target to examine the damage. Just as Izuku thought, the temperature number wasn't anything impressive compared to normal fire quirk users. It usually took twice as long for him to burn something as anyone else. But he did feel some pride when he saw that the force scale was a score that had the number 2 hero actually looking impressed. "That was good, but you need to work on your temperature. I saw that you had some control over the movement of your embers. Can you make them bigger?" "Trust me Endeavor, I've tried everything I could think of. But that's as hot as it'll go." Wait here." "Oh okay." And just like that, he was left alone with the younger Todoroki. "Maybe I can use this chance to get her name." He looked to the girl and saw that she was still inspecting the target. It was now that he finally realized that it was bent backwards slightly from his attack. "Hi, as you've probably heard, my name is Izuku Midoriya." She looked over to him with dead eyes. "I saw you on the news 4 years ago." Whoa! What a fantastic way to start a conversation with someone. Of course, he didn't say that out loud. Oh really? Yeah, my quirk kind of got out of control. He had a hand scratching the back of his neck to try and disperse the awkwardness. You got angry. He was surprised at the statement. Usually, people just accepted the quirk out of control line and left it alone. Well yeah. I assume you saw what happened. She answered with a single nod before turning away. I bet it's nice to still have your mother. For the first time he was there, he detected the smallest bit of emotion in her voice. What do you mean? Are you Oka? Midoriya? Why yes sir? He saw just as Endeavor came into the room, holding a gas canister. The two met halfway with the girl slowing following. When they met, Endeavor screwed the cap off and dumped a portion of the gasoline onto the floor. I have no clue what is going on. Ignite this gas using an ember. Izuku didn't question the man as he sent a single ember from his mouth. The moment it connected with the gas, it burst into a flame, the ember lost in the fire. I want you to attempt to control the fire the way you do with your embers. That was different. Not a single time over the years did he try to control fire that he made himself. Only with ones that were made artificially. Izuku focused on the flame. And he felt it. The same connection he did with his embers. The small source of heat that felt was in his control. The fire felt bigger of course, but with a small tug, it shot upwards, disconnecting from the ground. He willed the fire to fly across the room, making trails and designs. He had no problem controlling the flame. It was his to bend. Incredible. After years of trying to figure this out, you managed to do it in a day. Do not underestimate me, boy. Although he was smiling, the command made him gulp. Do you have any kind of combat training? After some other simple tests of Izuku's new pyrokinetic abilities, sadly he didn't get the chance to use the target again. Endeavor called them over into the next room that was completely empty. It was a combat room. Yes. For the last 4 years I've been trained by Pounce, as well as my father. That cat huh? Your quirks would make your combat styles compatible. Very well then. You two will have a sparring match, so show if the training was worth it. Izuku didn't like the little respect that Endeavor had for his sensei, but he kept quiet and stationed himself on one side of the field. The girl went to the other side and took a solid stance. She attacks with her left side, he was able to immediately conclude. Her stance has good defense, but is susceptible to counterattacks. His took his own stance and created the mental image that he was fighting the number 2 hero's daughter, someone that can probably destroy him if she got the chance. Only 3 runes activated this time, but it was enough, he hoped anyway. Izuku's eye dilated and homed in on his opponent. AKA target acquired. Start. The Todoroki made the first move, but it was not at all what he was expecting. He expected fire of some sort. Although it was faint, she even had the scent of flame. Instead a spiked glacier came hurtling straight for him. He managed to dodge to the left but was met with another attack of ice. This time, he jumped high enough to attach himself to the ceiling. You're stronger than you look. He shouted down to the girl. You look stronger on TV. Oh, this bitch, he couldn't finish the thought as she formed a spear of ice and threw it at him with deadly aim. He dodged by jumping to the wall behind her. Continuing his momentum, he dashed straight for her left leg. His target moved out of the way at the last second and attempted to release another glacier. Can't hit what you can't see. Izuku spewed a thick cloud of black smoke from his mouth, creating a large smokescreen around the both of them. The girl began to frantically turn in circles, searching for where her opponent might strike from. Too bad for you. The girl sent a wave of ice in the direction of the voice but felt nothing connect. Being in this smoke doesn't affect me, she attacked again to her right, but again, felt nothing. I may not be able to see, but at least it doesn't hurt, she could really feel the sting in her eyes as they began water. Another glacier. I can still find you, wherever you might be. His voice was coming from a different direction with each sentence. I'm still able to breathe perfectly fine. Cough cough cough. You've been caught. She began to send ice in several directions. You're my prey. She froze. The voice that came from just behind her ear was not that of a person, but of a predator. That's enough. Even though the smoke dissipated and the presence disappeared, she did not dare to turn her head. Are you okay? But she did anyway. The boy, that she was so sure was going to kill her, looked worried. His ears were low, and his tail down. She had to look away to hide her expression. Why yes. I am fine. Izuku watched as she stormed out the room. Damn it. Good going you moron, you just upset the number 2 hero's daughter. Clap 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 clap. The wolf turned to Endeavor, who had a grin that looked a little more sinister that Izuku would have liked. Excellent, I am very impressed with your abilities. I was right to have offered you my guidance. Every day from here on out to the entrance exam, you will come here after school to train. Understand? Understood, sir. Good, now go home and get some rest. You'll be needing it for tomorrow. Wow, today wasn't as bad as I thought. Izuku was lying on his bed, playing with a small flame that he had created by lighting a candle with his ember. I can't believe you've been hiding from me all this time. The tiny blaze looked like a gentle wisp as it flew between his fingers. With a simple thought, it vanished. I can't wait to see what will happen tomorrow. The wolf flips on his side and curls his tail on top of himself, using it like a blanket. Sigh. I still didn't get her name. Ever since Izuku has learned of his pyrokinetic powers the day before, he's had a lick of fire following him around everywhere. It really helped him to expand his mental state to multitask. It wasn't that he was bad at it or anything, it just made him feel that he finally had the quirk he's dreamed of. Before his manifestation, he would brainstorm all the different ways his parents' quirks would combine to make his own. His first theory was to be able to shoot and control flames. Pyrokinesis. Although, it still wasn't exactly the same thing, but this was the closest he could get. So, he took it with open arms. When Izuku explained his new developments to his parents, and had asked to buy a lighter, they gladly agreed. But no smoking. It was a Friday, that meant he had all weekend to train over at Endeavor's house. He wouldn't be available at all times to train him of course, but he had given the boy permission to use the gym via backdoor. School had just ended, and he was taking his usual shortcut when he got a sense of déjà vu. All it took was a sidestep to avoid the blonde's failed attempt to ambush him. Twice. What the hell do you want this time, Bakugo? Again. You made me look like an absolute idiot again. It's your own DMN fault that you're all bark and no bite. It's getting easier every time to dodge your attacks. Seriously, when was the last time you actually trained yourself or your quirk? A lot more than you could ever imagine. Izuku really doubts that. After all, someone has to be strong enough to put you down when you go feral. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose in pure annoyance. Bakugo could probably fly to the moon if you popped his head with how airheaded he was. Besides, don't think I didn't realize that fire you've had following you around everywhere. What are you, planning to burn down the school or something? No, Bakugo. It's quirk training. I'm training my quirk. Sounds like some bullshit to me. I'm listening to some bullshit myself. Now, if you'll excuse me. Izuku shoved past Bakugo. After taking a few steps, he turned with a smug smile. I have to go do some training at the number 2 hero's house. Right on time. Good, time is important in the hero career. A true pro never wastes a second. Izuku's ear twitched when the girl next to him gave a nearly inaudible scoff. Another thing, heroes can't have weaknesses, so it is up to the both of you to discuss yesterday's fight and find what the other person could have done better. This exercise will teach the other how to improve themselves, and also teach how to spot that weakness. You two have 5 minutes, if I come back and I don't like the results, then you will fight again. Endeavor walked off after that, leaving the two teens in a very awkward situation. After a few seconds of silence, Izuku finally managed to face the girl, who then looked back at him. She didn't seem to be fazed by yesterday's match. Well, I was actually impressed by your movements yesterday. It's not usual for people our age to have the, what is your quirk, Midoriya? Izuku had to mentally prepare himself to talk to this girl. He could never tell what angle she was coming from. Oh. You are you familiar with Norse mythology by any chance? Something about gods, I believe. Yeah, that's the general sum of it. Okay, listen carefully because this is a bit of a story. One story later. You can't be serious. Your quirk is literally godlike. Todoroki had a disbelieving look in her eyes, while Izuku was scratching the back of his head. Hey, yeah. I had just about the same reaction. Can you show me? Pardon? Can you show me that transformation or not? The one from 4 years ago. Oh, sorry, but I can't just whip it out at any time. I require all 5 runes for it to activate. Plus, the full transformation requires me to be well, Izuku tugged on his shirt and shorts. Hopefully she would be able to understand that he was trying to say he needed to be naked, otherwise he would destroy the clothes he would be wearing. Thankfully, she seemed to get the message and ended up giving a small blush and looking away. Runes? She managed to ask after getting rid of the blush. Why, yeah. The stones on my collar. The only time I've ever been able to power all 5 was when, well, you know. Wait, so those are a part of you? Yeah, I've never really tried to take them off because of how important they are. They react to whatever is threatening me. Which reminds me. Todoroki shifted slightly, preparing to answer the incoming question. Your scent. It has a trace of flame, which means you can use fire, right? How come you didn't use it yesterday? You smelled me? Wahoo! That's not what I meant. I'm sorry if I made that sound weird. That's no. Midoriya, it's fine. I know that's not what your intentions were. I just thought the sentence sounded odd. Oh, well then. Back to what I was saying. Time's up. CI gag, damn it. Izuku and Todoroki were now in the boxing ring that he had seen yesterday. The goal was to pin the other without the usage of quirks. Just hand-to-hand combat. Izuku felt bad at first since he thought he might have been too much for Todoroki since she was a long-ranged attacker. He was stupid to forget the important lesson of never underestimating your opponent. The wolf had himself backed up against the corner of the ring as the girl flung hit after hit. They were strong and well-aimed. Izuku was able to block, dodge, deflect them all, but she was not giving him a chance to counter. He didn't have a doubt in his mind that she would be able to beat the living hell out of most heroes. So instead, he memorized her style. Every time she attacked with a weak strike, she would go for another spot while the receiver blocked the first. Once he had figured that out, it was easy to predict the next move. The style relied on the opponent to not be able to deal with the barrage of punches, kicks, and the occasional knee and elbow. She went for the weak hit, he deflects, the heavy kick comes in. Now. Izuku grabs her around the ankle of her right leg and dashes along the right side of the ring. He stops when he hears her drop to the floor. He lets go, spins, and places knee on top her back. He makes sure to do it gently though. Well done, the both of you. She doesn't usually fight that hard. Please, just say her name once. Izuku offers to help her up, and surprisingly, she takes his hand. Yesterday, you said that you trained under Pounce, although I never saw her fight like that. Did she look up who Pounce was? Well yeah, but I was also trained by my father. He's a retired hero, so he had all the time in the world to teach me different styles in case the one Iring sensei taught me was ineffective. And you just showed me that it was good that I did. I couldn't do anything while you had me in that corner. But you still managed to beat me. That's because I memorized your pattern. This time, both Todorokis looked impressed. This boy is getting to be better by the minute. And I've never seen her so talkative to someone before. Perhaps. Well, I was going to have you two discuss your fight, but it would seem that you have already done so. And I approve of the results. So, as a reward, you two may use the rest of the day any way you see fit. But I expect you two to be able to pick it up tomorrow. Now if you will excuse me, I have work to do. Well that was rather short. So, what do you suppose we do? Izuku turned to meet suspicious eyes. What's wrong, Todoroki? He never gives me rewards. Either he actually likes you, or he's up to something. What do you mean? Does he not like me? And what is he up to? Izuku knew that the man hardly showed any positive emotion, but to know that he didn't care for the boy slightly hurt him. He doesn't like anyone. And I have the faintest idea of what his intentions are. But if he said that we have the rest of the day, then I'm taking full advantage of it. What are you going to do? He couldn't lie, he had actually wanted to spend the day training with her. Give him a better chance of cracking her shell. And maybe find out her DMN name finally. You said that you memorized my style. So, help me find a way to keep my enemy guessing. And what's with that smile? Oh, no reason. Come on, I'll show you some techniques. Izuku came in through the door of his home, a smile still slightly on his face. Welcome home, honey. How was your day? His mother called from the kitchen. It was pretty good. He responded while reminiscing about his time at Endeavors. He didn't know exactly why he was smiling so much. The two of them had only practiced techniques and styles. Yet he was grinning to no end. Getting to sleep that night was fairly difficult as he kept thinking about what Endeavor could teach them tomorrow. Wait, was that really the only reason? No matter his struggles, he never seemed to find the answer. So, with time, he managed to drift off into the land of dreams. The following day, there was a villain attack that Endeavor was called in to intercept 2 hours into their training. Since the number 2 hero was called, it had to be a particularly strong villain, which meant that they had a couple hours. At first, they proceeded with the exercise that Endeavor had taught them how to do before he left. That was until Todoroki walked over to the wall where a door was located. She opened the door to reveal a kind of supply closet. The girl inspected it for a second, before turning to Izuku and pointed inside. Change. Now. Why are you want to see my transformation so bad? Why do you want to know my name? Touché. Alright, I'll change, but you have to tell me your name. Sounds good to me. You know I actually don't mind you knowing, right? Then why the hell were you avoiding answering the question? Because I know you enough now to know you're not a sick perv. You sound like you're speaking from experience. Old mentor incident. Oh. I'm sorry. He's disabled now. Whoa. Okay, nice to know. Izuku entered the closet that was much cleaner than he expected, much to his relief. Todoroki was standing outside the doors, a few feet away, with her arms crossed. After some sounds of shifting clothes, she saw the smoke come out from the bottom of the door. Then the door opened. For years ago, when the news of the demon werewolf first appeared, she was addicted to the video. For reasons unknown, she felt captivated by the slick black fur that glowed red and purple. And when she listened to the news 2 days later and found the cause of the boy's rage, she felt something more. Admiration. He went through so much, just for the safety of his mother. It made her look up to the boy and wish that she could have done the same for her own. And here that boy was, naked in this class. Nope, 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 nope. Todoroki shook her head of the thoughts and watched as a massive wolf walked out. Gracefully, placing one paw in front of the other as it walked on all fours. When it came close enough, it reared up to its full height of 6 feet. Something I wanted to add here, because I got this cool idea when thinking of a color name that described Izuku's eyes. And I came up with Forest Fire. Remember, around his green eyes, he has a thick ring of glowing orange. Anyway, back to the program. Forest Fire eyes met heterochromatic eyes of brown and blue. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't hide the amazement on her face. Standing right in front of her, was the one person she admired more than all might. Shoko. My name is Shoko. She may have not been able to see it because of his snout, but Izuku was smiling. Time skip. 1 month. The last month has been splendid for the heroes in training. Ever since the day that Izuku came out of the closet, both called each other by their given names. A development that Endeavor secretly indulged himself in. They were having a specific type of endurance test that involved them using their elements in a game up, push. Shoko was sending a constant wave of ice, while Izuku was continuously feeding a wall of fire. Izuku's fire abilities had improved significantly during the 1 month of Endeavor teaching him how to utilize them. He had realized though, that Shoko did indeed have a fire aspect of her quirk. He questioned why she refused to use it, but then felt bad as she told him the story of her mother. It was official, Endeavor isn't but he didn't let that slow his progress of developing his fire. And he had no right to push Shoko to use hers. But that didn't mean he didn't have a plan to help her out. The girl on topic was currently winning the battle, as too much as Izuku's flame died out from him not being able to produce enough embers from him becoming winded. That was another thing he learned, as long as he had the tiniest of fire, he could feed it his embers. It didn't work at first, but he had managed to tame the flames enough to accept the extra fuel. The ice burst through his wall and up his body, just stopping below his chest and freezing him to the ground. Wee-wee, that's cold. Oh. Sorry Izuku. I couldn't see through the steam. She raced over and melted the ice around him. Izuku instantly felt his own heat coursing through his body to warm himself up. Don't worry Shoko, I'm fine. No damage done. Upon his reassurance, she gave a small smile. DMN. That smile. When he had managed to make her smile for the first time, it was at the end of the first week of them meeting. Izuku had told another cheesy joke, similar to the one he made on the first day. But this time he got the reaction he was looking for. And it made him feel something. Something that he wasn't sure of, but it was there. So that is exactly why today, he's going to ask her. Nicely done, both of you. That concludes today's training. Same time as usual tomorrow, Midoriya. Bye sir. See you tomorrow Izuku. Said boy, spun to see that Shoko was already leaving. Hey, hold on a sec. She stopped and faced Izuku with a puzzled look. Yeah? What is it? Izuku had caught up with the dual-color-haired girl. When he did, she had realized the small blush on his face. Well, I saw that there was a carnival tea tonight and I was wondering if maybe why you wanted tea to maybe go with me. Izuku had bowed slightly at the end and closed his eyes, ready to accept whatever answer he got. The first part of the sentence was tough for the alpha but managed to get the last part out without any mumbling. Although he couldn't see, Shoko was also blushing furiously. So much, that she was having a hard time just answering. She felt like if she tried, it would come out as an odd noise. She was still a bit socially awkward after all. Instead, she proceeded to poke Izuku on the top of his head. The greenette looked up to see she had her hand over her mouth, eyes wide, and a face that was as red as her hair. She gave a few quick nods before speeding out of the room. Well, I'm glad you said yes, but we didn't make any plans. He decided that he would just text Shoko what he had in mind. When he checked his phone, he saw that he already had a text from her. He typed a short response after reading it and hit send. Meet me tonight at Town Square 7 p.m., Shoko. Izuku, alright I'll be there. Inko was watching TV, snuggling up next to Toshinori, when they heard the front door open and close in quick succession. Izuku darted from around the corner and stopped in front of the both of them. I have a date. Oh. Inko had set an array of different matching clothes, having Izuku try them all, while Toshinori watched from the sideline. After a full 20 minutes of just picking the right clothes, him and Inko finally decided on a match. It consisted of a slick black undershirt, while he had a thin dark green jacket on top. It was only on special occasions that he would wear jeans anymore since they made it uncomfortable for his tail. But this was absolutely one of those times. He had to admit, the simple get-up looked really good. After 5 minutes of Inko doing even more mothering of her being so proud of her little pup going out on a date, she finally let him go. Toshinori gave him a thumbs up as he walked out the door, waved goodbye. The walk to the town square was peaceful, since he made sure to stick to the more busier roads. There was no way he was going to let a villain screw up his date before it even started. Town square was filled with more people than if it were daytime because of the carnival that only came around once a year. Shoko didn't tell him where to meet in detail, but it was no problem for the wolf to track down her scent. The trail had led him to an open area with small shops all along the edges and a water fountain in the middle. It was then he spotted the peppermint hair that stood out so easily. She was wearing a fancy white short-sleeved shirt that had a small purple bow made from a ribbon placed on the neck. And for the first time, he saw her wearing a dark lavender skirt with black leggings. Izuku, more or less, gave her legs a few seconds stare before he snapped out of it. She was sitting on the edge of the fountain, seeming to be deep in thought. So deep in fact, she hadn't realized that he was sitting next to her now. He just watched her facial expressions to find a hint of what could have the usually focused girl in such a trance. Hello? The girl jumped slightly in place but didn't make it seem too noticeable. Although the look she gave him still made him chuckle slightly. Hi Izuku. She said in a fake annoyed voice. Heh, sorry. You just looked too deep in thought, I figured I'd leave you to it for a bit. Well now that you're here. She stood up and offered a hand to Izuku, who took it without hesitation. The night was going smoothly. The two would enjoy each other's company on the rides, and they would contest on the games. Izuku even bought some treats for the both of them, much to Shoko's protest. This must have been what it felt like for Mom and Dad, the boy thought as they were heading to the last ride of the night. It wasn't a carnival if it didn't have a Ferris wheel. The two boarded the small box and took a seat next to one another, instead of across. When they passed the top, they could see the lights of the entire carnival make an array of beautiful colors. Izuku was currently taking in all the scents that the wind had brought up to his nose, when he noticed the strong sudden scent of Shoko. Before he could do anything about it, he felt a small touch on his cheek. It was soft and warm. Izuku spun to Shoko but only saw that she was looking over the edge, just as he was earlier. He thought he had imagined it, but then saw the small turn of her head and give him a smile, before turning back. He didn't imagine it. She had kissed him on the cheek. You don't have to walk me home, you know? I'm perfectly fine to go by myself. I've been training with you for the last month, I'd feel bad for any villain who'd try to attack you on the way. I'm just doing it simply because I want to. They continued on their walk back to Shoko's house after their ride on the Ferris wheel. Thank you, Izuku. What for? For being here with me and making me feel something again. It's been difficult to have a normal life ever since that BSTRD put my mother away. She gently traced a hand down the scar over right eye. Of course. And you know, the feeling's mutual. She gave a look of confusion at the boy's statement. I've grown slightly cold to anyone in my own age group. The only other people I know think of me as a monster or a villain. You've showed me that there are some truly nice people out there. People see you as a villain? No, just my school. It just happens to be run by an awful principal, who couldn't care about how my classmates or teachers treat me. I'm sorry. She had a frown on her face now. To her, she had brought up a bad part of Izuku's past. Hey, it's fine. I couldn't care less about them. The road they're taking is a dead end, so if they don't shape up, then they will get nowhere in life. That's good. Well, here we are. The two had stopped at the large gate surrounding the much larger house. Thank you again. For this specifically. I haven't been to go to a carnival for as long as I can remember. It's no problem. If you ever want to do something like this again, just let me know. Yeah, I think I YMMM. The last part of her sentence was replaced by a muffled sound as Izuku kissed her lips. And the crowd goes wild. They stayed connected for a few seconds, before Izuku backed away. And thank you, was all the wolf said before walking away with a smile. Shoko was shocked but couldn't hide her smile. It turned into a small giggle when she saw the wagging of Izuku's tail. Time skip. 8 months. Do you, Yagi Toshinori, accept Inko Midoriya to be your lovely wedded wife, now and forever? I do. And do you, Inko Midoriya, accept Yagi Toshinori to be your lovely wedded husband, now and forever? I do. Then you may kiss the bride. The now married couple embraced into a loving kiss. Everyone in the building erupted into a mass cheer as the wedding party began. The Yagi family of 3 sat at the table with 4 others. Next to Izuku, who sat next to his father, was Shoko, who he invited when he learned the date of the wedding. The other 3 seats were taken by the Bakugo family. You can bet your butt that sheet is about to go down. Mitsuki was next to Inko. The 2 lifetime friends were chatting about the normal excitement of wedding stuff. Much to Izuku's relief, Katsuki was sitting between Mitsuki and Masaru. He didn't like him being at the same table regardless, but as long as the blonde BSTRD played nice, he wouldn't have to beat some but later. He had to admit though, the look on his face when he saw that he had brought along a girl was great. And the face he made when he found out that she was the number 2 hero's daughter almost made Izuku break down laughing, right then and there. They were all having some of the wedding cake when the music started. Turns out, Shoko loved to dance. No matter how much she said that she was terrible at it, once she got started it was amazing to see how long she went for. So of course, when a song came on, they looked to each other with a grin. They were on their 4th song now without having taken any breaks. Izuku more or less caught his mother recording them from the table a few times, but he just enjoyed the moment. On the 5th song, it changed into slow romantic music. And with no hesitation, the couple took hands. They were accompanied by both Izuku's and Katsuki's parents, as well as some other couples that were invited. The training they had been doing for the last 9 months had somehow done wonders for their synchronization, as they gracefully took step after step. The next song was a mixer, which meant whenever the beat changed the partners of each couple would switch among themselves. On one of his switches, he had ended up with his old mentor. Iring. It's so good to see that you could make it. What do you mean, pup? I'm retired. I have all the time in the world. You think I would miss my friend's wedding? The 2 chuckled for a bit before Iring spoke again. So, when are you going to introduce me to your lady friend? She looks lovely. That's Shoko. She's Endeavor's daughter actually. He was getting all kinds of faces today. All of which made him laugh. Holy crap, kid. When I said to show that you're an alpha, I didn't mean to go for the kid of the number 2 hero. Ha ha ha, well it just kind of happened. She's a great person and treats me like one. I couldn't have asked for a better first girlfriend. Izuku decided to look for said girl on the dance floor. Her scent directed him to the corner of the room. The image was upsetting. There she was, dancing with motherfucking Katsuki. From the look on his face, he was up to some awful shit. He appeared to be whispering something in her ear. Izuku focused his ears in their direction to make out what he was saying. At BSDRD's just a freak. If you stay with him, you'll just end up getting hurt. If you come with me, I'll be sure to keep you safe. Just dump that mutt, and I'm all yours. Izuku wanted nothing more than to rip out his jaw. And from the look on Shoko's face, so did she. Somehow in the crowd, Katsuki's eyes landed straight on him. He gave a devilish grin, before he lowered his hand way too close to Shoko's rear. Izuku's instincts were telling him to tear the boy apart, and 4 runes flared without him trying. In no time, Izuku took 6 large steps. 3 more, and he was close enough to devastating the fucker's entire arm. But, before he could take those last 3 steps, Shoko grabbed the blonde by the collar and decked him straight in the throat. Katsuki fell back against the nearby wall coughing uncontrollably with his hands protecting his neck. Don't. Fing. Touch me. Izuku has never seen such a look on the girl. He was just glad that she didn't show that kind of emotion during their spars. Seeing that the problem was already dealt with, Izuku took hold of the girl's hand, which she gratefully accepted, and the 2 of them walked out of the building, avoiding the looks they got from nearly everyone in the room. The party ended shortly after, since it had become slightly awkward after the pair walked out, and the blonde threatened anyone who came close. His threats were null as Mitsuki put even more hurt on the boy for his disrespectful behavior, which made it even more awkward for everyone there. Meanwhile, Izuku and Shoko had gone to Endeavor's gym to let off some steam. They were beating on 2 poor training dummies, hitting them with full force. I can't believe that you go to the same school as that rat. Izuku's snarl turned into a confused expression as he looked to her. He said it when we were dancing. Your entire life, you had to deal with that? Her voice was full of resentment at referring to the JRK, as she went and sat on a bench along the wall. Izuku followed behind. Not actually, it was only until 4 years ago that his attitude really got out of hand. I just hate that I wasn't able to stop it in time. I always thought of Bakugo as the blunt loud type. But then out of nowhere, he's suddenly this DMN snake. I'm also really sorry about how he touched you. I was actually glad that he did. Gave me a perfect reason to return the favor in the form of crushed windpipe. I was upset to begin with when he said all those bad things about you. She leaned on Izuku during the last sentence with her head resting on his shoulder. I've grown so used to it, it just sounds like a child having a temper tantrum. Shoko gave a small giggle and looked up to Izuku, who returned the gaze. The two inched closer and connected a kiss. Shoko placed a hand on his shoulder while the boy wrapped his around her waist. They were getting a little too far into it for one's their age but were stopped by a laughter. Ha 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 ha. The pair jerked their heads to the entrance of the gym and saw Endeavor has been watching them. This is even better than what I hoped. Congratulations, both of you. I couldn't have asked for a better father of my grandchildren. Both teens were confused and upset. Their NTMT time had been interrupted and now the number 2 hero was talking about them having kids? But it was Shoko who first responded. Why do you always have to do this? Can't I just have a normal relationship without you having to butt in? Oh, but Shoko, it is in my best interest to make sure that my daughter has a healthy relationship with someone who is worthy of giving you their seed. The couple were blushing but were also furious. Sir, I would very much appreciate if you were to leave. Izuku's voice was deep and held a commanding tone to it. The intimidation was furthered when smoke escaped his lips. I wouldn't begin to act so bold at this point, boy. Endeavor gave a short laugh with a closed mouth, before walking out the room. After all, I still expect great things from you. Then it was just the two of them. Their previous teenage hormones were replaced by seething anger twice that night. The last week had a lot of tension when Endeavor came upon the two after the third Bakugo incident. Now, he acted like Shoko was due any day, which was very odd for the both of them. Alright Midoriya, you only have 2 weeks until the entrance exam. So today, you and I will be doing a physical test, by combat. Izuku was a little worried about the words that came out of the number 2 hero's mouth. We're going to fight? We have 2 weeks until the entrance exam. Both males turned to the female with a look of confusion. I don't need you DMN. Recommendation to get into UA. So, I'm doing it my own way. TCH, very well then. If that's the case, then you both will fight me. Shoko secretly grinned as she now had her chance. Now, take your positions. Izuku shifted into light form and 4 runes glowed, while Shoko got into a nearly impenetrable stance. Come at me with everything you got. Izuku stuck his arm out and dug his claws into the ice, catching a ride on the glacier that Shoko sent towards her opponent. Endeavor responded with a gout of fire that destroyed the ice, leaving Izuku to fall through the air. Too bad for you, I'm fireproof. The thought was finished when the wolf landed with a powerful kick to the spot that Endeavor was in just a second prior. He didn't let up though, as he rushed towards the hero with the intention to wound. With the first punch, Endeavor dodged to the left. Using the punch's momentum, he crouched down and swung a long leg outward in the hopes the attack would connect. Instead, he was bathed in a valley of fire. Izuku slightly freaked out before he realizes he could use the cover to his advantage. The predator watched as the hero's gaze turned to counter the incoming ice. That was when he strikes with a heavy punch to his heel, slowing the flame hero's movement speed. Endeavor let out a grunt as he fell to one knee, feeling the impact, but still managed to handle the attack from Shoko. Aiming for the cheekbone, Izuku did a double take as he executed the attempt. The wolf was met with a punch to the gut as the hero tilted his head back to evade. Shoko acted on the opening and came in with a leaping roundhouse kick to the back of his head. Using the given opportunity, Izuku gave a kick of own straight to the chest. Endeavor stumbled back but caught his balance with years of experience. Izuku had the stamina and the healing factor to take anything the man could dish out, which was exactly why he started with an opening assault. Depending on the results, Shoko would further the assault, or assist her teammate. It was Endeavor who charged first this time. With a flaming fist, he swung for the wolf. Not fearing the fire, the target caught the punch with both hands as he was pushed back a few feet. Gotcha, was all he heard of the boy before ice shot up the other side of body. The pair joined in for a high five, seeing as the hero was trapped. Assuming a villain is caught unless they are knocked out, will kill you both in the real world. A crack is heard before the ice is shattered and before either could react, a backhand connected with the side Shoko's head. She landed several yards away and appeared to be knocked out. Izuku snarled and turned back just in time before another fist went over him. Endeavor went to kick the low form but was met with thick smoke to the face. With his vision obscured he jumped back. When his vision came back, he was slightly taken back by the entity before him. Izuku had fully transformed and now was on the same eye level of the man. The wolf's eyes had bad intentions, and they were staring straight at Endeavor's throat. With a short roar, the predator advanced on all fours at alarming speed. The number 2 hero was barely able to react with a flaming fist aimed for head. 1. Use their strength against them. With a large hand, Izuku caught the fist that prevented any fire to be projected. Izuku made sure to dig his claws in more than necessary as he lifted Endeavor straight into the air before swiftly bring him down on his back, the impact creating a small crater in the ground. The flaming man managed to jump up before the clawed hand could come down on his face. The two confronted each other with a flurry of attacks. Shoko was slightly confused. Her head hurt. A lot. She raised a hand to her left temple and saw that there was now blood on her fingers. She was also constantly hearing grunts and growls. Finally, it clicked. She jolted upward to see an incredible sight. Not only was Izuku in his full form, but he was going toe-to-toe with the number 2 hero. She attempted to stand but her head was throbbing. Her center of balance was making it too difficult to maintain a standing position. Even though she hated it, all she could do was watch. Endeavor went in for another right punch to Izuku's snout. 2. Exploit their weakness. The wolf dodged to the left just before the fist connected. In that moment, his instincts flared. So, he opened his maw. And bit down. Endeavor yelled as many sharp teeth dug into the middle of his forearm with blood emerging from the multiple punctures. 3. Execute. The wolf then pivoted as he threw the hero over him once more, this time making him land on his stomach. He tried to get up but halted when a large hand grasped itself around his head, completely ignoring his flaming hair. If Izuku had decided to squeeze any tighter, 5 small daggers would have pierced into his skull. Endeavor finally yielded when a deep growl threatened to slam his head into the ground. In the blink of an eye, the wolf was off Endeavor and was by Shoko's side, who was still fascinated at seeing her father just lose. Her expression gained a blush as the wolf carefully picked up the girl bridal style and walked out the room. A minute later, Shoko was lying on her bed as Izuku got changed into the spare clothes he brought in the bathroom. He came out with some medical supplies and a wet rag. The boy then gently lifted her head and rested it on his lap. With some winces of pain and patience, Izuku had cleaned up the wound and prevented it from letting out more blood. The entire time, not a single word was said. Izuku cupped Shoko's cheeks and planted a kiss on her forehead. Just 2 more weeks and you can get away from him. I don't think I can ever get out of his clutches. Well, he better. Otherwise, I'll bite all the way through next time. Shoko always loved it when he got this way. Whenever he got protective, his instincts took over half of his mind. It was amusing to watch, and usually the best time to pet him. She raised a hand and began rubbing the spot between his ears. Izuku's face turned into one of pleasure as his ears lowered. You're cute. You know that? MMMMHM. The boy was too distracted to give a proper answer, but she accepted it anyway. After a minute of Izuku enjoying the head scratches, he looked down to Shoko. It was 2 weeks until the exam. He needed to do this now. Hey, Shoko? Yes? I know that this is a tough subject for you, but I want to help you use your fire. She stopped rubbing his head and sat up, now facing away from Izuku. And why is that? DMN, he thought that he managed to get rid of that cold voice of hers a long time ago. Listen. You shouldn't let your connection with your father be the reason you can't use the power that you were born with. I hate to see you hold yourself back. No matter how strong your ice is, you're only using half your strength. Shoko's hands tightened on the sheets. Endeavor may be you father, and he may have given you flames. But it's up to you on how to use them. Endeavor used his fire to hurt. So, use yours to help. I don't know. It's your fire. And no one can ever take that away from you. It was silent for what felt like hours. Then he heard the sob. He noticed that she was shaking slightly. Another sob. Izuku scooted himself up the bed to wrap his arms around the girl. He didn't want her to cry, but if it was necessary to make Shoko see reason, then it was a hard sacrifice he would make. A sacrifice that didn't go in vain as he saw the steam come from her left side. It was just a week until the exams. Izuku was heading home from training at Endeavor's. He had just opened the door when he immediately spotted the figure in the middle of the living room, facing him. Dad, what are you doing? You look like a merchant from the black market. He wasn't wrong. Toshinori was sitting with just the light of a single dim lamp, making his blue eyes shine brighter. He was leaning forward with his elbows on his knees and his fingers wrapped together, covering his mouth. Sit down, son. Well, sheet, if Toshinori wasn't laughing at one of his jokes, then this was serious. Izuku sat down on the sofa that was next to the chair that Toshinori was in. Izuku, as you know, I am All Might. The greenette flicked his ears for any other sounds in the house and looked around the room for anyone else. There is no need to worry. Inko is out with Mitsuki tonight. When you discovered my identity that day in the tunnel, I told you the story of how I kept it as a secret. But what I didn't tell you was how I became a hero. What do you mean? My boy, it is time I told you about One for All. 1. For. All. One story about OFA later. That's amazing. Your power is from the accumulation of 8 generations. But what I don't understand is why you're telling me this. Isn't it obvious? I'm giving you two options here, take the power or walk away. The decision is entirely up to you. That's a lot to take in. What will happen to my original quirk? One for all is a stockpile quirk, remember? It'll give you even more power than before. And what will happen if I walk away? The real reason the UA hired me was because Nedzu was helping me get a higher chance of finding a successor. Although it was more of a backup at this point. What do you mean a backup? Well, for the last 4 years, my choice was you. Izuku was at a loss for words at that point. The number one hero was offering Izuku his power. Dad, I don't want to make it sound like I'm saying no, but I think we should wait until I get into UA. That way, you can make sure there isn't anyone else that could be a potential successor. I see, that is good thinking of you. I trust that you'll keep a lookout for me. Of course, Dad. The next holder of one for all can't just be anyone. The day before the entrance exam, Izuku and Shoko were doing something that they didn't get the chance to very often while at her house, relax. Endeavor would usually have them training for the whole day, but he was out on some business, so they had the whole house to themselves. But that doesn't mean they weren't being productive. When the fire cleared from the target, they could see that the temperature was almost as hot as Endeavor's. Izuku looked proud while Shoko seemed excited. I never realized how good that felt. She was looking at her left arm with wide eyes. Whenever they got the chance to use the gym without the number 2 hero around, they practiced Shoko's fire. Yeah. I don't know how to explain it, but I know how you feel. I just don't know how he'll react when he finds out that I've been using my fire. He hated the way that Endeavor has ingrained into her mind that using her flames would mean that she accepted her fate of being #it was like giving a toy to a child but telling them that they couldn't play with it unless they did it in the way the parent told them to. It was getting easier for Shoko to be able to use the second aspect of her quirk since she had Izuku to help her instead of her father. It doesn't matter what he thinks or what he does. He can't control you. He never has. He managed to get a smile out of her before she looked at the clock on the wall. I guess it's getting pretty late. We'll be needing our rest for tomorrow. Izuku gave a disappointed look. Why does time always have to interfere? The look that Shoko gave him said that she was up to something. Well, think about it this way. When we both pass, we will be moving into our own dorms at UA. Yeah. And we won't have anyone disturbing us. Was all she said before walking away. Oh geez. Here they were. This is it. Right in front of them. This was the first big step to attaining their dreams of being a hero. Both Shoko and Izuku stood at the gates of UA. Although Izuku has been here before, the building still fascinated him. Come on, we don't want to be late for the practical exam. Don't fanboy out on me before we even see the heroes inside. She knew that last sentence would get the boy to head inside. Oh, that's right. I wonder who will be presenting the exam to everyone. I can't wait to find out. The pair then walked up the stairs and into the doors, with a pair of red eyes watching them. Sadly, Izuku wasn't able to sit next to Shoko. In fact, he had the pleasure of seeing Bakugo step into his aisle and sit next to him. This is going to be fantastic. Thankfully, Present Mike popped out from behind the curtains on stage before the two could go at each other's throats. Hello everybody. How are you all doing this fine day? Challenge accepted. Wee wee. Izuku's cry was followed by silence except for the sound of Shoko's silent laughter from somewhere across the room. Thank you, examinee, 7120. Now, let's go over the basic rules of the exam. Izuku was in the middle of paying attention to present Mix. Presentation of the goal of the exam but got the uncomfortable feeling of being watched. Gee, I wonder who that could be. Forest Fire eyes met crimson red ones. There was something odd about the way Katsuki looked though. Like he was looking at him, but not seeing him. It was a little unnerving to be honest. Could you stop? He whispered to make sure he didn't disturb other students. What is your deal? Hello? Did that tiny brain of yours finally pop? I'm going to jab you in the eye if you keep starry. And you, with the dog ears. Alright. Whose butt am I kicking? Izuku looked back out to the many seated students and saw one in particular standing and pointing right at him. He was tall, wore glasses, had dark blue hair, and apparently, a death wish. The hell do you want? Can't you see I'm busy? If you consider talking with friends busier than listening to important information on the exam, then I think it would be best if you leave, this instant. Okay. First off, this jerkwad is not my friend. Second off, why don't you take that stick out of your butt and go play fetch with it, then maybe you'll know what an actual dog quirk is. The blue-haired boy looked stunned at Izuku's response and looked to come up with his own before Present Mike stopped things from getting out of hand. Please, please. There's no need for everyone to get riled up here. I know that tensions are high right now, but that doesn't mean you can take it out on others. Glasses seemed to get the message before his previous question was answered about the zero-pointer. Once again, Izuku wasn't able to be by Shoko because they were in different districts. He was really excited about the mental image of having her ride on his back while in full form while she threw ice spears at the robots. Sigh, another day perhaps. Speaking of full form, he figured it would be best if he used it here to rack up the most points. But there was just one problem. There was nowhere to change. Izuku looked over to every corner to see that there wasn't a single empty one. Great. Guess I'll just have to do this the more embarrassing way. Izuku went as far away from anyone as possible and let out a controlled pillar of smoke. This way he can change without anyone seeing him. Not only were you disrespectful during the presentation, but no, you're just causing a distraction from everyone. Traah. The same boy who called the wolf out from earlier was now outside his pillar just as it began to dissipate. He was trying to scold the greenette when he saw the massive glowing orange eyes through the puffs of smoke. After the smoke had completely vanished, all that was left was a 6-foot werewolf standing on its hind legs. Ayuyurti the demon wer. Izuku gave a growl while taking a step forward. To his glee, the boy fell backwards. Serves you right? The wolf deposited his clothes in the corner and took position at the front of the starting line. Instead of everyone warming up for the exam, they all just stared in awe at the beast saying all sorts of things. The very beast they spoke of could hear everything they said. Isn't that the demon werewolf? I thought they sent him to prison. No, you idiot, didn't you see him on TV earlier this year? Didn't he save someone? I heard he ate them afterwards. What a bunch of idiots. Go. The only thing that was left of the wolf was a dust cloud as he launched into the opening gates with the power of 4 runes giving him strength. The first robot was a test to see how well he handled himself against its metal structure. He mentally grinned when it felt like his claws cut through butter as the destroyed 1P fell to the ground. Let the hunt begin. It took absolutely no time for Izuku to score over 50 points. The reason he says over is because he lost count afterwards and was now just playing with his prey. He bit the arm off a 3P before using it to bash its head in. He lifted the dead robot and hurled it at a 2P that was about to strike another examinee. 2 3-pointers came at him at once. He severed the arm of the first one that tried to hit him, then leapt onto the other. He clamped his teeth around top part of the metal head and pulled. Izuku let out an ember storm within the exposed mechanics of the robot, before jumped to slash the second one. He was having a blast. He never got chances like these to let his instincts go wild, telling him to tear apart every robot in his district. The 3 PS were the most fun, but the 1 PS were a bore. A singular strike was enough to decommission it. Another one zoomed toward him with both of its hands extended. Izuku grabbed the arms and pulled them outward. He placed a long leg at the center of its chest plate before pulling with his arms and pushing with his leg. The results were an armless robot that was having problems processing that it no longer had anything to attack with. It slightly amused him, before he sent a crushing slash to the top of its head. He spotted the metal heap leaking tons of fuel and got a great idea to make his own flame. When he had built up a large inferno, he targeted the next robot but spun just in time to catch the large rubber ball. A couple meters away was another 3P that had Gatling guns in each arm. Izuku bared his teeth before popping the ball in his hand. He knew that robots didn't have emotions, but he swore that he saw the thing flinch. Examination room. This year's examinees are truly something else. I can already see some with bright futures ahead of them. Nedzu was inspecting the computer screens before taking a sip of tea. It would seem that some of the applicants actually trained their quirks instead of just being cocky. Power Loader commented after. If that's the case, then I think it's about time to see if they've got what it takes. Eraserhead spoke from the back. I couldn't agree more. All Might, if you would do the honors. Yes, Nedzu. Toshinori pressed the button. Izuku was defending a small boy with purple ball for hair from a group of 5 robots. 2-3 PS, 2-2 PS and a 1P. They would be easy to dispatch of if he didn't have to protect the midget who looked like he was about to cry. The wolf growled as he impaled his claws straight through the 1 PS chest, and let it drop. The next to advance were 2P and 3P. He blocked the 3 PS fist and hit it with a powerful punch as he sent it crashing into the 2P. Come on. Is that all? The predator shut his teeth around the wheel of one of the robots and began swinging it around like a chew toy. He finished it off by letting it fly off into the nearest building. Just one more. The last 3P charged at him but ceased to exist as it was destroyed in Izuku's smoke cannon. Hold on, where's the 0P? Boom. The wolf dashed through multiple alleys before locating the sound of the destruction. Oh ho ho. It's like you're asking me to shred it. Izuku's initial plan was interrupted by a pained scream. He quickly located a girl whose legs were trapped under a pile of fallen concrete. The Zero P was dangerously close. For the first time in his life, the fifth gate followed his will. An explosion of fire-streaked smoke erupted around Izuku. As soon as it came, it cleared from the air. Now, he was 13 feet with full purple eyes. He had the same horns and back spikes from 4 years ago. He was Ragnarok. With speed that could put any speed quirk to shame, he charged straight to the girl. The girl was freaking out as the Zero P was inching closer by the second. She looked away when she heard a very deep boom and the large pillar of black smoke. When the smoke went away, it left a hulking wolf standing on its hind legs. Before she could freak out about that too, it was suddenly above her as it looked snarled at the Zero P. Is it protecting me? Her question was asked as the foot of the giant robot came down on them. She instinctively ducked her head from the impact. The impact that never came. The girl realized the situation before looking up to see that the tall wolf stopped the foot. Her savior had both hands against the metal. She saw that the collar on the beast had large waves of heat coming of it. Then, an explosion similar to the one the wolf emerged from, was shot out of its maw. The super-condensed smoke looked like a nova as it blasted through the limb. The shot traveled further, ripping the inside of the Zero P and shooting out the head. The only thing that was left was the outer shell that was outside the blast range. The remains of the robot were left unbalanced and fell backwards onto the ground. The impact of its landing shook the ground and several nearby buildings. Time is up. The wolf stood there, in a proud stance as it lifted its head and let out a triumphant howl that ended in a powerful roar. Purple eyes turned their gaze down to the brown-haired girl. She yelped slightly when she saw the large claws coming toward her. Claws latched onto the concrete and was effortlessly thrown to the side. The girl was surprised to have been lifted and placed in a sitting position in the palm of the unexpectedly gentle Titan. Every applicant was dumbfounded that the same beast on TV from 4 years ago had just annihilated the Zero P with a single attack. All except Ochako Uraraka. Unlike most other kids, she didn't have the pleasure of watching TV every day. So, this was her first time seeing it. A few moments passed and a short old lady with a cane that was needle-shaped. Uraraka couldn't help herself one bit as she saw the wolf's tail slowly wag. All right everyone. Recovery girl is on her way, don't you worry, just let me know if you have something hurting you and I'll be right over. The lady called out the crowd as she went to whoever had replied to her call. When she got to the end of line, she found the wolf crouched low with one paw placed in the ground, the other holding a girl. Well, that's not something you see every day. Do either of you have any injuries? Before the brunette could respond, she was lowered to recovery girl's level. That ankle doesn't look too lively. How about we fix that? With a simple kiss to her forehead, the ankle seemed to magically heal. Wow, thank you so much. The girl's smile was a perfect reason as to why the healer took this line of work. The girl jumped down and waved up to the wolf. And thank you. You really saved me back there. Her grateful smile turned into curiousness as the giant seemed to shrink. The horns sinking back into its body. The purple glow on its arms and legs turned orange. The eyes became a dazzling forest fire. The much smaller wolf somehow gave a noise that closely resembled a welcome before it walked away to retrieve his possessions at the starting area. During Shoko's exam. Maybe I should have taken the recommendation, the girl said to no one in particular. The robots are so simple it's boring. Because of Shoko's powerful long-ranged attacks, defeating the robots was a stroll in the park. Literally. With each step, she would destroy robots with both fire and ice. Some other applicants were slightly frustrated when they tried to steal some of the robots that were targeting her but were already taken care of by the time they tried. Not my fault you weren't prepared. Things only seemed to get interesting when the ground seemed to shake as a group of kids were down the street screaming. She looked up at the giant figure of the Zero P. I bet Izuku is having a great time obliterating your sibling. A kid ran past her yelling that she should run as well. No. Steam emitted from her left as the ground on her right froze over. I don't think I will. Exam room. Every teacher that was sitting was on the edge of their seats. Every teacher that was standing wished they were sitting. But all the teachers were slack-jawed as they watched, not one, but 2 Zero P get taken out. The first had the same 13-foot wolf from 4 years ago. The robot's entirety seemed to be in half as most of it was reduced to atoms from the dark blast. The second showed a dual hair-colored girl that had sent a massive spiked glacier at the robot, impaling the bottom half and stopping its movement. Then afterwards shot a powerful flame to its head. The only noise out of everyone was the maniacal laughter of the principal. I still can't believe it. I was in control. The fifth rune bent to my will and I used it to save that person. And then you. You actually used your fire. IIJ dash. Oh my gosh. Izuku fell back onto the bed, landing next to Shoko, who was smiling at his behavior. Are you done? Heh. I'm just really excited. So I've heard. For the last hour. It hasn't been an HO. Izuku attempted to correct the girl but was stopped short as he saw that it was indeed an hour later. Hee, I guess I got carried away again. MMHM. So, now we have to wait another 2 weeks for the letters to come in. Ugh. Don't. Remind me. We did all that hard work and now we have to wait even longer just to find out if we even did good or not. Shoko announcer. I'm not worried about our results, I know that we both nailed it. It's just the other people there. What if they're just the same as the ones in middle school? I thought you didn't care about what others thought. I don't care about people who had no lives ahead of them. UA is a place for aspiring heroes. Someone who would show hostility to me just because I had some camera time means that they are unfit to be there. That makes sense. That also reminds of that blue-haired boy that called you out in front of all the other examinees. Ugh. Don't remind me. It wasn't even my fault. The blonde BSTRD was staring at me like a weirdo. Staring at you? Yeah. Like he was shooting me with imaginary laser eyes. The boy widened his eyes in a comical way and made hand gestures that imitated laser beams. Boo boo boo. Ahahaha. The rest of the day was of the couple having wholeheartedly fun, just living through life until the day came that they received that letters that will forever change their lives. Izuku's ear flicked. Fuyumi's in a rush. She's headed here actually. Both the teens turned towards the door when moments later, and sure enough, Fuyumi bursts through. Shoko! Your letter. All three began to get excited as Shoko takes the letter and opens it. The faces of excitement turn into confusion as she pulls out a small metal disc. Izuku spots the small button on the side and points it out. The disc was then placed on her desk as all three watched a holographic All Might appear. The boy was slightly surprised as the girls looked on in amazement. If only you knew. Shoko Todoroki. It is I, All Might, and I am here to inform you of your test results. I am glad to say that you did splendid on the written exam, getting one of the highest scores of 98%. Fuyumi gave her sister a congratulating hug. But that's not all. I must say that you did some real hero work in the practical. Not only did you easily dispatch of the villains, but you also stopped the 0p from causing further havoc on the other applicants. Very well done. With villain points combined with your acts of heroism, you gained a total of 127 points. A record that hasn't been achieved in quite some time. So, with that, I welcome you to your Hero Academia. Izuku joined in on the hug. Come on guys, it's not that surprising. Even though she protested that it was evident, she still enjoyed the affection from the two. Oh, alright sis. But you better get packing, can't be slacking now just because you got in. I would assume that your letter has also arrived, Izuku. Yeah, I was just going to check that myself. Izuku commented. Well then, whatever it is, I wish you luck. Though I'm sure you got in. The older Todoroki made her way to the door before whipping around and giving a mischievous smile. Behave you too. Then quickly shut the door. Fuyumi. Izuku was jogging on his way back to his own home after he and Shoko agreed to meet up after packing. They were both certain that Izuku had gotten in after all. Once the mailbox came into sight, Izuku opened the latch and looked inside, only to find that there wasn't any kind of letter from UA. Maybe mom or dad already picked it up? The wolf bounded up the steps and entered his home. After closing the door behind him and an easy search, he saw both Inko and Toshinori sitting on the couch in positions that said they were expecting him. Hi, have either of you seen my letter? Shoko just got hers, so I thought that it would be here. Nope. That's because you're not getting one. It was Toshi who answered. What? Why not? Izuku made no effort to hide his confusion and the slightest bit of panic at the thought of not actually passing the exam. Because I would much rather be the one to give to you. Just like that, Izuku's concern was replaced by confusion and anticipation of what Toshi meant. With some talking with the principal, he has allowed me to tell you your results of the exam personally. At his father's explanation, Izuku felt the swelling anxiety deflate from his chest. Well, that was nice of him. Izuku said as the blonde nodded in agreement. It was very much appreciated. But on to more important matters. Izuku straightened up, preparing for the exam results. You placed second in the written part of the exam with a score of 98%, same as Shoko. I'm proud of you. The newer members of the Yagi family looked pleased and joyful as Toshi's smile grew bigger. But that was just half of it. And to say that you took that practical exam by storm is an understatement. You managed to get over 50 points in the first 4 minutes. This time, the Greenettes looked shocked. Izuku knew that he was destroying robot left and right, but that's insane. On several occasions you even protected others when they were having trouble. So, the total amount of your points together is. For the single second that filled the air of stressful silence to the answer that would determine the fate of Izuku's future, mother and son waited in great patience. 216 points. I beat All Might's record. The sentence full of disbelief that left Izuku's mouth caused the smile from the blonde to widen even further. Indeed, you did, my boy. Congratulations. You are officially a student of UA. Izuku and Shoko wasted no time in collecting their things and getting ready to occupy the dorms at UA. The two were given a ride by Inko and Toshi, who also helped load in their things into their rooms. Inko helped Shoko on the girls' wing and Toshi helped Izuku. For a minute, the boy could only just stare at the nearly empty room. It felt as if every step was a dream. The dream that he had in his grasp. He was brought back to reality as Toshi placed a hand on his shoulder. I know that you're going to do great things here. And know that I will be rooting for you all the way, no matter what. The reassurance of his father caused him to pull the man into a hug. I couldn't imagine where my life would be without you here. Toshi gave a hug of his own to the small boy. Me neither. Wow, looking good in here you too. The two females had got done before them because of their hearted moment. Thanks, there's just 2 more things to put up. Izuku responds and takes out the last items from the box and places them on the end of his desk. One was of the family during their vacation that Toshi proposed on. Both adults looked to each other, reminiscing in the fond memory. The other was a picture of Izuku and Shoko dancing on the wedding night. Shoko blushed and avoided gaze, as the older couple chuckled. A few times during their move-in, the two encountered some other students who wanted to be early just as they did. So, they headed down to the dorm's main room to scout any possible new friends. The pair had come down the stairs to see that there were only 4 people scattered throughout the large living area. The first person for Izuku to notice was the same blue-haired JRK that smelt of a car engine. He was sitting at a table, seeming to be studying. Damn it. The second was a girl with a long ponytail of black hair. It was Shoko who realized the mature physique that she had. She was currently sitting on a couch, reading a book. The third was another boy that had a head of a crow. Black hair that came in the shape of feathers came out the back of his head. He was doing nothing as he sat on the couch with his eyes closed and arms crossed. The fourth was a very tall boy who was using 6 arms to solve a Rubik's Cube. He was wearing a mask over his mouth and his light gray hair was styled to cover all except his eye. Surprisingly enough, it was the crow to notice them first, as he opened his eye, inspected them for a second, then went back to minding his own business. The pair walked out to one of sofas as they sat across from the girl reading her book. It was awkwardly quiet for the longest time until Shoko looked over to Izuku, who she realized was staring at the girl in front of them. She felt slightly betrayed as she pinched him on the arm. Ah, what was that for? He made sure to keep quitter this time to make sure he didn't attract the attention of the blue-haired boy. What do you think you're doing? Thankfully, she kept an equally quiet tone. I was trying to figure out why she was reading a book of schematics. Shoko thought about the statement before looking at said book. She didn't have the same enhanced vision as Izuku but could still tell that it was different among others. Oh, sorry for assuming. It's alright, it's my fault for making it look that way. Okay, maybe we got here a little too early. Everyone is acting like the first person to speak will get shot. Izuku said it in a dramatic way as he closed the door to his room. The two retreated from the suffocating silence after a whole 20 minutes. Maybe everyone is just nervous? Just like you said earlier, today is the first day of the most important day of our lives. And maybe that scares some of the other people. The words made sense in Izuku's head as he gave an agreeing hum. The boy sat on the edge of the bed as the girl sat in the middle just behind him. Yeah, you're right. Besides, today is just supposed to be for everyone to move in. There aren't any classes until tomorrow. So that probably means most of the other students won't be arriving until later tonight. I just don't understand what we're supposed to do until then. Before a thought could come to mind, the wolf caught the sudden strong scent of Shoko. Said girl, pressed herself against Izuku's back and whispered into his ear. I know plenty of things we can do. The shiver that went up the boy's back left goosebumps on his body. Without hesitating, he turned and pinned the temptress to the bed. You know just the way to get me going. He was answered with a stuck smile from the girl as they embraced with a kiss. The breathing of the two became heavier with each passing second. Shoko had both hands on his back as she wrapped a leg around his waist. Izuku glided a hand across her body and used the other to cup the girl's cheek. He was just about to send the hand to her rear when some god out there decided to F with them. Knock knock. Hello? Is anyone there? I really need some help with getting some of my things into my room. Sunuva bye. 20 minutes later. Hey man, I really appreciate you helping me out. I got a little carried away when packing up some of my things. The boy had vibrant blonde hair with a lighting streak of black on his left side. Aha, is that all of it? The wolf wasn't exactly happy about the apparent curse that prevented him and Shoko from having 5 god DMN minutes to themselves, but he couldn't exactly be mad at the boy. Yeah, that's all. Thanks again. What's your name, dude? The blonde asked just as Izuku was turning away. Izuku Yagi Midoriya. What about you? I put Yagi in the middle because it sounded smoother that way. If it breaks any rules on how Japanese culture works, then let me know. I'm Denki Kaminari. It was nice meeting you. And again, thanks for the help. Anytime. Now if you'll excuse me, I have some other things to ATT. Hey you too. Come on down to the commons area. Everyone is having a get-together. Deep inhale. Deep exhale. A majority of the students were in the room. Izuku's count of 19 went up 1 as he saw the same girl that he saved from the 0p. They exchanged glances, but the girl looked confused as Izuku sent a smile, because she didn't recognize the boy. But still returned the nice smile anyway. The couple were only upset about 2 things. 1, the boy with leg engines cast an uncomfortable look when he saw the green wolf's ears. 2, Katsuki Fing Bakugo. No further explanation needed. Everyone was positioned in a circle as the furniture was positions for all the students to face one another. After a few minutes of people making some small talk, the same girl who had the schematic booklet stood and explained the situation. Hello everyone. I gathered all of you here so that we can have the opportunity to get to know one another. I believe the best way for us to do that is for all of us to tell our names, hobbies, likes, dislikes, and our quirks. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but I highly encourage it. The idea was fairly good. An easy way to gain information on each of his classmates. The same girl spoke again, starting the get-together. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu. I enjoy reading, I like taking apart items and putting them back together, I dislike winter, and my quirk is called creation. It allows me to use the lipids in my body to create anything inorganic as long as I know the structure of the object I'm making. That's powerful. Izuku thought. Hi, my name is Mashireo Ojiro. My hobby is learning martial arts, I like sparring with others, I dislike people who cheat, and my quirk is called tail. It's pretty self-explanatory. Maybe I should spar with him sometime. It's super nice to meet you all. I'm Rikido Sato. My hobbies are all about baking, I like trying different foods, I dislike laziness, and my quirk is called sugar rush. Depending on the amount of sugar I eat, I gain tons of strength, but leaves me pretty tired afterwards. Very unique but has a big weakness. Hi everybody. My name is Mina Ashido. My hobby is dancing, I like dancing, I don't like homework, and my quirk is acid. It allows me to produce a substance from my body that imitates acid. This girl was especially lively. And I'm Ijiro Kirishima. My hobby is working out, I like manliness, I dislike people who aren't manly, and my quirk is harden. I'm able to make myself rock hard. It was only Izuku and the girl with long jacks on her ears that heard the snicker from somewhere in the room. I'm Toru Hagakure. My hobby is babysitting, I love playing games, I don't like scary movies, and my quirk is invisibility. I think mine's pretty self-explanatory as well. I'm still able to get a good picture of her using her scent. Good day to all of you. I am Tenya Ida. My only hobby is running, I like sticking to the rules, and I dislike villains. My quirk is engine, which gives me engines in my legs, giving me speed and powerful kicks. Yeah, and a stick up the butt. Kyoka Jiro. My hobby is making music and I like listening to music. I don't like loud and obnoxious people, and my quirk is earphone jack. It gives me these jacks on the end of my lobes that I can use to attack and can hear through walls. Again, very unique. The next person didn't speak but used sign language. Good thing that Izuku taught himself how to use it, since he couldn't speak in his full form. So, he spoke for him. He says his name is Koji Koda. His hobby is taking care of animals at the pound, and he likes all kinds of animals. He dislikes bugs, and his quirk is Ani voice. It allows him to speak with animals. Koda gave a thankful look before the next person went. It was Bakugo. I'm Katsuki Bakugo. Hobby is training, I like exposing people for who they are, I hate people who try to be something they're not, and my quirk is called explosion. My quirk gives me the ability to secret nitroglycerin-like sweat from my hands that I can blow up at will. There were some exchanged looks at the blonde's likes and dislikes, but things continued. Why hello everyone. I go as Yuga Aoyama. My hobby is fashion design, I love everything that dazzles, and I hate ugly. My quirk lets me shoot lasers from my belly button that is called navel laser. I remember seeing him in the same district as me. His quirk is stronger than it sounds. I'm Tsuyu Azui, but I prefer you to call me Tsu. My hobby is swimming, I like it when it rains, and I don't like fire. It's not a personal thing, my quirk makes me weak to it. My quirk is called frog. It allows me to do everything a frog can do. Another animal mutation. Neat. Hi everyone. I'm Ochako Uraraka. I've never had much time for hobbies, but I love cats, and I don't like it when I'm underestimated. My quirk is called zero gravity, and when I touch something with all 5 of my fingers, I can make it weightless. Perfect for rescue missions. I'm Denki Kaminari. My hobby is playing video games, I like hanging out with friends, and I also don't like homework. My quirk is electrification. At any time, I can send electricity from my body in sizable volts. I am Mizo Shoji. My hobby is multitasking, and I like learning different ways to multitask. I hate people who judge. My quirk is called dupli arms. I'm able to change the end of my arms into any kind of other body part. He gave an easy example as a mouth on the end of one of his many arms spoke. I'm Hantasiro. It's not much of a hobby, but I enjoy helping around the house, and just having a good time. I don't like to procrastinate. My quirk is tape. I'm able to shoot super sticky tape from my elbows. Never seen one like his before. I am Fumikage Tokoyami. I am a collector, and I like being able to control my quirk, but dislike it when it gets out of control. It is called Dark Shadow. Just then, a small black creature popped over the boy's shoulder. Hey everybody. Ha. Nito Monoma. I'm fairly interested in learning about quirks. I like to test quirks, and I hate people who are cocky. My quirk is called copy, which allows me to copy the quirk of anyone I touch for 5 minutes. That's just incredible. I'm Shoko Todoroki. My hobby is training with my partner, I like to PSS off my father, and I hate him. My quirk is half cold half hot, my right side can produce ice, while my left can shoot flames. A number of people recognized her last name to be the same as the number 2 and wondered what he did to make his daughter so upset. Everyone's gaze turned to the wolf. Some had curious looks, those were the ones who didn't recognize him. Then there were the others who seemed worried, whether from his power or that they knew he had almost lost his mother, he didn't know. He was the last one to speak, so here goes nothing. My name is Izuku Yagi Midoriya. My hobby is being with the people I care about. I like to fight against strong opponents. I hate bullies. He made sure to look at Bakugo when he said that. Some people noticed. My quirk is called Fenrir. I have the properties and abilities of the Norse God. I am able to fully transform into a large wolf and project hot breath from my mouth. He purposely left out the part about his runes. They didn't need to know about that right now. It was silent for a few moments afterwards. Come on guys. Don't do this. Oh, so you're the one who saved me? It was Uraraka who broke the silence. Yeah. I saw that you were in trouble so I did what anyone else would do and helped. Izuku gave a kind smile as he remembered defending her. He noticed the guilty look in Ida's face as he looked to the ground. That transformation was super cool. I never knew that there was such a powerful quirk that could destroy the 0P in a single hit, other than All Mights. Wait. He saved you from the 0P. It was Kirishima who asked. That's so manly. Midoriya. Everyone looked to Ida who stopped staring at the floor. I wish to apologize for my behavior towards you that day. My actions were unacceptable, and the way I treated you was unbecoming of me. Can you forgive me? I can forgive anyone as long as they understand what they did wrong. Apology accepted. Maybe these people aren't as bad as I thought. Everyone transitioned into friendly chatting for the next few hours. It was going swell. Not a single person had negatively reacted to him being there. Minus Bakugo of course, who went back to his room the moment they were finished. He'll have to thank Uraraka and Ida later. Because right now he felt them being watched. If you're here to just chatter and make friends, then you might as well empty those rooms of yours. Building relationships with others is a waste of time. Try to fix that. The man in all black appeared out of the dark hallway like in a horror movie. He looked beat down and had eyes that looked like he was the insomnia incarnate. Without another word, the man turned to walk away. Not if Izuku can help it. Obviously you don't know what you're talking about. Everyone in the room looked to the wolf who had just challenged the creepy-looking man. Said man turned back to face the boy as he continued to correct him. There are plenty of reasons that a hero should have a sociable personality, calming down frightened citizens, discussing important plans, and communicating with fellow heroes. If you don't know that, then it's hard to believe that you're a hero here. Eraser head. The hero looked slightly surprised at first, but then morphed into a wicked grin. That's Aizawa-sensei to you. And congrats. You passed. This time, the hero walked away with no one stopping him. Even though he's rational, he's going to be a problem child, the man thought. The next day, Izuku and Shoko were in class 15 minutes early, along with a few others. Thankfully, things weren't as awkward as it started out the day before. Izuku and Tokoyami were having a conversation on the complications on controlling quirks, while Tsu approached Shoko. Hey Todoroki? Yes Tsu? I just want to let you know ahead of time. I'm pretty blunt. Oh, okay? Are you and Midoriya dating? The question caught her slightly off guard and turned to see that Izuku was far too distracted with Tokoyami to have heard the question. Shoko gave a nervous smile at being so easily caught. Not that they were actually trying to hide or anything. Heh, what gave it away? You remember my quirk, right? Gives you the abilities of a frog? Yeah. Including a sense of smell. When I saw you two come down the stairs, I realized that you had each other's scent. Oh. Well, good to know. She said that she was blunt, but DMN. After the bell rang and everyone was present, the door to the room opened. Thump. No one knew what to think as a large yellow caterpillar fell into the room. No one even attempted to after seeing it roll over to reveal that it had a face. The face of yesterday's boogeyman. What are you all staring at? Put these on and get outside. Each student grabbed the uniform that had their name from the front desk and headed to the changing rooms with haste. Alright kids, we're having a quirk assessment test, so get ready. The hero stated after everyone had made their way to the testing grounds. But what about the orientation? The question gained the girl a look from the teacher. Pointless, and a waste of time. You will all need every second to train yourselves to be heroes. Here at UA, the teachers have freedom to teach any way they see fit. And that's exactly what I plan to do. In middle schools you aren't allowed to use quirks in physical exams to obtain the best possible results, because the country still believes that everyone is created with equal power. It's not rational. Midoriya, you came in first place on the practical exam in both villain and rescue points. What was your score on the softball throw in junior high? Well, since my quirk gives me added base strength, it was around 113 meters, sir. Izuku heard the impressed mumbling around him at hearing his answer. Good. Now I want you to do the exact same thing, but use your quirk. Aizawa tossed a ball to Izuku, who caught it with ease. Just make sure that you don't leave the circle. The greenette walked into the painted white circle. If he was going to do this right, then he needed the preparations. Aizawa-sensei. Could you threaten me? It has something to do with my quirk. At his question, several students behind him gave each other questioning glances. The hero seemed to contemplate this before accepting Izuku's conditions. Izuku, since you got first place in the exam, I believe you have the capability to get first place in the overhaul test. If you don't, you will be expelled on the spot. As if someone flipped on a switch, the wolf felt the power of 4 runes course through his body. Even though they didn't understand what just happened, the rest of the class looked on in bewilderment at seeing his collar light up, all except for Shoko, of course. DMN, I thought getting the 5th would be easier now. Izuku had his uniform specialized that the top part could unzip down the middle in a way that it could hang from his waist. His lower body were of stretchy shorts instead of pants like the rest. First, he took off his shoes, then unzipped the shirt, while Shoko side-eyed the girls to make sure that they weren't looking more than they should. Finally, he transformed. His arms grew longer, and his legs become digitigrade. The dark green hair turned obsidian blue with lighter blue highlights as it also covered his entire body. His face morphed into a snout with large canines. The orange ring in his eyes grew larger as his sharp pupils dilated. Orange glowing streaks were designed along his limbs that had terrifying claws. Each student watched, as the boy, now werewolf, lowered onto all fours, dug its claws into the ground, pick up the ball with its teeth and aim high. There were a few silent seconds before a boom vibrated the air. From the wolf's mouth was a blast of black and orange. The force of the attack causing some cracks to form in the ground around Izuku. But it didn't stop. The shot went on for a full 7 seconds before the beam got smaller and smaller until it was no more. There was not a single sign that the ball even still existed until a beep was heard from Aizawa several moments later. He eyed the phone in his hand before showing the class. It read 13,052 meters. Know your limits, that way you can find the best way to improve yourself to become the best you possibly can be as a hero. Everyone was too stunned to even say anything as the next test was started. Next up was the 50-meter dash. It was just Izuku's luck to be paired up with Bakugo. You ready to eat dust, dog? The blonde didn't waste a second to insult him as soon as they got to the starting point. Izuku simply growled towards him and used his claws to gain attraction in the dirt, waiting for the robot's signal. Start. Bakugo's plan was to jump ahead and send an explosion to the mutt's face, but was knocked off balance himself when the wolf launched forward, creating a small shockwave. He got 1.64 seconds. Much to Izuku's and Shoko's amusement, he had to restart since he fell flat on his face right at the beginning. When it was Shoko's turn, she was up against 0. She skated across her ice as she propelled forward with fire. Hers was 3.47 seconds. The grip strength test was laughable, as the device was placed in the wolf's mouth and crushed with ease. Some people wondered if that was allowed but was approved by Aizawa. Shoko was able to create ice, not bend it constrict on objects like a snake, so she got an average score of 87 kilograms, with pure strength. On the standing long jump, Izuku crouched low and leapt. He didn't need much to clear the sandpit, but he needed to make sure that he got first place. No one else came even close to his score except Shoko, who shot a pillar of ice from her right side which made her sail through the air, and Bakugo, who used explosions to blast himself just as far. It looked as if Uraraka would get close before her gravityless flight was abruptly halted when she looked ready to hurl. For the repeated sidesteps, the claws on his feet made it easy for him to zip back and forth. For Shoko, she placed 2 stumps of ice for each foot to use as a brake pad. Izuku got first, while Shoko lost to Bakugo, who used explosions to aid him. The JRK was about to brag to the girl but was stopped when both Izuku and Aizawa caught onto him before he got the chance. When the ball throw came around, Shoko used her fire to blast the ball, getting a score of 841 m. A score that some exploding BSTRD didn't enjoy beating his own of 705. The sit-up test was odd since no one could hold the wolf's feet down, unless they wanted to get burned. Thankfully, he managed by, once again, digging his claws into the ground. Everyone collectively agreed the sight of a hellish-looking werewolf doing sit-ups was something that was not common, even in a world of quirks. Shoko was one of the only other ones still going with Izuku before the timer went off. It was the last test that had Izuku the most excited for, the long-distance run. It was what his body literally built for. The monstrous stamina of the wolf, and the speed given by his runes would shatter the old record. And that was exactly what happened as he flew past Ida and everyone else. The only one to somewhat keep pace was Yaoyorozu, who assembled a motorcycle. But even then, it was just as slow for the predator. When the tests were over, everyone gathered to Aizawa, including Izuku, who was back in his original form. Alright, now that all the tests are over, it's time to show you the results. With the press of a button, a holographic list was displayed, showing each student's place. Izuku Yagi Midoriya. Shoko Todoroki. Momo Yaoyorozu. Katsuki Bakugo. Tenya Ida. Fumikaji Tokoyami. Mizo Shoji. Monoma Nito. Mashareo Ojiro. Eijiro Kirishima. Mina Ashido. Achiko Uraraka. Koji Koda. Rikido Sato. Tsuyu Azui. Yuga Aoyama. Hanta Siro. Denki Kaminari. Kyoka Jiro. Toru Hagakure. Izuku spun to the teacher with the look of victory on his face. Ha! Midoriya, I must say, I never thought your quirk could be so strong. Siro said from across the room. It's not just the quirk, but the years of training that I had to go along with it. Yeah, that's no joke. Not only did you get first in almost all the tests, but also got first overhaul. So manly. You know who said this line? I was kind of worried at first that you would end up getting expelled. Uraraka being caring as always. Trust me, it was all according to plan. I work better under pressure. Literally. After the exam was over, everyone headed back to the commons room to discuss the day's events. Although only half of the class was present. Some were either too worn out, or just not feeling sociable. Midoriya? The person to call his name was Ida. Yes? You said that your quirk is based on the Norse God, Fenrir, correct? Yeah, it is. Why are you asking? I was curious about its origins, so I searched it up. I found the expected results, but something confused me. During the exam, you transformed into a much larger version of yourself along with some added details. I was not able to find anything regarding this form of you. Yeah, I had some difficulty finding that myself. But I'm not sure if I'm exactly comfortable telling. Aavu, please. Your quirk is so cool, I want to know. Of course, Ashido would be interested in the topic. The rest of the group announced their agreements as they looked to Izuku with hopeful expressions. Ugh, WL. According to legend, Fenrir has the capabilities to bring upon a horrible war to the land of the gods. The day that this happens is called Ragnarok. That's also the name of the form that I was in when I destroyed the Zero P, as well as the day in the mall 4 years ago. Izuku looked up to see that everyone in the room was staring at him in complete silence. Dude, you have a transformation named after a war between gods, that's so DMN cool. Izuku couldn't help the sigh of relief as his classmates collectively agreed with Sato. Later into the night, nearly everyone else has left to their dorm rooms. There was small idle chatter as Izuku felt a poke to his side. He looks over to see Shoko giving him the look. In a volume only audible to Izuku's ears did she speak. So, shall we continue where we left off? They had a problem, a slightly serious one. Both Izuku and Shoko had fallen asleep together in his room that night, and neither woke up early enough for the girl to sneakily move to the girl's wing. It was fairly easy for Izuku to keep this operation under wraps as Shoko got to her room and prepared for the day. When the two went down to the commons room, however, they had one more obstacle. Oh? Todoroki, there you are. You never answered your door this morning. Are you feeling well? It was Yaoyorozu that asked the question the moment they came around the corner. Well, sheet. Oh, of course. Sometimes I'm just a heavy sleeper. She was able to play it off well, but the smell of fear was pretty evident. To Izuku anyway. Well, at least you both managed to wake up when you did, because breakfast is ready. They turned to the voice that came from the kitchen. Sato was holding a few plates of pancakes with the help of Shoji. Something everyone learned was that Sato was a DMN good baker. It didn't take long before each student was satisfied with the warm meal. It was nearing the time for class to begin, so everyone cleaned up after themselves and made their way to the main building. The day started off with subjects that every school shared. The usual mathematics, English, history, and literature. All the classes led up to the most exciting few hours of the day, hero basic training. I am cawing through the door like normal person. In the blink of an eye, the #1 hero of all time burst through the door, not like a normal person. The whole class collectively brightened up as they saw All Might right before them. Although Izuku has had the man in his life for 4 years and has been his father for a while now, he was still excited to be taught along others. Welcome everyone, to Hero Basic Training. Here I will teach all of you what it means to be a pro. So, let's get into it, with a combat exercise. But of course, in order to look the part, you'll need these. Just then, multiple slots revealed themselves from the wall that held briefcases. Hero costumes. Shoko was looking over her own costume. After All Might dismissed them to change, she grabbed her case and headed to the girls' room. She was satisfied with the final look of it. She put it back down on the bench and began to undress. It was until she was completely topless that she heard the gasp from behind her. She turned back to see that Yaoyorozu was just behind her, along with the rest of the girls just staring at her. What? Is something wrong? She had no clue as to why everyone was looking at her that way. Todoroki, I don't mean to invade your personal life, but if you don't want anyone to see that, then you'll need to cover your neck better. The black-haired girl was blushing as she managed to get the sentence out. Shoko was confused obviously as she rubbed a hand down the side of her neck. She stopped when she felt the very familiar spot of where Izuku had left his mark on her last night. It was just low enough that it could be covered by a shirt, thankfully. The girl gave a small gasp of her own as she looked away with embarrassment. Wait, is that why you didn't answer your door this morning? Yaoyorozu cupped a hand over her mouth at the end of the question when Shoko turned back to give a cold look. This does not leave this room. Understand? It was more of a command than a question, but that just made sure that everyone else knew not to say anything. Whoa Todoroki, your costume looks so elegant. Thank you Uraraka. I appreciate the feedback. She was glad that the bubbly girl seemed to instantly forget what happened in the changing room but didn't take her reaction negatively when it was exposed. Izuku had helped her come up with a design for her costume, because she didn't exactly have the best mind for fashion. Because we all know that the canon version was trash. She was wearing a mainly light gray sleeveless shirt that had purple highlights along her neck and around the shoulders that fit snug to her torso. The parts that were gray had a hexagon pattern that gave it a strong texture look. Although they served no purpose other than some added looks, she had a metal cuff each on each wrist. The cuff on her right side had fake ice shards along the edges, while her left side had sketches of fire. For her legs, she was wearing a kind of combat pants that were slightly baggy. The pants were black, but had the same gray going down the sides. She also wore combat boots that could pack a serious punch. The last piece was a normal utility belt that had the common supplies for heroism. And yours looks really nice too. Shoko went to look at the other girl's costume. Well, I wasn't exactly specific with my costume, so I ended up getting a skin-tight bodysuit. Uraraka's sheepish smile changed when she saw the next person exit the changing rooms. The rest of the people in the group turned to see Izuku exiting the tunnel. He was also wearing a sleeveless shirt that came in the form of a zip-up jacket. It even came with the hood. The jacket was a dark blue with similar gray highlights. On the outside of the gray were bright orange streaks. He wore cargo shorts that were a lot stretchier than they looked. These were completely black, and just like Shoko, had a utility belt strapped around the waist. His Hus were specifically designed to be easily taken off at a moment's notice in case he need to do a sudden transformation. Besides the basic supplies, he had 3 small canisters of gasoline to make his own fire with. He may or may not have copied the design from Iring. Oh, that's so cool too. You look like a rogue or something. Uraraka gave her opinion on his costume as well, and the group agreed. It was a perfect match for how his quirk worked. Everyone was too distracted complimenting each other's costumes, that they didn't see the proud face on All Might, who coughed to gain their attention. As the saying goes, the clothes make the pros, and I must say that I agree. From here on out, remember that you are all heroes in training. Oh, you all look so cool, it's getting me ramped up. Now, shall we begin, you bunch of newbies? Through the explanation that All Might gave, the battle exercise consisted of a team of 2 heroes who had to defeat the 2 villains or retrieve their bomb. It was fairly simple but gave tons of opportunities for them to learn. Now let's draw lots to choose your teams. Is that really the best way? Ida, who looked like a robot knight, asked the question. Izuku was already thinking of some different strategies before he realized that everyone was looking at him with expecting looks. Apparently, they all saw him as the one who knew all. Since he got first in both exams, passed Aizawa's secret test, and had a quirk like no other. Oh, come on guys. You don't have to be a genius to know that you can't always be able to choose what heroes you partner up with in real situations. Correct. Who wants to go first? Izuku must have actually been Fenrir, because the gods wanted to make his life complete hell. Getting partnered with Uraraka was nice, but having to go up against the exploding jackass was a slap to the face. He wasn't worried about getting beat, it was just a waste of his time to try and knock down that ego of his a few notches. Yet here he was, in front of the building that the villains were in as well as the bomb. Unknown to him, Uraraka was studying him very closely. From what I've seen, his teeth match the bite marks. Could he be the one? Hey Midoriya, do you have any kind of plan? Yep. Well, what is it? Run. Huh? Before she could get an answer, they were given the signal to enter the building. Run. Without a second thought, she bolted inside the building and began running in random directions. Heh, now that's out of the way. Izuku entered the building and headed to the very middle. He chose a solid enough wall before he began to repeatedly punch it. The sound of his fist crunching the concrete could be heard throughout the entire building, but only needed to reach the blonde's ears. Not even a minute later, he can hear the rapid stomping of someone a floor above him. Izuku walks into the middle of the room and waits for the inevitable fight to take place. Has anybody else realized that there has been some tension between those two? It would seem that Kirishima was the first to catch on. They went to school together. Everyone looked to Shoko. Oh, so they're like old-time rivals. That's cool, Zero couldn't have been any more wrong. No. Her classmates flinched slightly at the sudden aggressiveness of the usually chill girl's shout. Bakugo is someone you don't want to have any kind of connection with. What do you mean? She didn't know who asked, but she was glad to answer. Think of someone who has every villain trait but wants to be a hero. I haven't known him as long as Izuku, but just from the short amount of time, I can safely say that he does not deserve to be here for the things he's done. The words held power just as much venom when referring to the explosive blonde. The students looked back to the screens as the two meet each other on the bottom floor. From the hall, Bakugo comes charging out, looking like a killer on the loose. Good. At least this dog knows how to stay. I'm slightly disappointed to be honest. He could see that Bakugo was caught off guard at his words. I figured you would have stuck your dirty little fingers into everyone's mind by now. After all, that was the only thing you were good at. I don't need to do anything to make them see that you're just a villain. The only reason I did that in junior high was because you did the same DMN thing. You seriously believe that I would go out of my way to hypnotize my fellow classmates? How thick-headed are you? Your head will be bashed up against that wall when I finally put you down. And there's nowhere for you to run. You're stuck with me. You know, it's real funny that you think that. Before I show you a whole world of pain, I thought I'd let you know that I'm still sad about what you did on my parents' wedding. And something else. You are a complete fool for thinking I'm the one that stuck with you. Before Bakugo could blink, Forest Fire eyes were just inches from his crimson. You are my prey. Somehow, Uraraka was able to find the bomb during her blind race around the building. The girl was peeking around the corner of the doorway to sight Ida monologuing next to her objective. She ducked back and went to press the button on her earpiece to speak into it when the whole building shook. The vibration had caused her and Ida to stumble to the floor. Surely, such extremities would be prohibited from the students to maim one another in simple battle exercises. Uraraka was still trying to process what the boy just said in the other room when the ground beneath them shook once more. What is going on down there? What is your plan, Midoriya? That's impossible. There's no way that you're human. Through the smoke, he could see the glowing eyes on the tall outline of a 6-foot wolf. With a single swing of its arm, the room cleared of any particles in the air as the wind pressure shattered the windows. Bakugo was sure that he made 2 direct hits with his gauntlets. When the wolf had rushed him previously, he shot the first grenade out of panic. The second time was from seeing the fucker was still alive. Why? I've trained my whole life, I even have these powerful weapons. How is he this strong? TCH. If you think that's all I got, then you're dead wrong. Bakugo was the first to jump this time. Before he could let off an attack, the wolf gave a mighty backhand to his ribs. The force sent him through several walls before a thick concrete pillar stopped him. Although his vision was now blurry, he could see the glowing orange eyes from the hole in the wall. I barely felt that. It took everything from the blonde to stand before the beast. His ribs were screaming as he felt blood spill out of his mouth. With enough willpower, he went in for a right hook. The miserable attempt was caught by a large clawed hand. For the first time in a while, Izuku saw fear in his eyes. He crushed the gauntlet in his fingers, and nearly Bakugo's wrist. The boy drops to the floor from the pain of nearly having a deformed arm. This is why Izuku never bothered dealing with the BSTRD. Give him the tiniest taste of his own medicine and he breaks down like a coward. The wolf left to follow Uraraka's scent. Izuku was no longer in the best of moods, so when he came upon his partner and the other villain having a standoff, he made an attempt to simply touch the bomb. Ida had tried to intervene but was grabbed by the helmet and held at arm's length. He touched the bomb and was met with All Might pronouncing them the winners. He dropped Ida and went for the exit, leaving behind 2 very confused teens. Shoko knew something was wrong the moment Izuku had come back into the monitory room. Which was understandable considering who he was up against. But he didn't stop, and instead just kept going as he exited towards the changing rooms. She wanted to go after him but wasn't able to. Shortly after, the other 3 walked in, 2 of them looked slightly confused, while the other just looked plain sad. Newsflash, so was she. Shoko approached the unsuspecting boy, and just as he noticed her, she sent a fist to his jaw. The power of her punch was more than enough to cause him to fall. He looked back up at her with a face that somehow looked more sad than before. That's twice that I've knocked you on your butt. When will you get that thick head of yours to understand what you're doing is awful? Awful? Awful. Did you not see what that fucker did to me? He could have killed me without even trying. I suggest you get that mutt under control or... Katsuki Bakugo. The boom of All Might's voice seemed to carry a hostility to it. The moment you are healed by Recovery Girl, you are to take yourself to the principal's office. Now. TCH. You're all idiots. He'll kill you all of you. There's no point now. I've already warned them about you. Shoko was making sure that Bakugo didn't get the chance to twist Izuku's name in his absence just like he did in school. There isn't any. The blonde was silenced as a large hand held firm on his shoulder. He looked up to see the number 1 hero, without a smile. Now. The near whisper of the normally loud hero sent shivers up everyone's spine. This time, he finally listened to All Might's command and stormed out the room. Shoko turned to the hero who was still having a hard time putting on his signature smile. Thank you for that, All Might. There is no need to thank me, young one. I happen to know a portion of Bakugo's past. I was skeptical when I saw that he had managed to get into the same class as Midoriya. I was sure that there would be complications. His louder voice had managed to come back now. Please tell me that there will be consequences. Yeah, what he did was totally uncalled for. It was nice to see that others agreed as Sato gave his 2 cents. It's hard to see that someone like him was able to get in, when there are plenty of other people who at least act heroic. Monoma especially seemed to be steamed about the situation. Yes. Bakugo will be sure to be given punishment for his actions. I assure you. And another thing. All Might grew anxious at seeing some of the hostility from earlier was now directed at him. When Bakugo used those massive explosions, why didn't you stop the exercise? Well, I knew of Midoriya's capabilities. And that he was fireproof, so I believed that he could handle it. He really hoped that the explanation was enough to take the girl's wrath off him. I still think that you should have forbidden him from using those. If Izuku wasn't there to take the full force of those attacks, then the whole building could have collapsed on them. I deeply apologize. Man, Izuku sure does know how to pick them. Izuku had gotten into his school uniform after shifting back in the locker room. He didn't bother to go back and watch the rest of the fights. Luckily for him, it was the last class of the day. So, he took himself back to his dorm. He was only able to cheer up when Shoko was allowed to be released early when she finished her exercise. She was in a rush, so she just prompted to freezing the whole building as well as the villains to the ground. Tomorrow will be better. Today is definitely not better. How was I supposed to know that everyone would go wild when Izawa told everyone to pick a class representative? I'm not blaming you, I just don't get why everyone wants the spot so bad. You have to out in more work than everyone else, having student meetups with the other representatives, doing all the extra paperwork, and needs is just a handful to operate. The statement had been just for Shoko, but when returned his attention to the front of the class, they all had a regretful looks on their faces. Sheesh Midoriya, why'd you have to go and ruin it like that? Man. And I was looking forward to it too. Oh, sorry guys. It's just that, the position of class rep should be someone who doesn't just want the position, but someone who is willing to accept the full responsibility. I agree with Midoriya. That is why I believe we should hold a vote to see who is the best choice. Ida's idea wasn't too bad, if it wasn't exactly what Izuku was trying to imply. I think we all have gotten a chance to know one another, so everyone should have an idea of who can be a possible candidate. Is that all right with you, Aizawa-sensei? Just hurry it up and don't cause too much ruckus. The man then locked himself into a tight cocoon and passed out on the floor. You've got to be kidding me, was Izuku's response as he saw that his name had the most votes. He somehow managed to get 5 while Yaoyorozu had 3. Shoko did get 2 however, one of them was his own vote. I thought you enjoyed being able to take charge in things like this. Ever since they started dating, Shoko had realized that the boy loved to take on leadership. It's not that I don't, it's just I don't understand why I have the most votes. He knew that if Bakugo was here, he would be throwing a fit. But since yesterday, there had been no news of him and Izawa refused to tell. Well, for one, I voted for you, and 2, you've showed that you are fully capable of taking the title. She's right, you know. That is exactly why I voted for you, Midoriya. Guess Ida was serious when he said that we should vote for the person we most believe in. Well, this should be fun. The class rep stood and took his place next to Yaoyorozu. The table that Izuku and Shoko had been sitting at were accompanied by 4 others. Ida, Uraraka, Monoma, and Yaoyorozu. The engine boy was the first to pick up Izuku's new position onto topic. So Midoriya, how does it feel to be class res? Well, I gotta say, this last half hour has been the best of my life. The group of 5 laughed at the wolf's sarcasm. 5? Wait, were you the ones who voted for me? Well, that didn't long. The reason I voted for you was because you truly seek to be a genuine hero, without having to be a cocky smartass. That was something that everyone was beginning to realize about Monoma. Don't be a cocky smartass. You earned my vote from all the deductions that you've shown in just the past 2 days. A quick mind like yours is a necessity for the role of class res. Yaoyorozu seemed to be completely honest with her answer. My reasoning is similar to Yaoyorozu's. You have shown all the properties of what it takes to accept this role. Ida said afterward. You got my vote from when you saved me in the entrance exam. If that doesn't prove that you aren't a hero, then I don't know what does. He remembered the event of destroying the Zero P to prevent Uraraka from getting further injured. Everyone looked to Shoko to listen to what the girl's reasons for her vote. He gets my vote by default, was all she stated before eating her rice. Ida suddenly seemed interested in the relationship between the pair. I've realized that you two are very close, even calling each other by given name. Why is that? Izuku was the one to go answer, while Yaoyorozu and Uraraka gave each other side glances. Oh, well, that's because we're da. Beep 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 boop. What is it? What's going on? It's a level 3 security breach. This has never happened in my 3 years of being here. The swarm of UA students that were trying to exit the lunchroom was one thing. But the accumulation of fear was making Izuku's instincts flare all over the place. Being annoyed with the situation, he stood on top of the table and strained his vocal cords to let out a deep bark. The sound, too deep to come from any natural animal, got the expected results as everyone froze upon hearing the dangerous sound. Then turned to see the greenette looking at them disapprovingly. Are you all serious? You're UA students. So why not act like it? At the end of his outburst, and from his additional height, he was able to see through the windows and spot the rambunctious group of reporters that have somehow gotten past the front gate. If they didn't have the dorms that allowed them to stay on UA grounds, they surely would have been caught up in their bull crap. Although he wasn't sure, he thought he spotted the ominous figure of a gray-haired man standing off to the side, before seeming to disappear. Well, that's odd. A few days later. Alright class, listen up. Today's battle training will be slightly different today. Instead of just one teacher, this exercise will have 3 pros to watch over you. I, All Might, and another faculty member. Instead of focusing on combat, we will be conducting the other side of heroism, rescue. Izuku was happy that his costume was such a simple design, so the support department was able to remake it for him. Izuku wasn't as happy when Bakugo was allowed to come back to class today. So, the blonde was sitting in the back corner of the bus. It was a few minutes into the trip when Tsu had called for his attention. Hey Midoriya? Yes Tsu? Besides your quirk being based on a god and everything, it's a wolf mutation, right? Right. Although, I am obviously a lot stronger than a regular wolf, but I do have all the senses of one. As well as some instincts. What about pack mentality? Oh. Well, that one is an odd aspect of my quirk. It takes a lot of trust for me to consider someone as a possible member. And even then, said person will have to accept to become one. I only have 3 right now. And does Shoko count as your mate? The question gained a lot more attention than the couple would have liked as they tensed in their seats. Very aware of the eyes that were on them. After all, only Tsu actually knew of their relationship while all the other girls only knew that Shoko was in one. But Izuku still didn't know about them finding out. It was a blessing that Aizawa decided to jump in. Azui, don't be asking any personal questions that the person is not comfortable talking about. Sorry sensei. Sorry Izuku. It's alright. It's just I was never asked that before, so it was a little unexpected. Kirishima got the sense that things were getting awkward and decided to help change the subject. With that aside, I gotta say that your quirk is super strong. Your speed and power could probably rival All Might's one day. My hardening quirk is pretty good at coming out on top in fights, but it's not very flashy. So, I would probably have a tough time going pro. Kirishima, what do you mean? Your quirk is both strong and useful. You can out yourself at the front lines and take it all like a champ. You really shouldn't beat yourself up over something that you haven't gotten the chance to show that you have the power. Kirishima looked shocked at his statement before looking like he was about to cry. Thanks Midoriya. That inspirational speech was so manly. You're welcome. Alright everyone, quiet down. We're here. Hello everyone, I've been expecting you. Whoa, it's 13, the space hero. Yes, I know you're all excited, but let us head on inside before we discuss how today's exercise will work. After that all got off the bus, they were confronted by the hero. As they were walking in, Izuku had picked up the conversation of 13 and Aizawa. They were talking about his dad had used up his 3 hours already and wasn't able to attend. Dad is really having it tough. Maybe I should take his offer, so he won't have to constantly worry about finding a successor. 13 was now describing the plan for their rescue training, but Izuku was getting distracted. Why is someone so frightened? They smell as if they are scared of something that could pop out of nowhere. He was about to locate the person before his runes began to react. Aizawa was fairly familiar with his quirk at this point and took notice to the off behavior of his collar. With his hearing, he catches the sound of the water fountain changing into a irregular rhythm. Like something was interfering with it. Then they watched as a warp gate appeared. One by one, people began to come out of the mist. All of them in different shapes and sizes. Some of which that did not look friendly. Among the last to arrive was a man with light blue hair that had severed hands attached all over his body. The second was a huge bulky man that had dark purple skin. The more that Izuku looked at it, the man looked less human. Its brain was exposed to the world around it that had 2 bulging eyes. Next to it was another person who actually looked like a living person. He was also muscular and had a nearly bald head as there was only a small patch of orange hair. He was wearing a simple training outfit that was colored black. The last person was the warp gate itself as it changed into a figure with narrow yellow eyes. Then the man that Izuku now recognized as the same person on the day the front gate was destroyed, spoke a simple question. Where is All Might? Villains. They were here. Izuku was at a loss. He was someone who learned to expect almost anything. But to have villains appear during school was not something he was prepared for in the slightest. His instincts were in several places at once, telling him all sorts of commands. These are intruders. They're on my turf. They want to hurt my friends. They're going to hurt Shoko. They want to hurt Dad. Absolutely not. I got intel that the great symbol of peace was supposed to be here. So, tell me, where is he? If he's not willing to come out and play, then how about I get to crushing some low levels? He understood the terms that the handman used enough to know that his students were in danger. Aizawa had already come up with a plan to send 13 and the students back to the bus. But just before he could voice his plan, a flash of green sped past his vision. Aizawa looked back to the stairs to see that Midoriya had leapt off the edge. Is that a challenge? Damn it, kid. 13, get everyone back to the bus, now. I'll bring back Midoriya. Aizawa. The hero turned to the one who called him to see Shoko with a scarred look. You make sure that you bring him back. I swear it on my duty as a hero. Izuku had scaled the whole flight of stairs and landed with a loud crack as the ground around him caved in. He looked over the small army of villains who had evil written onto their faces. But he could tell that some were intimidated by his ability to fall almost 100 feet and still look sad. In the middle he spotted the 4 most imposing figures. The one with hands was the one who spoke. My. Look at what we have here. A brat who thinks he's some kind of boss. Huh. You're nothing but an NPC, so just go die. With his words, multiple villains ran towards him. His 4 runes shined brighter. Always the one to never back down, he met them halfway. For the first, he gave a single powerful punch to his gut, and the man dropped instantly. The second was a woman who had a collection of barbs on her hands. When she tried to punch, he kicked in her elbow then knocked her out with a fist to her nose. The few others who tried to confront the wolf were quickly taken care of. So, there he stood, with a count of 5 villains at his feet. It was at this time that Izawa had joined up with him. Midoriya. You are to make your way back to the bus. It is not your job to fight villains yet. It would seem that the Greenette didn't like the command as he glared at him now. Sir. I have been given a hero license by Principal Nedzu. I'm going to stay as long as these BSTRDS are still kicking. That's a temporary license, Midoriya. You need the permission of a hero to participate in hero business. Then either give me your permission, or deal with it. Because I'm not going anywhere. Before Izawa could try to convince him otherwise, he had charged into the nearest group of villains. You really are a problem child. Shoko watched as the warp villain from before appear in front of the gate, blocking their path to escape the facility. Hello children. I know that it was rather rude of us to come uninvited. But you see, the urgency of our reason was too great to be left alone any longer. After all, learning of All Might's growing weakness is too good to pass up. Shoko planned to aid 13 as she saw the hero prepare to attack. She was, until Bakugo and Kirishima charged straight at the mist. Bakugo is understandable, but come on Kirishima. The explosive attack from the blonde sent a cloud of dust in the air. It would seem that the students live up to the name of UA. But all children should know when the adults are talking. The first thing to reappear were his eyes through the dust. Everyone was rationally afraid of the villain, but Bakugo couldn't help but freeze. Even though the mist's eyes were yellow, they still held the same ominous gaze of the wolf's orange. Alright you two, get out of the way. 13 was going in for the attack. Thankfully, Kirishima had tackled the paralyzed boy from the crosshair. But the villain was faster. Now all of you will scatter to be met by your demise. The mist expanded and formed a large sphere all around the class. Before her eyes, some of the students just vanished, before she could feel the atmosphere change around her. The next thing she knows is she's standing on loose rock. What? But how? Shoko observed her surroundings to see that she could see the front gates at the range of her vision. He must have warped me, and possibly others to different locations of the USJ. But why? She felt a hand touch her shoulder and spun to confront the unknown person. Only to be met with, nothing? I'm sorry Todoroki. I didn't mean to scare you. I was just trying to stay quiet. For what reason? I think she's talking about us. Shoko turned to voice and saw the several emerging villains from behind large rocks. Why don't you be a good girl and let us give you another scar on your eye, that way, this won't have to be as messy. Oh, this villain was about to get it. Alright, who wants to get frostbite? Izawa had to admit, the problem child was proving that he could hold his own against the swarm of people who all tried to attack at once. Any time that a lucky villain managed to get even a scrape in was immediately pounded into the ground. The two of them had their own groups of bad guys that were trying everything they could to take down the hero and student. But there was still something bothering him. The mist man from before had disappeared about a minute ago and the other 3 were still unmoving. He couldn't tell if the man with hands was enjoying the view or getting more aggravated. The large purple beast hadn't even blinked yet. He was sure that it wasn't even breathing. Then there was the last person. A man whose build matched the number 1 hero's. He had a small patch of light orange hair on his head, and his only clothing was of a training outfit. The best way to get an idea of what he looks like is to think of Rikum from Dragon Ball. Izawa knew for sure that he was loving the chaos that the wolf was bringing upon the low-rank villains. His body would twitch every few seconds, as if he's holding himself back from charging the boy. He was cautious when he leaned over to speak to the handman. It must have been a question, because when the smaller person moved his mouth underneath the appendage on his face, the bigger villain smiled even more. Then he ran straight for the wolf. Midoriya, look out! The Greenette must have heard the approaching footsteps before his warning, because before he could finish, Midoriya had spun to perfectly block the fist. Izuku thought this man was a fool for thinking that he could get the jump on him. He had already taken on multiple others. What made him think that he stood a chance? Although he had doubts that the large villain could beat him, he is still wary of his unknown abilities. The man swung another fist. Again, he blocked, but this time he was slightly stunned to feel that he slid back a few feet, and that the punch was definitely stronger than the one from before. The villain didn't let off one bit as he came in for another. This time, Izuku dodged to the right of the left hook. This man was fast for someone his size as he twisted into a backhand. He had no choice but to block this one and was surprised when he was launched several meters away. Izuku went to grab the canisters of gasoline on his belt but couldn't complete the action. Still in midair from the punch, he saw that man was next to him. How is he that fast? The punch to his gut was agonizing when the villain struck with a downwards fist. Izuku could actually feel the ground break from his collision. It's as if he's getting stronger by the second. With no time to counter, he was forced to block another punch. Even though he kept the attack from doing the most damage, he felt it in his entire body. The fist was followed by another, and another, and another. Each one was stronger than the last. It was a brutal barrage as his defense was broken, and the full savagery of the fists destroyed his core. They kept coming until each impact created a heavy boom in the ground. Only did it stop when Aizawa erased the man's quirk. He had gotten the chance when himself and the other villains stopped to witness the murder of Midoriya. The man stood straight and looked to Eraserhead and pointed at him with a sadistic smile. "You're next." Shoko had just got done interrogating the villain after she threatened to freeze the rest of his body. "Hagakure, we need to get back to the front gate as soon as possible and report their plans." "Right." The two traversed the landslide zone and were on their way to the other students. During their journey, they had passed the shipwreck zone. They were about to pass it when Shoko saw the large hand made of water strike the ship. "Guess there are villains there too. Which means that some of my classmates are on the boat." "Hagakure, on me. I'm right behind you." The two kept up their pace even as they neared the waterline. "You Todoroki? What are you doing?" Shoko didn't answer and instead shot a large piece of ice across the water and all the way to the boat. With the new support of the ice, the boat discontinued its descension into the man-made lake. Midway across, villains were climbing onto the cold land bridge. "If you think that we're just going to sit and let you take all our fun, then you're sadly mistaken." It was a villain with a shark head who thought it was a good idea to get in Shoko's way. "How about you shut that ugly mouth of yours and move it?" With her last words, another wave of ice was cast upon the villains. The chorus of screams and yells for everyone to run was barely heard as glaciers clashed with one another. The villains, now too afraid of the peppermint hair-colored girl, all stayed in the depths of the lake to avoid her wrath. Using ice, Shoko got herself to the edge of the boat before she was just barely able to dodge the two long pink appendages. "Whoa, guys, it's all right. It's me, Todoroki." The two appendages retreated back to the mouths of Tsu and Monoma, who must have copied Tsu's quirk. The former was the first to react. "Sorry about that. Things have been tense for the last few minutes." "That's understandable, but we have to get out of here and to the others." "All right, lead the way." Monoma got up first as Tsu followed just behind the other two girls. The four were closing in on the front of the facility. They were about to get to the central plaza when they felt several vibrations in the ground. Instead of just presenting themselves to the enemy, they went into cover along the water fountain. The sight was truly awful. Although most of the villains looked to be down for the count, Aizawa was combating with the handman. The villain's hold was on the hero's elbow as it began to decay, pieces of skin falling to the ground and flesh being exposed. But Izuku was nowhere in sight. The purple thing still hasn't moved, and the man with orange hair had a bored look on his face as he stood over a crater. It was too deep for them to see what was in the middle, but they got a clue as the man spoke. "Come on, kid, you just had to go and get me excited. It was fun to watch you beat on the little guys, but I guess I was just too much." Shoko wasn't entirely certain about who the man was talking about, but the image that slipped into her mind made her want to scream. "I thought I'd let you know, Eraserhead, I'm not the final boss." Her attention was refocused as an object in her field of vision seemed to disappear, and another appeared behind Aizawa. They all saw the moment that he was broken in the clutches of the monster. "Stop!" Shoko vaulted over the ledge of their cover and sent a controlled flame to the creature. She kept up the attack for several seconds. She was expecting the thing to flinch or let out a noise. But it just sat there, taking her flame head on. "What do you think you're doing, brat?" She halted her fire and looked to the handman. "If your teacher, who is a pro hero, couldn't stop my Nomu, then what makes you think that you have even the slightest of chances?" "Shut up." This time, she directed her attack to her new target but stopped when a black void swallowed the blaze. "Tamura, it seems that these children are much more troublesome than we initially thought." The void then took form into the same mist figure from before. "Kurogyri, I assume you've dealt with 13. I have taken the hero out of commission, but a student was able to escape my grasp." "Eh ha ha ha. Kurogiri, if you weren't our way out of this putrid place, you would decay every single atom in your body. If that brat brings a bunch of heroes here, then we won't be able to kill All Might. Shoko was even more angry that she mattered so little to these villains that they were just ignoring her. So, if she wasn't able to use action to buy time, then she would use words. Hey! Her shout brought the attention back on her. If you seriously think that you have the capability to take out the #1 hero, then you must be dumber than I thought. Obviously, you weren't the one to plan the genius idea of invading UA grounds, because you must not have a brain behind that gross hand on your face. The 3 villains, Nomo included, just stared at her with wide eyes. Then, 2 of them began to FING laugh. Ha 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 ha. Did you hear that, boss? She said that you were dumb. The man was still standing in the crater. Ha! She must not understand anything that's going on around her. The smaller of the amused 2 looked back to her. Look around, brat. I still have all my top players. All those other villains were just pawns for the mission. And the only heroes that could have done anything are out of the fight. But, just to be sure, Nomu, break another arm. No. Crack. Ahah. Eraserhead looked to be in immeasurable pain. Both arms were broken, and he had blood dripping from his head. Damn it, if you don't stop, I swear I'll. You'll what? Fight us. You just don't get it, do you? There is nothing you can do. You are no hero. Why? Why couldn't she do anything? She's trained her entire life to fight villains like the ones right in front of her. She could feel the hopelessness begin to sink in. If she couldn't fight, then she couldn't run. They all had their eyes on her. Hey girlie. Shoko looked to the orange-haired man. Care to see what it looks like when someone tries to be something they're not? What? Before she could give a proper answer, the man crouched down and seemed to grab a hold of something. He turned to her with an evil smile before lifting what he had asked to show her. With his arm held high, he was holding the body of Izuku Midoriya by the head. Aizawa looked like he just got a cut compared to the destruction on his body. She could see that he was missing fangs, and his nose was at a disturbing angle. She couldn't even see his eyes as they were completely swollen over, let alone that his face was caked in blood. The neck and chest of the boy was completely caved inward. Forget her hopelessness. No matter what it took. She was going to kill this man. With a burst of fire and ice, she flew to the BSTRD that killed the one she loved. You fucker. The man dropped the body to prepare for the attack, still having that DMN smile. Just before he could connect a straight punch, she altered her direction and spewed relentless fire to the man's face. Shoko wasn't able to keep up the attack as he swatted her hand away with much more force than she realized. She jumped back from the second fist as her own fell limp to her side. Just from hitting it away he was able to dislocate my shoulder. The villain was holding his charred face, while cursing insults at her. The smile he had earlier was now a scowl. Nomu. Shoko was barely able to react before her world turned black. Izuku didn't know where he was. It was also difficult to remember. But the more he sat in the dark corner of this unknown reality, he was able to find some pieces. USJ, 13, Central Plaza, Portal. Villains. When he managed to connect the dots, he began to hear things. The sound of people fighting. And silence. Then he heard the voice. The voice that he knew so well. The voice that belonged to the person that he held very close to his heart. She was talking with someone. More like arguing. It was after that someone else had said something, that he heard her scream. It was a form of battle cry. He heard a small struggle, before he heard the only word that he was able to make out so far. Nomu. There was a sound of shattering, then a crash. Izuku doesn't know why he felt such emotion at the sound. He felt all sorts of things, anger, sadness, regret, and felt broken. Then he saw the purple eyes. What the hell did you do that for? I had her. Then man was upset as his target was stolen from him. Because Hakami, as amusing as she was, we can't be having any distractions when All Might appears. The 2 men looked to the crumpled form of Shoko. She was still alive and managed to negate most of the damage from Nomu's punch by shielding herself in ice. But she definitely won't be waking up anytime soon. Do any of you smell something burning? She just roasted your face, dumbass. No, I mean, you. Upon the confusion in the man's voice, Tamura and Kurogiri looked to the large male. What? I thought you killed him. I did. Then how the hell is he standing there? All 3 villains looked to the green-haired boy. He looked dead enough, but that doesn't explain how he was standing on the edge of the crater. He had his head down, so they couldn't see his eyes. Well? Don't just stand there. Finish him off. The man knew better than to disobey Tamura, so he slowly approached the boy. He was able to get in close enough to put a hand on him but was still hesitant. Something wasn't right about this. He raised an arm up to grab the student by the head again. Then the boy looked up. The villain could do nothing but stare into the eyes of flaming purple. Hakami was beginning to feel extremely hot as he stood in front of the small child. For the third time in Izuku's life, he blew up in smoke. The force of the impact sent the villain to the ground and land with a grunt. The other two were stunned silent as they observed the transformation. The Nomu was unresponsive without any commands. What the hell is this? What did you do, Hakami? I didn't do nothing, boss. Much like the first transformation, the arm was the first thing to emerge. The open hand smashed down on the ground, right on the villain's legs. Gahaha, get it off, get it off. All three now stared in terror as the growl came and smoke left. What was once a broken boy, was now a 13-foot wolf god that has come to smite his enemies. The claws enclosed on the man's shattered limbs and lifted him high. High enough that he was above the beast's mouth. The mouth that opened, and then closed. Both of Hakami's arms were inside the wolf's maw. Then began to pull. And the villain could do nothing but scream as he felt his arms ripped from his body. AGH, please help me. The man was silenced as he was thrown into the ground and blood splattered everywhere. What TF I is that T thing? And Master Tamura, I believe T that this is the demon werewolf. Its appearance is the same as the one from 4 years ago. What? Why is that beast in a hero school? Nomu, kill him. The Nomu responded instantly as it tackled the wolf to the ground. RRRRRRRAAHH. Great. Now we don't Hakami to be the backup. He was to make sure that everything went smoothly. And now that he's dead and that thing is here, we won't get the chance to fight All Might. Master Tamura, I think even with the unplanned casualties, we still have a chance to win this. We will have to wait and see. The conversation was concluded when they looked back to the fight of two beasts. Ragnarok let out a roar as it swung a horizontal swipe. The Nomu dodged by ducking low and then jumped into the wolf's ribs like a cannonball. The response was another sideways strike that connected with the mid-air Nomu, which sent it flying into the bottom of the stairs. The beaked humanoid lifted itself out of the hole and sounded a screeching roar. A roar that was countered by the wolves. The Nomu prepared to launch while Ragnarok eyed his prey. When the jump was released, so was a smoke cannon as it tore apart the target that took the blast at point-blank range. The purple monster was sent back to its original spot on the stairs. The Nomu appeared to have been annihilated before it shot through and was able to punch the wolf to the ground. Before he could get up, the wolf was grabbed by the foot and tossed all the way to the shipwreck zone. The boat that was previously supported by ice was demolished from the landing. But the war rages on. In a single leap, Ragnarok had returned to the battlefield, and the two resumed their destructive battle. Monoma, come on. Now is our chance to get those two out of here. If you're sure about this, then let's hurry. Back at the water fountain, Tsu and Monoma witnessed the whole thing unravel. They had tried to stop Shoko, but it was too late. Instead they opted to stay hidden until their appearance would prove most effective. They had stayed quiet and out the field of vision of the last two villains who were occupied by the fight. Since Monoma had Tsu's quirk, getting the two up the stairs was fairly easy. Getting around the large hole in the middle proved to be a simpler task than they thought. They were relieved to find that many of their friends were there. Yaoyorozu got to work on patching Aizawa up but couldn't do much else. Thankfully, Shoko come out with only a dislocated arm and a concussion. It was both heroes that looked to be in the worst of conditions. Each had some sort of severe injury that could threaten their lives if they didn't get help. Then, help came. Boom. Everyone turned to see the form All Might coming through the doors, without his smile. Nomu went with a punch to the snout. Or, it would have if it didn't find that its arm was trapped in sharp teeth. Nomu went to punch with the other arm before it was violently being shaken by the wolf. With a final shake, the arm was dislodged. The one-armed monster screeched again as it regrew the limb as fast as it was taken. The wolf was unimpressed as it slammed the smaller beast into the ground. Alike how Hakami finished Izuku, Ragnarok repeatedly brought its fury onto the Nomu. Unlike Hakami, each strike was enough to be mistaken for an earthquake. The results were a purple splatter in the middle of a crater that dwarfed the villains. He wasn't done, however, as Ragnarok saw the thing reforming. But the predator wasn't having it. It got down on all fours and charged another smoke cannon, this one more powerful than the last. The purple streaks on his body grew brighter and smoke seemed to come off his fur. Just as the Nomu was ready to continue fighting, Izuku! Ragnarok fired. Everyone could have mistaken the following as the actual doomsday in the legends. The first thing to recognize was the light. Even though the smoke was black, the embers that came with glowed like suns. The sound and feeling of the power were similar to that of an asteroid striking the Earth. It truly felt like the smite of a God chapter text. So, you mean to tell me that a single student did this? Yes. If only I had been faster. Maybe I could have prevented it. Yagi. You can't take the blame for everything that happens. The villains carefully planned this, so any kind of destruction would have been inevitable. You said it yourself, that the students heard that they had a plan to kill you. I would rather them have killed me than to have my boy go through such extreme stress to save the people that were counting on me. You need to let up, just for a few days. Everyone got out alive. Even if the villains did manage to escape, the kids are okay. Your kid is okay. Then why do I feel like a failure? Flashback. When the bright lights had dimmed and the boom had silenced, All Might wasted no time to look for his son, even with the massive cloud of dust still in the way. His search is cut short when he stopped at the end of the stairs. The stairs that connected to a deep trench of heated rock. With a careful smash, he blew the cloud away to get a visual on the landscape. There wasn't one. He actually had to look down to see the ground that looked like it was an empty volcano. It wasn't super wide, but it was deep. And directly in the center was the form of Ragnarok. Although his great show of power was evident in the crater he was standing in, the wolf looked defeated. Very slowly, it looked to All Might. Then took a step. The step was continued in a pattern as the wolf struggled to keep itself upright. All Might took a few steps to allow room for it to climb over the edge. But when it did, the wolf didn't stop. It kept going all the way up the stairs. The hero wanted so badly to help his boy as he saw the energy drain from him each time he placed a foot down. But if he were to come even close to touching him, his skin would burn from the heat that Ragnarok was still giving off. When they finally made it to the top, the entire class gazed upon the Titan. It seemed to look through the group before its eyes landed on Shoko. As soon as it saw her chest raise and lower, he dropped. The detransformation was instantaneous as he shrank, and fur was replaced with human skin. All Might pulled of his cape and wrapped it around the small boy that he knew best. Beep. Oh, not this crap again. Beep. Izuku got up sooner this time, knowing that any more sleep would be impossible. When he sat up, he rubbed his eyes of sleep then scanned his surroundings. Just from the small group of movements, he felt his body ache ever so slightly, which was a definite sign that he had an incident with Ragnarok. The feeling would dissipate soon, but it more acted as a reminder that he messed up. When his eyes landed on the sleeping version of Shoko next to him in bed, he couldn't help it as the memories flooded back into his mind. He failed, again. First it was Mom, then it was you. Why am I not able to do anything? Even with this power, I'm so weak. His ear flicked at the sound of someone coming towards his room. When it opened, the short form of Recovery Girl came through. Ah, I see that you're awake. And much sooner than I would have thought. I swear, if anyone else tried to do what you did, they would die before they could realize what it is that they did. Are you sure that you're human? Izuku gave an odd look to the rambling hero. Yeah, that was a silly question when you take your quirk into account. What happened? Straight to the point, I'm guessing like last time, you don't remember when you shifted out of rage? No. Only the reason for the shift. Izuku looked down at the girl beside him. She seemed to be completely fine, but he knew that his shift involved her somehow. Well, I wasn't there, so you'll have to get the details from your classmates, but from what I heard, you saved the day. What? That's hard to believe. Well, based on the provided information, if it wasn't for you changing into Ragnarok, there could have been casualties on our side. What about the villains? They seem to have escaped, most of them anyway. What do you mean? When he asked the question, a small amount of sadness came upon the hero's face. Do you remember a large man with orange hair? Izuku did remember. He remembered how the man had overpowered them, and very well could have ended his life. But, for some reason, he could also remember his screams, even though he was sure that he had not even managed to land a hit in on the guy. Izuku gave a nod for her to continue. His name was Hakami Jakoda. His quirk was called Combo Breaker. Which each consecutive hit, he gets stronger in every aspect, a very powerful quirk. He's been wanted for a while now, but recently vanished from the spotlight. Guess he joined the League of Villains. Anyway, he wasn't able to get out. Please tell me that I didn't kill him. The next emotion to show on the woman's face sent a feeling of panicked terror within the boy. Izuku, sometimes. In order to save a life. Sometimes you will have to take one. I know this doesn't sound like much, even All Might would give you some advice. What I'm trying to say is that his death was justifiable. If you hadn't done anything, he and the other villains would have moved on to kill your friends. He killed someone. He used his powers to protect them from the very thing he did. Recovery Girl's words made sense, but that didn't change the fact that he was out of control, and someone paid the price. I'll give you some time to think about it. Just a few more things will need to be done before you can go. Thank you, Recovery Girl. When she left, Izuku's heart and mind were in a panic. He took the life of a living being. He must have been cleaned up while he was asleep, but he could still smell the faintest trace of blood on his claws. It didn't help when Izuku focused on strange taste that he's had in his mouth ever since he woke up. And even though it was more fainted than the smell, he knew very well what blood tasted like. He began to tremble uncontrollably as the thoughts of the man's corpse plagued his mind. It affected him so much that he was unable to recognize that the girl next to him was awaking. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the frightened figure of Izuku as he clutched his head in his hands with wide eyes that stared into nothing. She acted quickly by sitting up and grabbing onto his shoulder, then proceeded to shake it in an attempt to bring him from his trance. Izuku? Hey! Snap out of it. You're here, you're safe. I know. His voice was a pained whisper, but he did not stop shaking. His answer deeply worried her because if he didn't think that they were still in danger then what? A single image popped in her head. Ragnarok. Of course he wasn't worried about the class. Because the very things that were endangering the class were met with the furious wolf. She had not seen the outcome of the fight since she was knocked out, but from what the other students said, the villains made a huge mistake. And one had paid with his life. Izuku was suffering from the effects of knowing that he had killed that man. Izuku. Her voice was stern and commanding, one that the boy couldn't ignore. Thank you. The greenette whipped towards his left to face Shoko with a shocked expression. W. What? Why? For saving me. And everyone else. You protected us when we were unable to protect ourselves. Izuku took in the words, but still seemed unconvinced. I killed. All Might's killed before. Her blunt response made the boy recoil slightly. But he knew that she was right. Toshi has had this talk with him before. He's told him of the times that he sometimes had to go the extra step. Izuku just never imagined that it would happen to him. Something that he was a fool for thinking. Even my idiot of a father has killed before. It just sickens me that he has some civilians added to that list. Izuku also knew of the high casualty rate that Endeavor had. Once again, he took a moment to absorb her words. He felt her hand shift on his shoulder and looked up to see that her expression had softened. Would you have let him hurt the other students, kill them? Even me? No. His response was immediate. Then you did the right thing. Although it was slow, his mortified expression changed into one of acceptance. Izuku may have looked defeated, he knew for a fact that he would kill again if it meant for the greater good, even if the idea sickened him. Shoko noticed how he felt like she always was able to and comforted him. When he was ready, they would move on with their lives. When they did leave, he was met with a very different reaction by his parents when they picked him up from the school. He had only been out for just a day this time, which meant that his resilience was getting stronger. If only the same could happen to his control. It is infuriating. He wanted to be able to use the 5 runes without having to be under such stress. After he transformed during the entrance exam, he was thrilled. But, no matter what he tried, he wasn't able to recreate the controlled version of Ragnarok. Being able to train it was impossible, so he needed something else. Because if this kept up, then he would end up hurting someone that wasn't a villain. He needed a different source of power. It was the weekend just after the USJ incident. Izuku was at home this time, and in deep thought. He had decided to visit his parents because of the whole ordeal, but that wasn't the entire reason. It was about something that he was asked not too long ago. He wasn't sure what his answer was at first, but after everything that happened, he was reconsidering. He got up and went to find his father. Izuku, I just want to make sure that you are completely sure about this. This is a big decision that can change your whole life. My whole life I thought that I would be strong enough to protect the ones around me. But I just keep failing. I can't keep relying on the runes if it will make me take a life every time. I know that it sounds so selfish, but I know the feeling of not being enough for someone who just needs a little more. I've always trusted you with this, and I still do. If you say that you're ready then I'll gladly give you my power. We'll do it tomorrow. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad to see that you're okay. Iring ran and hugged the boy, lifting him off the ground. It's okay Iring. I'm fine see. She put him down but didn't look convinced. Physically maybe. But if you were dumb enough to charge into a bunch of DMN villains, then you might need to get that head of yours checked out. But I am glad to see that you made it out alive. Now, what's with sudden visit? Something come up? I'm giving Izuku one for all. Geez Yagi, don't ease into it or anything. What's got you both so tense? Well, besides the fact that you just got attacked by villains. We might need to use the villain vault when Izuku gets my quirk. In case the sudden power will trigger Ragnarok. It's too soon for another full-scale transformation like that, so we need the tools that the vault has to contain Izuku if the worst were to happen. Izuku had come up with the idea last night. He knew that Iring had a special vault that could temporarily contain villains that the agency captured while the prison made specialized cells in the meantime. If they were able to use the vault, then they wouldn't have to worry if his runes triggered. God, when did he start to become afraid of his own quirk? He always saw it as a blessing to be the strongest hero, but now he's not so sure. His dream of saving people will never die, but people will if he keeps this up. So here he was, standing in the middle of one of the best lockdown cages in all of Japan. Maybe even the world. Izuku, how are you doing? There was a protected intercom in the top corner of the room that the voice of his dad came from. I don't feel anything yet. Before they had made all the preparations, Toshinori had given him a strand of his hair. He still remembers the serious look on Dad's face as he commanded him to eat this. It took some time but was manageable. Afterwards, they waited for his stomach to digest the hair. Meanwhile, they passed the time with small talk and some stories of battles that the two friends had. All right, pup, it should be happening any minute now. Iring's voice came through this time after looking at the clock. You tell us the moment you begin to feel something, or you think that you'll lose control. Right. With each passing second, the tension grew higher. He was beginning to hear his own heartbeat as well as the sound of the air passing in the small vent. His senses were sharpening from the sheer stress of the silence. He flexed parts of his body to feel for the smallest bit of difference but found nothing out of place. Guys, are you sure that clock is rigged? GGGGGGHHHH. With no warning, he was on his knees as it felt like he was falling apart. Izuku, you're all right, just hang in there. It shouldn't last long. He could barely make out the words because his head was pounding with such immense pain. For the first time in his life, Izuku felt hot. Every inch of his body was aching with a searing pain that he could only compare to being dumped into a pit of knives that were as hot as the sun. Smoke had begun to leak from his body as purple veins traced up his arms. With enough effort, he saw the same thing happening to his legs. It was the same markings that he got when he shifted, but there was no fur, so how is he gaining these marks? The smoke began to come out faster and the area around him was littered with embers that didn't go out. Instead, they turned purple. Even though he didn't try, his runes were activating. It was slow, but they were rising without stop. He was at 3 runes when his limbs forcefully shifted. They were a lighter color than the usual. It may have been against his will, but they felt comfortable, like the shift was supposed to happen. The 5th gate opened. The next thing he felt did disturb him, however. In 2 spots on his head and back, he could make out the protrusions of the same horns from Ragnarok. It didn't make sense though. Besides his arms and legs, he was still in his original form. The next thing that happened amazed him. All of a sudden, he is shrouded by light purple lighting. He could sense that this was the same energy that was now coursing through his body. The pain from earlier was fading, so with fierce determination, he grabbed a hold of his balance and stood on his wolf legs. He looked over himself to inspect the different appearance. He looked to be in his light form, but the aspects of it were identical to Ragnarok's. His orange streaks were light purple. He had the same horns and back spikes but were smaller to fit his normal size. And he felt good. His smoke was still the same pitch black color, but his embers had taken a bright lavender hue. The power that he felt in each and every one of them could have put Endeavor to shame. They also had the small sparks of electricity that cloaked him. The entire display looked like we were inside a charged atom. The astonishment that he had was great as he called a handful into his palm and observed as they combined into a small light indigo fire. He could make fire. Both Toshi and Iring watched in wide-eyed amazement as the boy explored his newfound power. They didn't dare to interrupt something that is so important. From the charts on the vault, it was currently over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit in there. The heat of regular fire is 451 degrees. Toshi was extremely worried at first as he saw his son drop to the floor. But after seeing the look of awe on the boy's face, he knew that he was going to be okay. He also remembered the time that Izuku had told him about the details of his quirk manifestations. It would seem that getting one for all had triggered a similar reaction. Well, I'll be demed. Look at that, and that, ooh, that one's pretty. Toshi looked to Iring to see that she was captivated by the small embers. Guess they look like laser dots. He decided to test the waters. Izuku, how's it going in there? The boy looked to the thick glass that they were behind, still with a joyful smile. His irises glowed a magnificent lavender. Neither the orange ring nor the green remained. I never would have imagined that it would feel like this. I feel at peace. Like keeping up the runes isn't a struggle. They're bending to my will with ease. That's great to hear, kid, but do you feel like it's too hot in there? Iring had leaned over to ask the question into the mic. Now that Izuku thought about, the feeling of being engulfed by a volcano had left. Yes, he felt warm, but it was a comforting warm. The same that he had felt within his core his entire life, but now, he could feel it all over his body. No, I feel almost the same. Why? Well, you see, I'm getting readings saying that it's 1,253 degrees in there. Do you think that you can turn it down a notch? Oh. Sorry, I was too distracted to notice. I can try. And as if he flipped a switch, the embers vanished, and the temperature lowered immediately. Good. Now I know you're excited to test this power out, but can you find a way to deform? Izuku gave a nod, before closing his eyes to concentrate. This took a bit longer, but at last, the horns subsided, and his limbs reshaped into human form. When he was done, there was no trace of the transformation. Beside the ripped and burned shoes that Izuku wore. After half an hour of being studied, Iring gave him the results to show that he had no negative drawbacks from One for All. Yes. Does this mean I can go use it again? Izuku was already making his way to the door when Iring snatched him. Ah. I know that you're excited to give this puppy a test drive, and so am I, but you can't be using the vault for your training. We need to keep it unoccupied in case a villain needs to be thrown in there. The caught wolf gave a sheepish smile back to the retired hero. Hee. Sorry. You're right, I am just excited. Not only did I control all 5 gates, but I was able to hold Ragnarok in a smaller form. This is incredible. Okay. Haha, slow down, you're going to hurt yourself. Toshi had laid a hand on the boy's head to keep him from bouncing all over the place. Now remember Izuku, that was just the added power that One for All gave you. You still have yet to actually use it. But fear not, I have the perfect place that we can test these abilities. Next morning. I was actually thinking about this place not too long ago. Father and son stood in front of Dogaba Beach, looking out to the terrain of garbage. I had initially planned for you to train here with me after the sludge villain. As you know, you took up the opportunity to train with Endeavor before I got the chance. Oh. Sorry Dad, I didn't mean to leave you out like that. Haha, it's quite alright my boy. I think that it did good for you anyway, learning to strengthen your flames as well as better combat experience. Toshi then leaned in to whisper the next part. Not to mention, you got yourself a girlfriend out of it. Dad. Ha. Speaking of which, here she comes. Izuku turned around to see that Shoko was heading towards them. He and Toshi had thought it would be a good idea to have someone to combat any flames that Izuku wouldn't be able to control. She still didn't know about OFA nor that the man next to him was All Might. Hi Shoko. The two went in for a hug. Hi Izuku, and good morning Toshinori. It's nice to see that you came. Otherwise this might have been more difficult. How come? Shoko asked. Izuku was the one who answered. Well, after USJ, Shoko looked slightly saddened, remembering how upset that Izuku was for what happened with Hakami. I've decided to put all my work to obtaining perfect control with Ragnarok. We've made progress so far. Shoko's eyes widened when he said that they have actually made progress. But I haven't been able to train with it yet. I was hoping that you would help to make sure that there aren't any loose flames. Even if it wasn't a full lie, he still hated that he had to do it to Shoko. Of course, I'll be there to help with anything. Thank you, Shoko. Alright. The transformation is simple but can be a bit flashy. So, watch out you two. Toshi and Shoko got into readied positions to engage anything that happened. Izuku hasn't tried activating it since the vault, so he was hoping that he could still feel the power. After a second of searching he felt the runes. Before, he had to put himself in danger or think of the worst. Now, they floated into his grasp at full command. It was such an amazing feeling that he never knew he needed. One at a time, he activated them. He prepared for the 5th and grabbed it. The first to come was the sparks of lightning, then the blossom of dark smoke and bright embers as they projected from his body. He remembered to free his limbs beforehand as they shifted into fur and claws. Streaks of bright purple etched into them. The horns and back spikes came after. He did forget about those, so the ones on his back ripped through his shirt. During the shift, Izuku focused on the embers and made sure that they didn't get too close to the ones watching after him. Toshi looked just as proud from before, while Shoko couldn't believe her eyes. When the wolf was done, he gave a few experimental stretches. He felt way lighter than usual, and each movement held so much power. Is everything okay my boy? Yeah. It feels just as it did the first time. How? Both males looked to a still stunned Shoko. I thought you weren't able to willingly enable your runes like that. Let alone use Ragnarok in this kind of state. What Izuku was going to answer with wasn't entirely a lie. After contrasting some similarities and differences of the 3 times that he transformed into Ragnarok, he was able to find that the second time held a different reason from his other 2. When he saw Uraraka in danger, he wanted to do anything in his power to save her. In the first and third shifts, the first thing he felt was the rage to hurt the person that caused it. Because of that, Ragnarok took control instead of himself. He wasn't sure if this theory was correct, but he would have plenty of time to test it out now. Shoko, this is what I've been trying to achieve from the start. I was just a little late to getting it. I learned that if I took a different mindset than the ones to empower the first 4, then I would be able to unlock the 5th without losing control, and even condense it into a smaller form. I'm not entirely used to it yet, so I needed some time to keep myself from going overboard. She still looked surprised to be able to respond, and instead gave an affirmative nod. Right then, let's get started, shall we? You have most of the entire day to get this new aspect under wraps. Izuku turned to Toshi with a determined grin. Right. One thing was for certain, the fire aspect of his quirk was massively enhanced while in this state. His ember breath was no longer just smoke and ember but had flames of indigo. When he first tried to let out a small puff of it, the blaze curled around his fangs and out his lips. It was such a soothing feeling that he couldn't get enough of. His pyrokinetic abilities also worked on the flame that came out his mouth, which resulted in him having a much faster way of building fire. The next thing they learned was that even though he looked to be in light form, we had access to the full strength of Ragnarok. They were able to test this by having Izuku punch a large refrigerator. It was safe to assume that he had this power when the refrigerator and everything behind it was demolished, leaving a 25-foot hole in the ground. The more he tested, the more he got excited. Because he still was of yet to use one for all. During some testing of both these new developments, he learned that he could superheat the veins on his limbs and have them leak the same fire. So basically, it looked like he had awesome flaming armor. A nice detail that he liked was that his runes also turned purple. It didn't mean anything, but it made him feel like he accomplished a lifelong goal. Since he figured out how to superheat himself, he was also able to cool down his body to prevent hurting someone from just standing next to them. Now was the final test. Okay Izuku. You ready? Toshi had asked behind some cover along with Shoko. Yeah. If I want to have full control, I'll need to be able to transform into Ragnarok. The wolf stood in a small clearing that they had made specifically for this. He lowered into a steady stance. With equally steady breaths, he slowed his heart rate. If he was right, then all he needed to do to fully shift was the same as his Fenrir form. Izuku closed his eyes and pulled. He could sense the changes occur as he focused on the image of the wolf god. His entire body grew fur and in size. It was exactly the same as his non-Ragnarok form when shifting, which made the process easy for him. When he opened his eyes, he could see over the mounds of trash all down the beach. He was caught up in the moment at the entrance exam, he didn't realize how tall he was. Now, he stands at 13 foot on 2 feet in the full glory of Ragnarok. Is everything okay Izuku? He heard Shoko yell from over her cover that she abandoned. Because he couldn't speak, he voiced a joyful gruff. The noise brought a smile from the two that were marveling at the transformation. And you're sure that nothing feels wrong? Toshi asked from beside Shoko. He got down on all fours to be more eye level and shake of the head. It looked more like a wolf trying to shake off water rather than answer a question, which made the two laugh. Well, I must say that this went better than I hoped. I am very proud of you, my boy. Shoko, your help was very much appreciated. You don't have to thank me for helping you out. This is my favorite stable family after all. But I do hate to say that I still have some work left at home, so I have to go. By Toshi, by Izuku. Congratulations on the success. She yelled that last part as she grabbed her things and ran off. Farewell Shoko. Izuku still couldn't speak and gave a deep bark. To be honest, I was hoping she would leave afterwards. I'm glad that I didn't have to make myself seem rude by asking her to. We still have to work on one for all. If she saw the sparks and the unexplainable boost in strength, she might get suspicious. Toshi turned to initiate the practice with Izuku but saw that he was currently biting an old truck in half. AGH, drop it. The sparks around Izuku's body became more frequent and bigger as he concentrated on the second power that was within him. He was back in his original form, so they could test the pure strength of OFA. The coursing power that was flowing through his body felt denser than Ragnarok's, which almost threw him off balance. He stayed completely still as he charged up his secondary quirk. You're doing great Izuku. Do you think you can move? The wolf gave a nod and took a careful step forward. Everything seemed to be working, so he took in another step, then began walking to the edge of a wall of trash. When he approached the wall, he raised a fist and let it fly. When he did this as with Ragnarok's power, just a single mound of trash was destroyed. This time, the mound as well as several others ceased to exist as an explosion of sand and debris was erupted on the beach. Holy crap, holy crap. Both Yagis expressed their amazement in the punch. I think that punch was the full 100%. How's your arm? Toshi knew that without the trained vessel, OFA could hurt its user. And if Izuku used a max punch right off the bat, then there might be injuries. My arm's completely fine. I'm able to use 100% without any backlash. If this boy gets any more excitement today, he's gonna blow. Toshi walked over to Izuku and put his hands on the boy's shoulders. Izuku, time and time again, you've showed that you have the means to be the greatest hero that history will ever see. I just can't wait to see you go make that history. Izuku barreled himself into Toshi's chest with a hug. Thank you for everything, Dad. Always. And, could you please turn off one for all, you're kind of hurting me. Villains hide out after escaping USJ. Thump. Gaha. It burns. Why does it burn? Tamura dropped to the floor after evading death in the form of a smoky nuke. Kurogyri had managed to warp them away. Before any serious injuries could be done. He had burns all over his body, but nothing that was severe. Kurogyri left to get medical supplies while Tamura was able to pull himself onto a bar stool. Tamura. What happened? The screen against the wall on the far side of the room spoke. We failed. We weren't even able to fight All Might before that DMN dog got in the way. Dog? The question was laced with curiosity. Yeah. Remember that demon werewolf from 4 years ago? The same one that you said you were interested in. He was there. He ripped Hakami apart and destroyed my Nomu. There was silence on both ends before laughter could be heard from behind the screen. Looks like I finally found you again? Ragnarok. Did you guys see the news last night? We were all on TV. But I can't help but feel disappointed that you couldn't see me very well. Hagakure had brought up the subject of the news that revolved around the USJ incident. Yeah, sorry. It would be sort of hard to stand out when you're just a pair of floating gloves. Ojiro did his best to console the girl, before someone else spoke. Either way, we're pretty much celebrities, the class of 1A that fought villains and survived. So, people think that we are the real deal. Kaminari was feeling braggish about seeing himself on TV. Oh, get over yourself. The only thing that everyone cared about was that a bunch of villains invaded a hero facility and that All Might supposedly stopped them in the end. Jiro made sure to not let the blonde become airheaded. Yeah, I guess the teachers lied to the reporters that it was All Might who fought the villains instead of Midoriya. Boy, I sure am glad that he was able to take out that freaky bird thing. Even Aizawa-sensei wasn't able to beat it. Kirishima gave his 2 cents. Izuku listened to the entire conversation from outside the door. They don't seem to be afraid of me. Everyone here is so different from Aldera. They actually have good hearts and strives to become a hero. Izuku smiled before opening the door. Yo! Midoriya, we were just talking about you. The way you took out those villains was super cool. You already looked like a pro when you were fighting alongside Aizawa-sensei. Yeah, good hearts. So, Tsu. Who do you think will be teaching class today, since Aizawa got pretty beat up? Ashido leaned too far back in her chair to ask the frog girl who caught the pink student from falling. I have no idea. I've never heard of a hero teacher having a substitute. Just then, the door to their room was opened to show a wrapped-up dead person. Or, at least they would be dead, if the voice of their teacher didn't call out from the covered bandages. Good morning, class. How are you standing? The question in sync. My well-being is irrelevant when it comes to the education to guide you all on the path of becoming heroes. And right now, I am here to guide you through your next fight. Are you saying that there are more villains? The question caused a small panic in the classroom that was stopped when the hero continued. The UA Sports Festival is about to begin. Yeeeehhhhka, Kirishima's excited yell was cut short by Kaminari slapping a hand over his mouth. That doesn't sound like a good idea. Considering that we were just attacked by a group of villains and all. Ogio's statement caused some worried looks across the room. I wouldn't worry about it too much. The school has made adjustments to beef up security. Plus, the administration believes that this is a way to demotivate villains into thinking that they actually had an impact on the USJ. Showing that the threat was handled. Either way, this event is one of the biggest opportunities for students such as yourselves to be recognized by pro heroes. I'm not exaggerating when I say that canceling it could end some of your dreams at becoming a pro. If you do well, then your chances at becoming popular among the hero industry will rise. Because of this, I fully expect each and every one of you to push yourselves past your limits. So, you better not be slacking. Yes, sir. Uraraka, wait. Izuku managed to stop the girl just before she put her hand on the door. The class looked to him with confusion on their faces. We have visitors. He thought that it was strange that there was a large group of people outside their door. He figured them to be students, but it was still odd. Uraraka eyed the door before slowly sliding it open. Before her, was a crowd of UA students from other classes and departments. What are you all doing at our door? Uraraka spoke what was on everyone's mind. Do you all perhaps have some business with our class? Ida asked his own question. Izuku knew better. As soon as the door opened, he caught the scent of dominance from the kids. They were here to challenge them. It would appear that he wasn't the only one to figure it out. They're scouting out the competition, you DMN morons. Ever since their battle exercise, Bakugo was cast out from the others of 1A. A treatment that was returned with harsher insults and more violent threats. Of course, none were in front of the teacher. We went up against a bunch of villains and came out alive. So of course, some are feeling jealous. Bakugo put on his signature grin as he stared down the group of students. At least you DMN extras can finally see what a future pro looks like. Now get out of my DMN way before I squash you. I thought that this was a class for aspiring students to become heroes. Not for people who have bigger egos than their IQ. If you're seriously the kind of person that represents 1A, then I'm glad I came to see your face before it gets thrown into the dirt. The boy that instantly got the approval of Izuku and Shoko worked his way through to the front line. He had indigo hair with eyes that matched and came along with bags under them. Sure, there are some people who are just scouting to get an idea, but I'm here for a different reason, to tell you that you better watch yourself. If someone from a lower class does good enough, then they will be transported to 1A. And someone will have to make room. That is exactly what I plan to do, so prepare yourselves, because I'm not the only one. Just then, someone else made an entrance who had funny-looking eyelashes and sharp teeth. Hey you! I'm from the class next door, and we heard that you guys fought some villains. I thought that was super manly, but now, I all see are a bunch of JRKS who think that they are better than everyone else. Well, guess it's time for me to set things straight. Yeah, I do think that I'm better than all you. The blonde was stopped when he felt a strong hand on his shoulder. I'm so sorry about him, everyone. I'm sure you all know what it's like to have that class idiot. I can assure you that we are not like this. Bakugo went to retort but winced when he felt the hand tighten to uncomfortable levels. I for one, gladly accept your challenge. I think that it's admirable to see that you're trying so hard to attain your goals. And even if you were put into a lower class, that doesn't mean you all don't have great potential to become heroes. The boy and everyone behind him looked surprised. Then the one with odd eyelashes spoke. Oh man, you're actually pretty nice. Sorry about coming at you like that. It's no big deal. I'm just glad that things didn't take an unnecessary turn to a rivalry between our classes. Bakugo was able to twist himself out of Izuku's hold and storm off, glaring at anyone who turned their gaze towards him. For once, I'm glad that I get the chance to fight you. That way, the public will know who you are. The next 2 weeks went by in a blur. Everyone trained to the fullest to gain higher results in their abilities. Before they knew it, the festival was here. The entire class of 1A was in the waiting room. President Mike would be calling them out soon, so everyone was putting on their game faces to show to the world. Izuku was in the middle of his own planning before he smelt the germ of dominance again. Midoriya. The boy turned to see Ida standing a few feet from him. He had a kind of grin that made him look ready for a fight. Time and time again, you have showed that you are an exemplary student here in UA. That is why I wish to give my own declaration of war. Izuku could see that some other students began to stand along with him. We all do. We all strive to be the best. We may be classmates, but out there, it's a free-for-all. Izuku stood before them with a battle grin of his own before throwing up a fist. Challenge accepted. To start off the festival, we shall have the student who passed first in the entrance exam. Izuku Yagi Midoriya. Midnight called the boy up when the classes got arranged. Izuku walked up to the stage while getting a few pats on the back. There he stood behind the microphone with a majority of the world watching him. He stopped and gave his speech. I didn't prepare a speech for this. He could see the confused faces of the students and the people in the bleachers. Not because I didn't remember, but because those words wouldn't have been from the person that you see now. Each moment that I'm here in UA, I'm changing for the better. And so is every single student that I see right here before me. So, I wanted to tell you all what I feel, right now. I feel like I'm carrying a lot of responsibility, which is to be expected when you're trying to become a hero. Because a hero is many things. It could be someone who fights villains that are trying to hurt people, or steal from others. It could be someone that is trying their hardest to lift the building off of someone that is trapped underneath. It can even be the one who did something as little as helping someone cross the street. Because it doesn't matter the scale of what they've done. What matters is the person they are helping. You don't have to have a license to be called a hero, because a hero could be anyone, and it could mean anything. The kind stranger that helped you get your cat down from a tree, that one friend that stood by your side when things got tough, your mother, your father. All it takes is once generous action, and you could be a hero in someone's eyes. I want to be this kind of hero. The students here that I see all have a goal. A goal that we all share, but not for the same reasons. Our reasons could be anything. I know a person who wants to be a hero to prove they aren't weak. Someone else's goal can be for the sole reason of saving others, or maybe they made a promise. Whatever reason that anyone could have, we are here for one thing, to become a hero. And like any hero, we can't be stopped by limits, because there is no such thing. Here at UA we all go beyond. We go, plus ultra. The people in the stands erupted into cheer that lasted for nearly half a minute and showed no signs of slowing before Midnight raised her mic, showing that she was ready to pronounce the first game. The randomizer on the wall began to spin. It took just a moment before it showed its pick. It's an obstacle race. Every student will have to run a treacherous course all the way around the school, which is exactly 4 kilometers long. Take your places, contestants. Izuku was next to Shoko. Both were carefully watching the green lights at the top of the large doorway. The moment the signal was given, all of them would be in a free-for-all. The last light went off. Begin. Izuku leapt into the air and went into light form. He projected the jump to land him on the ceiling of the tunnel. From his spot, he propelled himself back onto the ground, far ahead of the others. When he connected to the ground, he wasted no time to drop on all fours and speed himself to victory. Meanwhile, Shoko had been less nice to the competition as she froze the entire inside of the tunnel and pulled ahead. But she wasn't alone. Almost every student of 1A had evaded the attempt and were not far behind. You better get back here, you icy hot beach. You and that mutt? Unfortunately, Bakugo was one of them. She was able to catch that Monoma had tapped the blonde while he was distracted and was using his copied quirk to speed along. Many others had used some very unique ways of getting past her ice. She focused herself on the path ahead of her to see that Izuku was tearing into some robots from the entrance exam. Guess he couldn't help himself, Shoko thought with a smile before catching up to get some of the fun. And just like that, the 2 top students of Class 1A take the first obstacle by storm as they appear to be ignoring each other. While the students continued their way, Present Mike was announcing the interesting results from the top booth. Along with Aizawa, who was still bandaged enough to look like a mummy. After Izuku has had his fun, he rushed back to the race. He has dispatched them fast enough to still be ahead of the others, but Shoko was just behind him. The 2 of them had decided that for this game, they would use their own skills to get by. Only 2 minutes in, and we already have someone at the second obstacle. Sheesh, you would think they would make this harder. Izuku was a little disappointed when he approached the next course that looked to be a large pit with randomly placed rock towers within it. All of which had cables that connected them for people to cross between them. Yeah, right? The wolf didn't slow as he bounded from the edge of the pit all the way to the closest tower. Holy crap, everyone! This one isn't slowing down. He just jumped right over. Got anything to say to that eraser head? Ugh. As long as you stop screaming. Izuku's quirk allows him the mutations of a wolf. Speed, strength, stamina, endurance, and senses. However, not just any ordinary wolf. His quirk is based of the wolf god, Fenrir. So, his abilities are way beyond the average. A lot of the people in the stands now understood his abilities. After all, a lot of them recognized his as the boy from 4 years ago and the wolf from the sludge villain incident. By the time he got halfway, Shoko had started on the second obstacle. Not too far behind her was a collection of most 1A students and kids from other classes. Monoma really seemed to be getting the hang of using the explosions to propel himself by watching the original owner use them, who was cursing insults at everyone. Ida was near the front for obvious reasons, while others who didn't have quirk that helped in mobility were farther back. Izuku made it across the second obstacle with ease and moved on to the next. It wasn't long until he came upon a field that looked suspicious and had a funny smell to it. Without stopping, Midoriya has made it to the third and final obstacle. But, will he be able to handle it? Izuku pressed a clawed foot past the line. He went to take another when nothing happened. When the second step came down, there was a pink explosion that sent him back behind the line. It's mines. These devices work just as mines would and trigger with a pink explosion when stepped on. But, not to worry everyone, they aren't lethal, but can still pack a punch. Yeah, like that's going to stop me. Izuku was feeling nice at the moment and decided to do the other racers a favor. He built his ember breath and shot a widespread smoke cannon onto the minefield. Throughout the black wave, there was the rapid fire of pink smoke mixed in. When a clear path was set for him to cross, he made haste. Shoko was getting a little too close now. When he passed the finish line, he heard the cheers of the audience once more. Then he turned to watch Shoko just as she passed herself. The first game was theirs. And the next game is a cavalry battle. The remaining 42 students who passed the obstacle course looked to Midnight as she announced the next game. In this event, contestants will be allowed to partner up in teams of 2 through 4, however as they see fit. However, each student will be given a headband that has a set number of points that is based on their place in the obstacle course. The number of points goes up by 5s from 42nd place all the way to 2nd place. The points assigned to the person in first is 10 million. Just then, every class of UA targeted the boy with not-so-nice intentions. What they didn't expect was the boy to return their stares with an excited grin. Oh, bring it on. Yes, this is the dream. Since Izuku was in first place, no one wanted to team up with him. He understood, he was just a little surprised that Shoko offered her partnership in this event. An offer that he gladly accepted. So, there they were, Izuku down on all fours in full Fenrir form while Shoko rode on his back. The couple have tried this idea multiple times, but never got the chance to fight anyone with it. So, both were equally excited to give the other contestants even more reason to have those terrified looks on their faces. Izuku's job as the one and only horse of the group was to protect Shoko and her headband. She was perfectly capable of defending herself on his back through some past exercises, but they knew of the capabilities that the other students had here. They needed to take this seriously. Everybody ready? Midnight lifted her whip, and everything was silent. Begin. Right off the bat, multiple teams came straight for them. Izuku gave a specific grunt that signaled for Shoko. She understood the message and covered her face. Izuku faced the ground and let out a giant wave of smoke. With them hidden, the previously chasing teams halted. All of them too wary to enter. Get out of my way. Everyone turned to see Bakugo launch a powerful explosion into the smokescreen. The force of the blast sent enough wind pressure to blow away their cover. Guess Bakugo managed to make a team after all. Shoko was still skeptical how he got himself a team of 4 without threatening to take their lives if they didn't. But soon enough, the blonde's team of Kirishima, Ashido, and Siro came straight for them. Trying to cause some unstabilization in their teamwork, Izuku gave a menacing growl. It was mostly effective on Ashido, but they pushed forward. So, Izuku did something they didn't expect. The wolf began to charge at the enemy team. They all looked surprised but didn't stop. Just when they got close enough, Izuku leapt straight over their heads and twisted midair. The reason for the twist was so Shoko could grab another team's headband while she was upside down. The wolf took off as soon as they landed. Oh crap! She grabbed my headband. Shoko smiled as she tied the piece of cloth around her neck. They kept going until they got to the other side of the area. If the people wanted their headband that badly, then they would have to run all the way across. Too bad for them that Izuku has more stamina than he knows what to do with. On this side, someone else decided to take on the pair. It was Shoji. He had his arms spread out across him back in an odd way. Too bad Izuku could smell both Tsu and Monoma hiding underneath. Trying to surprise them, they both shot out their tongues in hopes of catching them off guard. Shoko was the first to react this time as she sent a small wave of fire to intercept the attack. She kept it from hurting the two, but made it intimidate enough to get the group to back off. In that moment, Shoko was so focused on the match and was so comfortable. Fighting along Izuku, she realized that she used her fire. It wouldn't have been a big deal if Endeavor wasn't watching from the stands. He never knew until now that she had begun to use her fire. She spared a glance to where the number 2 flaming trash can stood and saw that he was transitioning from a stunned look to one of joy. Guess there's no going back now. Suddenly, Izuku feels his claws sinking into the ground. He looks to see that ground around him has become a kind of quicksand. Connected to the trail of sand is another rapidly advancing team. The rider is that same weird eyelash boy while his front horse used his quirk to change the concrete. You didn't think that just because you were super nice meant that you were safe, did ya? They took a few steps just before they had to dodge a spear of ice. You missed. It was meant to distract you. Wait, what? They had no time to dodge the second attack as they were frozen to the ground. Shoko had a trail of ice going off Izuku's tail and surrounded the enemy team. And I'm not even breaking any rules since you're still able to continue. Damn it. Izuku was able to break free after sending more heat and smoke from his limbs that caused the sand to push away. He leapt out of the pit but was immediately faced with another team. Midoriya. Izuku and Shoko looked onto the team in front of them. Ida was the front runner and had Uraraka and girl with pink curly hair that had all sorts of gadgets at the sides. As for the runner, Tokoyami had his dark shadow at the ready. I told you that I declared war on you, and so did they. In order for us to become stronger, we must face you here and now. Izuku didn't like Ida at first when arriving at UA. But after getting to know him a little better, he wasn't half bad. But there was something that shined about the engine boy. He stuck true to his goals. The wolf gave a battle roar as the two teams charged. Shoko created a large spear and hurled it to the advancing dark shadow. It was able to dodge and go in for a strike. It lifted a claw and aimed for the headband on her head. Shoko ignored the attack and looked for any weak spots, because she knew that the wolf had it handled. Just before the dark hand could connect, it was stopped by a clamped jaw in the wrist. Izuku shot embers onto its limb before it pulled away in pain. It was a good thing that she saw it when she did, because suddenly Ida is zooming at speeds faster than before. The enemy group made another attempt for her headband. Tokoyami was getting dangerously close to her points. But it wasn't the couple that were in danger, it was the other team. Uraraka didn't know what the smile on Shoko's face meant, but she knew it wasn't good. Izuku's fireproof. Are you? The team couldn't react before the pair were engulfed in flames. The light from the fire made Dark Shadow scamper back to Tokoyami, and Ida was forced to back the team away from the burning pillar. Too bad for you guys. At least you have enough points to move on to the next round. Time's up. The festival was put on break while everyone was at lunch. Although it was quiet, Izuku could smell the fear from everyone who was still in the tournament. They were all tense and anticipating who their matchups could be. Every year, the last event of the sports festival was some sort of 1v1 match. The details of the match would be given after they got back on the field. Midoriya, Todoroki. The two that were addressed looked up so see Ida, who was sitting across from them. I must say, your teamwork during the cavalry battle was extraordinary. You two fight together like you do this regularly. Why is that? I feel like he's asked something like this before. Well, that's because we have. Me and Shoko have known each other for 10 months. Wait, you're saying that you've known each other before school? Uraraka seemed to be interested in their conversation. Yeah. We got to know each other when my father offered to train him. You were trained by Endeavor? This time, everyone at the table looked shocked. It's kind of a long story. It's almost time for the next event to begin. Right. We need to prepare ourselves for the trials to come. The first matches were set up. After Ojiro and a kid from another class dropped themselves from the tournament for odd reasons, the final fights were shown on the board. He was up against the same person that declared war on his class. You're Izuku Yagi Midoriya, correct? The wolf met the gaze of dark indigo eyes. But he did not answer. He heard the secret meaning behind the words. He didn't just ask a question, he laid a trap. Instead, he just eyed the boy before giving a curt nod. HMP. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Ojiro was just behind Izuku, getting ready to use his tail to keep him from talking when he moved. Izuku got closer to him, stopping just short of 2 feet away. He opened his mouth and let a puff of smoke hit the other in the face. Cough cough, the hell? Shinso walked away with an annoyed look. Izuku thought that he would be a bit nicer for apologizing to them for how Bakugo treated them, but that didn't seem to be the case. He was challenged, and he accepted. First up, is the wolf who's managed to get first in all the previous games, Izuku Yagi Midoriya versus the silent but effective type, Hitoshi Shinso. Since he's been getting work done in secret, we have no idea what he might be planning. Let's get this show on the road. Both competitors came out of the tunnels and took their places on the stage. Oh, this sure is exciting. Are y'all ready? So, you're the famous demon werewolf? The one from 4 years ago. Is he seriously going to try and use that against me? Ojiro already warned me about you, so it's not going to work. Start. The way that you blew up in smoke. And came out as a giant wolf. Like you came straight from hell. Izuku began to run towards the boy. He was going to end this quickly. You looked so monstrous, especially when you threw the #1 hero across the DMN place. No matter what you say, it won't make me talk. So, you must know what it's like to be called a villain. Izuku stopped in his tracks. Oh yeah, I do too. Because of my quirk, everyone discriminated me. Said that I was pure evil. The wolf just listened as Shinso kept going. I've always wanted to be a hero, but others always thought the opposite. They never gave me a chance. They never even tried to see that kind of person that I am. Instead, they turned away the moment they knew my quirk. Is that what it was like for you? Izuku almost answered verbally, but was able to catch himself and gave a friendlier nod. Then do me a favor, why don't you win this for me, alright? He wasn't able to move his head before Shinso turned around and walked out of bounds. Shinso is out of bounds. Izuku Yagi Midoriya advances into the tournament. Midnight sounded just as confused as the audience. But Izuku knew that he had to win. Sheesh, now I feel bad for blowing smoke in his face. It was Shoko's match now. She was on her way to the stage to face Zero. Guess what BSTRD was waiting for her? How long? How long has it been since you finally accepted what you were made for? Just because I took the wheel, doesn't mean I'm going where you told me to. That was all she said before walking away. Endeavor said something else, but she feels she's made her point. She was just about to exit the tunnel when she felt his large hand grasp onto her shoulder. Her left shoulder. Shoko's immediate response was to blast a ball of fire behind her as she swung her arm to face the man's face. He let out a surprised grunt as he was flashed with bright flames that swirled around his face and upper chest. She didn't even check to see if she actually burned him before she turned back and walked out the rest of the way. As you would expect, Shoko simply froze her target. The moment that battle started, Zero attempted to throw her out of bounds. The girl grabbed the tape and pulled Zero towards her before launching a chunk of ice to his gut. Shoko must have hit him harder than she meant to, because Zero surrendered right after. She felt kind of bad afterwards. The following matches were Kaminari getting showed up by Shiozaki using her vines, and Ida getting used like a prized possession as Mei showed off her babies. The first real fight of the festival so far was Ashido vs Aoyama. The pink girl able to dodge and maneuver herself through the lasers with impressive agility. Even though Aoyama was shooting his beams nonstop, she managed to get herself in by exploiting his weakness and deliver a finishing uppercut. The next match was another quick one as Tokoyami gave an unrelenting combo to Yayorozu, who wasn't able to use her quirk fast enough to fight back. The fight between Kirishima and Tetsutetsu was comical as they basically mirrored each other, throwing punch after punch. They actually ended up in a draw. Everyone was on their toes when Uraraka and Bakugo entered. Every time she tried to get close, she would be knocked back by a point-blank explosion. It was a brutal pattern that just kept going. And the entire time, Bakugo had an evil grin. Izuku saw the mistake that Uraraka made when she went in for another attempt. He just didn't know that the blonde would be so cruel about it. When she had her hand outstretched to tap him on the shoulder, Bakugo had a perfect shot, and he took it. He placed his hand directly next to hers and put more power into the blast than the previous. The reaction was instant as Uraraka screamed while clutching her burnt hand as she landed several yards away. She was only able to move when she had to dodge while Bakugo tried to attack while she was down. The dodge was in the form of a roll, so she didn't get far as Bakugo was able to land a kick to her side. She dropped to the ground from having the air knocked out of her. Before the BSTRD could continue the assault, Cementos stopped the fight. Although Bakugo straight up bullied the girl, the win was his. Izuku hated to see that blonde's ego rise even more. Uraraka even had a decent plan of using the blown of ground so use as a meteor shower to rain down on her target. It was just bad timing that she was finished before the preparations could be completed. With final match of the first round, the semi-finals began. It was Izuku versus Shoko. "I trust that you won't hold back," Shoko yelled with a competitive smile. "I will definitely have to push myself. But I will have to apologize if I'm planning on saving my secret move just on Bakugo." "MPH, understandable, I would want to beat the BSTRD into the ground too. Guess that means I'll get the chance when I win." Izuku took a predatory stance while shifting into light form. "Is that a challenge?" One rune activated. Start. The glacier that came at Izuku was enormous. Too big to be destroyed by his own strength alone. He pulled back his arm as it lit up with sparks, then he swung. The oncoming ice was shattered when his fist connected, and the gust of wind directed the shards back to its user. 2 runes activated. The shards become no threat as they were met with a wall of flame to melt them. Through the flames, Shoko ran straight for Izuku. Not a good idea unless you have a trick up your sleeve. With a beginning kick, her hit was blocked by an arm. She backed off for just a second before the arm could burn her and dove back in. 3 runes activated. One after another, hits were blocked by each other. From the stands, people could have mistaken them for martial artists in a battle to the death. Just as Izuku went in for a sideways claw when Shoko sent ice behind him. Of course. We're too close for her to use her ice effectively, so she would make some sort of trap instead. The moment he was distracted by the frost wall, he was kicked directly in the chest, straight to the wall. As soon as he made contact, Shoko developed the ice further, making it encase Izuku in the middle of an ice prison. It would appear that Midoriya has been frozen and cannot move. Midnight may have not known better, but Shoko did. Without warning, the ice blew up in a blast of black smoke. Izuku was starting to get excited now, as smoke left his mouth in an intimidating way. He lowered onto all fours and prepared for the next confrontation. 4 runes activated. This specific technique utilized his features of having advanced locomotion and claws. It was a savage barrage of hit-and-run tactics. With 4 runes, his speed would make it nearly impossible for people with speed quirks to handle him. Izuku took off in a blur. Shoko's reaction time was as good as ever when he was met with another glacier. Then, he was behind her. She noticed the attack but couldn't keep the elbow from striking her ribs. She winced and jumped back to confront the next attack, but Izuku was gone. The next thing she felt was the back of her knee being pushed in, causing her to drop on it. Then the blurry punch as it connected with her gut and sent her to the air. Landing on concrete hurt as she fell to the ground. Before she could pick herself back up. Todoroki is out of bounds. Izuku advances into the finals. Shoko looked over her shoulder to see that she was partially over the line. When she looked forward, she saw Izuku standing above her with an apologetic look and a hand offering her help. She returned the smile and took the hand but didn't let go. Together, they walked out of the arena. Ida made short work of Shiozaki by using the same burst of speed from the cavalry battle. Ashido never really stood a chance against Tokoyami's Dark Shadow. After the deciding battle in the form of an arm wrestling contest between Kirishima and Tetsutetsu, the red-haired boy was able to move on. While the fight that Kirishima put up against Bakugo was admirable, his quirk becomes ineffective the longer a battle draws out for. The opposite works for Bakugo, who gets stronger the more he sweats. At least this time, he didn't try to maim his opponent. With that, the semi-finals were over. Just 4 people left. Izuku versus Ida. The speed that I have is beyond that of my own. Although I should be striving to win this match, I don't think I can see that happening. Start. If I were to hold back anyway. Suddenly, Ida is gaining immense ground on Izuku. The boy showed his fangs in a toothy smile. With a battle cry, Izuku uses a small amount of OFA and punches the ground. The result was the ground to erupt in cracks and unstable cement. Ida wasn't able to let up his pursuit as he ran into the affected area. He didn't get far as tripped over a block that was lying a bit higher than the rest. The momentum of his speed sent the engine boy sprawling out of bounds. From his odd position on the ground, Ida looked up to the one who he lost to. 1. Use your enemy's strength against them. That you did. Very wise of you, Midoriya. Izuku pulled the boy to his feet and both walked out. Tokoyami's matchup with Bakugo was an unlucky one. Dark Shadow was hardly unable to keep itself together as it was berated with explosions left and right. Tokoyami was given no time to recover or counter before Bakugo gave the final blow. With a powerful blast, he sent the two straight out of bounds. Most people showed sportsmanship and respect towards their opponents. Bakugo just laughed and walked away, but not before looking into the crowd and looking straight at Izuku. It was Izuku versus Bakugo now. In the waiting room. So how do you feel about his next fight? Shoko decided to accompany him to the room before he went off to fight the blonde. Ready. Izuku was in a state that a predator took when they were on the hunt, calm, yet excited. Focused, and saw everything. Ready to attack, but also to defend. Shoko's only seen this kind of state from him just a few times before, when they really got into their training. It takes a specific situation for his instincts and his own mind to be perfectly in sync. But when they did, Izuku was unstoppable. Do you plan to use it? Yes. Kick his butt for me. Shoko kissed the still boy on the cheek before leaving the room. Let the next match's contestants come onto the stage. Izuku stood up. Izuku walked out the tunnel with no shoes on and up the few steps of the arena. I can't believe I finally have the chance to not only beat your butt into the ground, but to show it to the world. Prepare yourself, you DMN monster, because this is the end for you. Bakugo was already drooling insults before they took their spots. Izuku didn't react, and instead zipped down his shirt and let it hang around his waist. And here we have it. The final battle that will decide the first and second place of the sports festival. Aren't you all excited? Present mixed commentary on the scene brought a collected cheer from the crowd. Izuku Yagi Midoriya has been an absolute attention-getter from the start. His flashy wolf god abilities were going to get him far, if not let him win the games. And his opponent is the explosive warrior that's been on his tail the whole time. He's shown great promise of strength and tenacity. Let's hear it for the both of them. Once again, the crowd went into an uproar. Everyone was foaming at the mouth, just to see these two fight. It was definitely going to be flashy. I hope you're ready, you DMN mutt. 'Cause I'm going to burn all that fur off your body. Did he seriously forget that I'm fireproof? Start. Ha-awawa. Bakugo didn't waste a second before propelling himself forward. Izuku still didn't move. Dai. He was just 2 yards away now. 5 runes activated. Izuku blew up in smoke. The violent force of the explosion sent the blonde back to his original spot. He managed to use his quirk to make him land in his feet but didn't move when he saw the process happening before him. This was the same pillar of smoke from the mall and in the USJ. He knew that this was serious. Every pair of eyes that was watching the festival saw as the smoke stopped and revealed the person within. Izuku was in his Ragnarok light form. His limbs were that of a werewolf's and were covered in glowing purple veins. He had a pair of dark purple horns on his head and large spikes on his back. With bright lavender eyes, he stared down his target. Katsuki Bakugo. The voice that called his name made his heart drop. In this fight, I will make you feel the pain that you have caused others. I'm not just going to beat you. Izuku raised his arms to his sides and igniting them with indigo fire. I'm going to break you. I'd like to see you try. Like the fool that he is, Bakugo charged the wolf. But at least he was smart enough to start with a full power explosion. The shockwave from the blast sent up a cloud of dust and obscured everyone's vision of the two. Whoa! Izuku may have pulled a powerful transformation, but could he already be done for? As if. Bakugo couldn't see, but he knew that the voice came from behind him. Before he could do anything, he feels a powerful impact on his lower back. He's sent flying through the smoke but is able to keep himself from going out of bounds. With some precise explosions. The dust cloud is dispersed with a similar swing of Izuku's arm. Much like the same move he used during their fight in the combat exercise. But Bakugo wasn't the only one to feel the pressure as the audience shielded themselves from the wind. I'm glad that you're slightly heat-resistant, Bakugo. That way I don't have to hold back as much when I scorch you. Izuku brought back both of his arms as they built up a wave of indigo fire and shot it in a narrow stream of flame. He made sure that the boy could dodge it, he didn't want to kill him after all. Just as he predicted, Bakugo leapt to the right, that was where he was intercepted by the predator. With a raised palm, he brought it down onto the blonde's chest with such power that it made him bounce off the ground. With his target completely defenseless in midair, Izuku grabbed his wrist and threw him over onto the ground again. He could hear every sound of pain that came from Bakugo's throat. So, he knew that he was doing it right. He backed off to allow the BSTRD to get up. When he was finally able to get back on his feet, he had two separate emotions on his face. Anger and fear. Good. What's wrong? I thought you were going to burn my fur. Or is it that you've already given up? Seriously, Bakugo. If all you can take is a couple hits when I'm not even using my full power, then you just don't have the means to be a hero. Shut up. The blonde brought his arms together and faced his hands to the wolf. Not a second later, a concentrated ball of sweat blew up in a flash. Izuku didn't bother to shield his eyes from the blinding light as his vision turned white. He needed to show that no matter what Bakugo tried he would still lose. It was easy to pick up on the scent of nitroglycerin, and as usual, Bakugo made no attempt to silence his steps. Dai. Guess it doesn't really matter when he's screaming. Izuku charged forward, too fast for the blonde to react as he was tacked to the ground. He heard the air get knocked out of him again as he slammed him into the ground. With a single hand pressed against Bakugo's chest, he raised the other to prepare a punch. Just before he could swing, he heard the sizzle of Bakugo's hands next to his face. Instead of punching, Izuku closed the hand he had on his opponent's torso, grabbing his shirt and not really caring that his claws cut through and scratched Bakugo's skin. Izuku threw him straight into the air with little effort. About 30 feet above the ground, Bakugo was struggling to gain his control in the air. With a few precise uses of his quirk, he was able to balance himself. Just before he could look down to find his target, lavender eyes were staring into his. Izuku had leapt 30 feet into the air like it was no big deal. Not only that, but he made sure to jump slightly higher than that. So now, Bakugo's head was level with Izuku's waist. The wolf raised his right leg to where it was above the other's head. Sure dash. Izuku's heel came down like a sledgehammer as it connected with the top of Bakugo's head. The result, the blonde fell. He became completely dazed from the kick and so he was unable to use his explosions to keep him from being launched into the ground. Thankfully, he didn't land on his head, otherwise there would have been problems. He did however, let out a painful yell as his back collided with the concrete. Bakugo was just barely able to open his eyes to see the wolf falling towards him from above. He raised his hands to let out a combine's massive explosion, but just before he could get them a foot above the ground, Izuku landed on them, pinning his hands to the ground. Gah! Izuku's landing had for sure sprained Bakugo's wrists, if not broken them. Dark crimson eyes stared back into piercing lavender. Said lavender eyes caught the little motion of Cementos from his seat. He was about to stop the match if things continued. It's now or never. Why do you want to be a hero? The question seemed to surprise the blonde. This was his chance. You always used to talk about being just as strong as All Might, no, stronger. But why? What is your reason? If you've forgotten, then you don't deserve to be here. If all you've thought about was trying to get back at me, then you need to walk off this stage, right now. Gee, get off me. Bakugo. You've made me hate the words that I'm about to say next, but you can be a good hero. So, I ask one last favor of you. Not as rivals, but as childhood friends. Change, it's what's gotten me this far. When was the last time you did it? After all these years, now you want to help me. Get real. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. Please, just listen. Bakugo, if you can't change yourself then you will never be a hero. Ha! Who the hell are you to say if I can or can't be a hero? I'll be the best DMN hero there ever was. And there's nothing that I can say to make you reconsider? Izuku couldn't help the solemn look that came over him. No. But there is something that you can do. The wolf was a little surprised with that statement, but he was a fool to get his hopes up, especially because of the wicked grin the Bakugo put on. Go put yourself down in a ditch somewhere. You really could have been a great hero. Kaken. And while you're at it, take that half and half beach with you. Bakugo wasn't able to say another word as his head was smashed against the hard ground. Izuku tried his hardest to hold back in that punch, but he was sure that he had completely broken the boy's nose and given him a mean concussion. Cementos called off the fight just as Izuku saw Bakugo's nose gushing blood down his face. The hero didn't need to do much as Izuku walked away with an enraged look. But, behind those eyes, there was a deep pit of sadness at the forever loss of an old friend. Midoriya is the winner of the first year's sports festival. The first year's sports festival winners have been concluded. And with that, it's time to relax while we have the rewards ceremony. A platform came from the ground in a cloud of smoke for added dramatic effect. On the top platform was Izuku, on the second place was Bakugo, and the third was Tokoyami. Now, because of this wonderful year of contestants, there is only one person who should award our champions. All the way on top of the stadium, All Might appeared to look over the edge. I am here. The crowd went wild when the great symbol of peace entered the stadium with a mighty leap down to the podiums. He stood proud for a second to allow the cameraman to get some good shots before taking the medals from Midnight. Congratulations, young Tokoyami. You showed excellent power in the events. However, you must learn to expand your skills. You cannot expect to win every fight with your quirk alone. Thank you, sir. The two pulled into a hug before All Might went to Bakugo. Young Bakugo. You have talent and skill, but that attitude needs to change if you want the people that you're protecting to accept you. Bakugo said nothing as All Might placed the medal around his neck and awkwardly hugged the boy. Then it was Izuku's turn. Midoriya. You did excellently today. Not just in independence, but also in teamwork. You will make a great hero with those traits. He placed the medal around his neck and went for the hug. When he did, he quietly talked into Izuku's ear. This is probably starting to sound old already, but I am proud. It never does. Izuku tightened the hug before the two pulled away. Here you have it, the winners of this year's sports festival. Congratulations, all of you. You proved that there is a reason that you are here. And because of everyone's hard work, there will be a 2-day break. Another thing, I'm sure that there will be pro heroes who want to recruit you, so we'll look over the results when you return. Use these 2 days wisely, you still have a lot of training to do when you get back. Yes, sir. Oh, Izuku, my little pup. I'm so proud of you. Thanks, Mom. It's always nice to have you cheering me on. Since Izuku had 2 free days, he decided to visit home. The Yagi family were holding a short celebration for him getting first place in the festival. The reason for it coming to quick end was the boy had somewhere else to be. Alright, I'm off. I'll see you two later tonight. Bye. Bye, dear. So long, my boy. After said boy left, Toshi looked to his wife. So, now that I'm home, what shall take me? He was more than obliged but had to stop when they heard the yelling from down the street. I can still hear you. So, what was the reason for suddenly wanting to see her? After Izuku left the house, he headed out to meet Shoko in town. She had explained that she was going to visit her mother after all this time and needed some encouragement. When Endeavor saw that I used my fire in the cavalry battle, he thought that I was just going to obey him now. And that's what's got me thinking, this fire is my own, something of my own free will. If I can show Mother that I'm not my father, show her what you showed me, then maybe she can come to terms with my left side. It's good that you're willing to try, and I hope that she does see the kind of person you are, because you're wonderful, fire or not. Thank you, Izuku. The walk was quick when they got lost into conversation. Before they knew it, they stood in front of the building that held Shoko's mother. They got checked in from the front desk easily enough, and in no time, they looked at the door. This is it. Shoko looked and smelled nervous for obvious reasons. It is. But only can you possibly find what you're looking for is if you open that door. With enough will, Shoko twisted the handle. That last 2 days passed in a blur. And soon enough, they were back in Class 1A. Morning class. The arrival of their homeroom teacher silenced any previous conversations as they greeted him back. It's good to see that you all seem to be doing well. Good, because we have a busy day ahead of us. Codenames. The class grew excited upon hearing that they were going to come up with their hero identities. Usually, you wouldn't have to do this until later on in the year. However, since this year's massive rise in heroes wanting to draft you for sidekicks, this needed to be done earlier. In case you were all wondering how many offers you got, you can see on this list. With the press of a button, the screen on the wall lit up with a list of their names and a number that signifies the amount of offers. Holy crap! The whole class was shocked to see that the wolf has gotten over 6,000 offers. Shoko was behind with over 5,000 and Bakugo with just barely. He would have gotten more if he visibly wasn't such an but to the other contestants. The rest were fairly average. Whoa, Todoroki. You got more offers than Bakugo, even though you lost in the second round. Jiro stated her confusement before being answered by Yaoyorozu. She probably got more because of who she fought instead of who she lost to. Her and Izuku's fight was one of the most exhilarating of them all, so she was able to show a lot of her power and skill. The same goes for Izuku, who managed to get as many offers because he fought with control and overwhelming power. Why you don't have to go that far? Shoko was grateful but felt a little embarrassed from the attention. Besides, I guarantee that a portion of them are because of my father. Which reminds me, Aizawa-sensei. Everyone's attention went to Izuku. Bakugo is here, but why is he not in the class? What do you mean he's here? Kirishima asked before their teacher could answer. His scent is coming from the room next door. There was some puzzled chatter before they were silenced from Aizawa using his quirk. Yes. Bakugo is and will be absent from this classroom here on out. Throughout the year, the teachers had noticed his odd behavior in trying to discreetly harass other students. Also, his foul attitude during the sports festival has gotten him an image of a UA student with villain intentions. And because Vlad King is better suited for students such as him, Bakugo will be moved to Class 1B. What about the open seat? Will someone be moved up from a lower class? Kaminari asked. Yes, although, that person won't be joining until after the weekend. Back on track, that is why you'll be needing to make your names now. You will be able to change them later on in life, but you will need to take these seriously because if you don't, you'll have hell to pay later. These are the names that you will be showing to the world. So be sure to not have anything indecent. Aizawa was interrupted by Midnight as she came through the door. What she says is true. That is why she will be the one to approve of your names, since it's not exactly my forte. And with that, everyone got to making their names. Shoko had come up with her name while she and Izuku designed their costumes together. She walked to the front of the class and showed the name that she wanted to show the world. The element hero, Frostburn. Why it was so hard for me to come up with a name for her. This was literally the best I could come up with. Oh, sounds powerful. I approve. You can't be seriously thinking that this isn't good enough. No, not at all. It's just I don't think I've ever heard of a hero with the title of God in it. It fits, doesn't it? My quirk is based on a god after all. Of course. And I approve. Izuku was thrilled to hear that his lifelong hero name was going to be the one that people across the world could feel hope in. He looked back to his board to indulge. The Norse God hero, Fenrir. Turned out that Izuku wasn't the only one to have God in their hero title. Shortly after, Tokoyami came up and presented his name. It was a multi-worded name that came together to form a different word. One of those words was God, which formed into Shinto God of the Night. Oh well. Now, that's all figured out, I'll be passing out the lists of heroes that are offering you internships. Be sure to put a lot of thought into these, and I also suggest that you get working on them now. You only have another 2 days until your week-long experience of training under a pro hero. So, get to it. Yuuk, have any of you guys figured out what hero agency to pick? Ashido was still visibly upset about getting far in the tournament but somehow got no offers. Yeah, I did actually. Some people looked surprised to hear that Uraraka had already made her choice. I'm going to the hero agency that the battle hero, Gunhead runs. But I thought you were more interested in rescue. Ribbit. Tsu had heard how she admired 13 in their rescue work. I am, but after the tournament I realized that my combat is pretty weak. So, I need to learn to get better in all different kinds of hero work. The first sentence was said with a slight defeated look in her face as she looked to her hand but was able to brighten up at the end. Thankfully, her hand wasn't permanently damaged and was healed up fairly easily by Recovery Girl. But still, what the blonde BSTRD did was unacceptable. Izuku was watching the class go on about their decided hero agencies. He was going to talk to his father about it first, since he is a hero after all. That was when his eyes landed back on Ida. He's been quiet today, way too quiet for someone like him. He remembered that Ida had told them about what happened to his brother during the festival and had to leave in a hurry. Hopefully it's nothing serious. Hey Todoroki, Midoriya, mind if I walk with you too? Uraraka had come up to them at the end of class just before they got to the door. Actually, I was just about to part ways. I feel like I'm going to be needed in the next few seconds. Izuku gave his answer as he opened the door. I am here, in a bizarre position. All Might slid out from seemingly nowhere in a strange bow form. I can see that. Mind explaining? Izuku had a pretty good idea, but he couldn't talk about it in front of the others. Yes, would you please come with me for ASEC? Shoko and Uraraka watched as the boy followed All Might into the hall. Huh? Anyway, you can still walk with me if you want. Oh, thanks Todoroki. Shoko. Uraraka looked back to the other girl with a confused look. Call me Shoko. The brunette smiled. Then I'm Ochako. The pair nodded to each other before leaving the room together. I got another offer? Must be from someone important if you're telling me this yourself. Why yes. The hero is named Gran Torino. He taught here at UA for only a year. In fact, he was my homeroom teacher. But, that's not all. He also knows about One for All. Whoa, really? This guy sounds like the real deal. He is. He worked alongside my predecessor and we're good friends. It's been a while since he's retired. And my guess is, he has become interested in YU after I told him that I chose you as my successor. Are you okay? You're shaking like crazy and I've never seen you give off this much fear before. Izuku was beginning to get a little worried midway of Toshi's explanation. What did this person do to Dad? Well IIT's just. Good luck. With haste, Toshi threw a piece of paper and bolted. Izuku just stood there for a few seconds, wondering if his life was in danger. He managed to focus himself before picking up the little note. Oh boy. You all have your costumes, right? Remember, you're not allowed to wear within public yet, and don't lose them. Understand? Gotcha. Ashido, mind your manners. You're trying to impress pro heroes. It's yes sir. Yes sir. Ashido whimpered before meeting her teacher's demands. Now, go make UA proud. Yes sir. The whole class joined in this time. After that, everyone went their separate ways. But, Izuku was at a loss. Something about Ida was unsettling. His scent was familiar, and not in a good way. It was the same scent that a predator gave when they were on the hunt. I should go talk to him. Just before he could take the first step. Izuku, your train will leave without you. Get going. Oh, sorry sensei. So, this retired hero is someone who trained the #1 hero. Said hero is completely terrified of him, and has even taught at UA for a year. Izuku hummed his laughter from his seat in the train that was taking him to his destination. I accept the challenge. This is disappointing. He made sure to follow the address correctly. He even followed the scent of the piece of paper. This was definitely it. He expected a somewhat fancy home, fitting of a hero who was friends with the 7th holder of OFA. But, the structure in front of him just looked sketchy. Well, I won't get anything done just by standing here. Izuku walked up the steps and to the front door. He knocked, even though he knew the person just behind the door was aware of the greenette. He heard the slight sound of breathing turn into a small snicker before the breathing became still. Isn't this something? Gran Torino is a jokester. He opened the door so taken the view of a small man in a hero costume laying face down on the floor. There was shattered ceramic pieces around the floor and had an unusual amount of ketchup all over him. Two can play that game. Well, isn't that a bummer? Although, I am pretty hungry. A wolf's gotta eat. Maybe just a nibble. I'm alive. Izuku burst into laughter when the frightened man jumped up with his hands out to protect himself. The elder looked confused at first before realizing that he was gullible enough to believe that a UA student was about to eat his corpse. Ha ha ha, You should see the look on your face. You actually thought I was going to eat you. Yeah, joke's over kid. Get your costume on. The demand was able to pull Izuku out of his fit and look to the elder in confusion. Wait, why? I'm testing you, right here right now. I saw how you used One for All during the festival. I got to admit, you're honing its power better than I thought, but you're still using it incorrectly. What are you waiting for? Put it on. Izuku got to it when he realized that the man was serious now. The change was quick and easy due to the simplicity of his costume. This was the second time that it's been fully repaired since he destroyed it in his transformation at the USJ. Although, he did add some extra details. Along his ribs and shoulder, he had a set of 3 white metal strips that resembled claws that looked like they were wrapping around his sides and shoulders. Alright, I'm ready. He barely finished the sentence before Torino blasted off. He was using every surface in the room to jump to another. He was fast. To the normal human eye, he was just a blur, but Izuku has far surpassed a normal human. In the real world, you aren't given the chance to get ready. Next time, I won't give you as long. Gran Torino was aiming for the right time to strike, but there was something wrong. The boy hasn't moved since he began. If he's that cocky, then I'll just kick some sense into him. He went for the kick. It was aimed for the left side of his head. Masked eyes met forest fire. Gran Torino was shocked to have his foot be caught by a powerful wolf hand. The boy's arm was transformed and shrouded in orange and green sparks, his collar was lit up with 4 strange symbols. If you're telling me that I can get even stronger, then please teach me. This kid. You said that I was using one for all incorrectly. What do you mean specifically? After the short fight, the two sat down to discuss. I watched you use that power in the festival. From what I can tell, your body is fully capable of handling the backlash, even though your technique is improper. Okay. You've basically already said that. I can't teach you the very details of how to use it. It's different for every user. For All Might, it comes in a kind of transformation, while for Nana, it was a state. Nana. What, did that buffoon not tell you about the 7th holder? No sir. Great. Well, if he hasn't told you about it yet, then he's probably got something planned. So, I'll leave that to him. Anyway, the power of One for All usually comes in those 2 forms. If you can figure out which of those 2, then you're basically there, kid. It also enhances the quirk of the user. Did anything change after he gave it you? Yes, actually. I'm assuming you saw that transformation I took in the last round? He was answered with a nod. It appeared after I obtained One for All, if that's what you mean. If I'm correct, it looks like a smaller version of the form you took 4 years ago. It is. Until then, I was unable to perfectly control that form. Somehow, it gave me complete access to the features of my quirk without restrictions. Izuku noted that Torino has seen the mall incident. That sounds about right. Toshinori was quirkless, so we don't have a good example to go off of. Izuku was slightly surprised that he knew about his father being quirkless before receiving OFA. Then he wasn't when he remembered that the elder taught Toshi. You seem to be very close to Dad, besides being student and mentor. Dad? What? Didn't he tell you that he married my mom? Married? Meanwhile, all the other students were at their own internships. As well as Ida. I think it's still crazy that Ingenium's little brother is interning with me. Surely, you must have gotten offers from much more popular heroes. Yes, I did. However, in order for me to live up to my brother's name, it is best that I learn from all heroes. Even if it's just simple patrolling. That's not why I'm really here. To be completely honest, I don't like you. Heh? Your behavior during the festival was quite unpleasant. I know why you chose me, but just because I'm the number 4 hero, and I saw that you had potential, doesn't mean I'm going to encourage your ego. I have no clue what you mean. We were supposed to fight each other, and that's exactly what I did. Bakugo put on his kind smile to try and swipe away the criticism. That right there. The face that you only show in front of the people that matter. Listen here, kid, there was only one reason that I wanted you here, and it wasn't because you got 2nd place. I wanted you here to get rid of that annoying attitude of yours. I'm going to teach you to be aware of your appearance, the way you speak, how to control your emotions. Within the span of this single week, I will stitch these into the fiber of your being. I'm surprised you took up my offer. Why would you be? I may be the number 12 hero, but most people aren't too fond of me because of my appearance. Then they're fools to judge someone based on something that can't be helped. That's a good trait to have if you want to become a hero, kid. So, shall we get started, Monoma? It's good to see that you're finally taking the path of the mighty. I will not follow any path that you lay down for me. I will take my own. HMP, is that so? Either way, you should go get ready. We're heading out, Shoko. So, you're the ones that attacked UA. And you want to recruit me? Yeah. You all know how this goes down. I guess getting old really does make you sleep more. He went straight to bed after coming back from the store. Flashback. You mean to tell me that JRK got married and didn't even invite me? Oh, I'll kick his butt the next time I see him. Yeah, I thought it was strange that I didn't see you there after learning about your relationship with him. Stay here. I need to go get some sweets to calm myself. With that, the retired hero left. That was something. Flashback end. The night is still young, and I'm nocturnal for a reason. Time to try this out. The boy stealthily left the building through the front door and moved to the neighboring alley. It was full of trash bags that could cushion his exercises. Yeah, this could work. Gran Torino said that One for All comes in a transformation or a state. Since I have lots of experience in both of these, I think I have a good chance in figuring this out. For 5 minutes, Izuku stood completely still, but his mind was racing. He was coming with tons of different techniques of applying OFA to mimic the feeling of shifting into Fenrir. That's it. In my light form I only have access to part of my power. But, in full form, I'm at my maximum. If I were share this technique with OFA-. Izuku pulled on the secondary source of power within him. But, unlike the past times where he only used it on a single part of his body, he cloaked himself in the feeling of raw strength. He saw the physical results as veins, that were similar to Fenrir's, spread across his entire body. Once they covered him completely, he glowed slightly as green sparks danced around him. This feels amazing. It's similar to when I first used Ragnarok's lightform on the beach. That didn't take you long. Izuku spun to see Gran Torino standing at the end of the ally. He must have been too distracted with his discovery to notice him. Since you're able to use One for All's full power, you could take on Toshinori right now if you wanted to. But that's going to have to wait, because first thing in the morning, we're having a rematch. Why did he have to tease me like that? He said, first thing in the morning. So why is he having me make him breakfast? Torino sir, we will be sparring after this, right? Of course. Can't fight on an empty stomach. Yeah, I guess you're right. I'm just a little excited is all. Why is that? You managed to stop me yesterday without using One for All like you did last night. The boy stopped what he was doing and turned back to the elder. Said elder shivered at the sight of a predatory smile on the boy's face. It's not the same when your prey doesn't get serious. I know I said this already but, this kid. Gran Torino made sure to eat his pastry slowly, just to tease the greenette further. Watching the boy fidget in his chair was like watching a puppy looking for attention. It almost made him lose his cool a few times. The moment he swallowed the last bite, their eyes connected similarly to yesterday. Both were absolutely still, waiting for the other to make the first move. A single spark of electricity next to the wolf's shoulder, and they were gone. The previously peaceful room turned into a blurry war zone. One blur had a stream of propelled air, while the other left behind green sparks. You're already able to adjust the amount of power you put into each movement. You're adapting far faster than I expected. The voice could be heard, but not seen where it came from. My quirk and One for All work in similar ways, so it was easy to figure it out. Torino was bounding from wall to floor to ceiling. There was no way any ordinary person could keep up with him. But, every time he looked back, the boy was right on him, baring his teeth into a grin and with his claws outstretched to grab him. It worried the elder that he was still in his original form and only had 3 runes activated. He cursed to himself when he saw the 4th lit up and the boy vanished again. He wasn't able to see the incoming strike before it was too late. Torino hit the ground with a grunt but was able to get back up just as fast. When he did, he couldn't move. The boy was everywhere. He was moving so fast that there were afterimages of him creating a prison around him. Then they stopped. And so did Torino's breathing as the claw was merely a centimeter away from his throat. The wolf pulled away with a triumphant smile. So, does this mean I win? That DMN hero killer. He thinks that he's so noble, it disgusts me. He dares to call my goals childish while he's doing the same thing. What an idiot. Tamura and Kurogyri watch as the hero killer runs farther away on the rooftops. It is simply a matter of reasons, Master Tamura. Not all agree with others and you can't force them to. I don't have to force him to do anything. After all, a dead person doesn't have reasons. Bring the Nomus. Torino decided to bring the boy to a nearby slums. Getting the experience in fighting separate types of villains would expand his flexibility. Gran Torino, I was wondering. Since you've retired, do you often do hero work at all? I know that would go against the meaning of being retired, but from the way th. The elder in question was confused as to why the boy stopped and noticed that his ears were twitching. What do you hear? Everyone, get down. Before anyone could react, something crashed through the side of the train. Izuku could tell that it was a hero, but he was banged up. Izuku also noticed that he had a similar canine mutation, so when he saw the hand of a Nomu slam his head into the ground, he felt driven to attack. Stay back, kid. But, I can He couldn't say any more as Torino sent a flying kick to the Nomu's jaw, then tackled it out of the hole it came. Izuku went to the downed hero to check on him. When he did, he got a good look of what was happening on the outside. In the distance, everything was on fire. He could hear the screams and smell the smoke. I'd be dead if I don't go. You will remember my name for as long as you live. It is the name of the hero that I was proud to call my brother. So, fight me. I am the hero, Ingenium. A blade was raised. Izuku activated 4 runes as he shifted into light form. There was no way he was just going to stand by and let a creature that looks like the Nomo from USJ attack these people. He leapt out of the train and over several buildings. The moment he landed, he jumped again. He couldn't afford to waste time in a situation like this. It only took a few more leaps before he was in small open area with several heroes and 2 more. Nomus. One was massive, even bigger than the one Toshi fought. The other was smaller and had wings that it was using to fly. This is bad. This is terrible. If these things are just as strong as the ones from USJ, then everyone here is in danger. I have to help them. Get out of here, kid. It's not safe. From his right, a woman jumped in front of him to shield him from the danger, when it needed to be the opposite. Do I have your permission? The hero that tried to get him to leave turned with a dumbfounded look. I have a license that allows me to fight as long as I have the permission of a hero. Please, let me help. She seemed to be stuck on the question. She kept looking back and forth between him and the Nomus before her eyes widened when they landed on him one last time. You're the winner of the sports festival. I'll take that as a yes. Izuku bolted past the hero, unzipped his jacket, and shifted to Fenrir full form. His first target was the flying Nomu that was currently about to swoop on a downed hero. He caught it in midair by the ankle with a clawed hand. He pulled back his arm and swung it down into the concrete hard enough for it to be embedded into it. He hoped that it would keep it there long enough to deal with the bigger one. He looked to see that it was currently raising a fist to bash in a hero's head. Orange sparks shrouded the wolf as it flew. The hero was confused, but thankful as the beast that was just about to kill him seemed to vanish. Then, they all heard the boom as the Nomu was thrown into a bus that blew up on impact. Everyone turned to see the ominous silhouette of a werewolf standing in front of the mass explosion. The people who watched the wolf take out the massive creature were impressed while the ones who also watched it take out the winged one were amazed. They weren't able to relax however, as the larger Nomu charged the wolf from the flames. The two met in a thunderous impact that sent a shockwave. Their hands were interlocked, but not for long as the wolf opened its mouth and smoke cannon was released. The villain was sent back to the bus with much more force than the earlier attack. Assuming that the Nomus were dealt with, because the winged one never got up, the wolf ran off faster than anyone could see. After all, he picked up the scent of two people he needs to find. So be it. Die. For Tensei. Stain dodged over the kick and gave one his own with a spiked boot to Ida's shoulder. With the other foot, he kicked down into his head. There was no mercy as he stabbed a blade into his arm. Gah! You say that you'll live up to your brother's name, and so far, you're doing a good job at it. You're even in the same position he was before I ended his career. Instead of like a true hero, you ignored the other fake and instead used your power for your own selfish gain. It's people just like that are the reason I kill. Stain raised his blade to end the boy's life, and brought it down. The sword changed trajectory when it blocked a spear of ice that nearly impaled him from down the ally. He looked to the attacker and saw a dual-color-haired girl riding a large wolf. And both were approaching fast. Get away from them! The girl threw another spear that met the same blade as before. The hero killer jumped away when a blast of smoke came from the wolf's mouth. The two took the spot that Stain was in previously, with the wolf standing protectively above Ida. The girl hopped off the side and took a stance. Great, just what I needed, more reinforcements. I don't know who you two are, but it would be best if we didn't take the time to figure that out. Leave. Midoriya, Todoroki. What are you doing? Get out of here. This is my fight. Ida was going to continue but was hushed by a growl. The wolf that gave the growl begun to shift into another boy. Shoko, take Ida and the other hero and get out of here. I can take care of Stain. Izuku, are you sure? This isn't just another villain you'll be dealing with. Yes. I need as much room as possible if he ends up being stronger than I thought. If Ida or the other hero is here, they will just be in the way. I'll cover you if he tries to attack. No. Both of you stop. I need to do this. You need to shut it. He was silenced by the wolf again. Going after the hero killer was a stupid move, Ida. I expected better from you. Now go. Shoko grabbed onto the back of his neck guard and the scarf of the hero. With strength that proved she was the number 2 hero's daughter, she rushed them out of the ally. The entire time, Izuku kept his eyes on the man in front of him. I can't tell if you wanted to fight me alone because you were smart or foolish. Guess it doesn't matter in the end. As soon as I kill you, I'll track down the girl and kill the forest fire eyes bore just inches away from Crimson. As if I'd let you get even close. Izuku sidestepped the blade that came close to his hair. The killer brought out another blade and went to stab the chest. The move was deflected with large claws that belonged to a wolf's hand. The force of it broke the end of the blade that flew and stuck into the wall. This one is dangerous, I need to get a drop of blood before. Stain's thoughts were cut short as a massive force stuck him in the stomach. The villain was sent further down the ally and collided with a dumpster. RRR, who is this kid? I didn't even see that attack. Stain was able to stand from the trash that covered him and looked to his opponent. Stain. The owner of the name froze. Whatever your goal is, or whatever your reasons may be, taking a human life is an awful thing to do. That's why I hate myself for the day that I took a life of my own. That is why I'm putting a stop to your slaughter. So please, just surrender now. Listen kid, I can't stop what I'm doing. These heroes are all fakes, don't you see? That is why I'm doing this. They're not heroes to do what the title means. They're heroes because all they care about is money and fame. They don't care about the people they save. Only do they care if they're getting paid or getting their picture on a wall. I won't stand for it. Stain pulled out 2 blades from his bandolier and went for the boy. Before the blades could reach him, both of Stain's wrists were grabbed by furred hands. The strength behind the grip wasn't enough for the villain to drop the knives, but the burning on his skin was. I don't like to put people in these kinds of situations, but if you surrender then I'll let go. Stain looked to the wolf. The only feature that showed any emotion was the piercing eyes of forest fire as they seemed to be looking straight into the villain's soul. Izuku was answered when the villain jumped up and extended both his legs in the motion of a dropkick. Just before his feet hit their target, the wolf disappeared. In the split second that he was in midair, Stain was able to find that Izuku had ducked the kick and was now directly underneath him. With a devastating punch to the back, Stain was sent several yards into the air. When he reached his highest point, he began to fall. He planned to grab onto the side of the building and run from the wolf. He knew at this point that he was no match. Trying to take a drop of blood would be like taking a tooth from a dragon. He succeeded by latching onto a window ledge. From here, he could climb up the building and escape. Stain was only able to put 1 foot against the wall before he was hit by the same smoke attack that the wolf used earlier. The continuous force launched him upwards and onto the roof. The landing on his back was rough, but he was still able to move. What the hell is this kid? I can't get a break before he hits me with something else. Exactly. Stain turned to see the boy standing on the edge of the building. His face was still emotionless except for his eyes. Is the only way for you to surrender is to render you unconscious? Stain did not have any intentions to give up. He only just started, he was not going to let this boy stop him so soon. Fine. I give. Good. Izuku walked to the killer and pulled out some firm string from his pouch. He was just out of arm's reach now. Stain pounced. He had a concealed knife in his hand that was closing in on the greenette's neck. Just as fast as Stain got up, he was back on the ground with an already forming bruise on his forehead. This time, he was down for good. Izuku lowered the fist that he had used to knock out the man. I never knew that people without animal mutation quirks could make my instincts flare like that. I couldn't think of single thing other than to take you out. The only way for me to not rip you apart was to cut off my emotions. Just how dangerous are you? Izuku restrained and disarmed the hero killer. He had just dropped down from the roof with him over his shoulder when he heard an incoming party. Izuku. Further down the road, he could see Shoko at the front of a group of heroes. I brought some pros just in case if things didn't go well, but I guess you've got everything handled. Wait. You didn't tell us that the villain was Stain. One of the heroes was stunned to see that a boy had the S-rank hero killer in his arms. Soon, the others gained the same expression. Thank you, Shoko. What about the Nomus? I was only able to take out 2 of them before I had to leave, but there was a third one as well. That was you too? What the hell, kid? Please answer the question. I heard from another squad that it was taken out by Endeavor and another unknown hero. But the last I saw, the other 2 were detained. Someone from the group gave Izuku the news before another hero spoke. Hold on, I thought there were 4 of them. Fear is powerful emotion in its own rights. So powerful that there is only one other thing someone can feel that is stronger. Dread. Everyone's attention was drawn to the distant explosion near the main location of the attack. Here. Take Stain to the police. Then gather other heroes to help fight. No one was able to object as the boy shifted into a large wolf and the girl sat on top. With high speeds, they made their way to the scene. When Endeavor arrived with Gran Torino, the creatures were already dealt with. After asking another hero, he learned that it was Izuku based off the description. He was prideful that his student was showing his mighty power, but the elder next to him seemed upset about it. Endeavor had helped putting away the Nomus to ensure that things went smoothly. It did not. Years of experience allowed Endeavor to dodge the attack with just a cut on his shoulder instead of full decapitation. He gained distance from his attacker and registered the beast in front of him. This Nomu was far different than the others. The top half was normal compared to the others. Its fingers were tipped with retractable claws. The same ones that nearly got him in the first attempt. Its neck was longer and had a short snout that resembled a crocodile's. The teeth that were within the snout were much bigger to be a comfortable fit. The most interesting feature about this Nomu was its bottom half. Instead of just a single pair of legs, it had 2. It looked like a centaur, but with a muscular tiger instead of a horse. The tail was long and thin, and had a shiny needle on the end that looked like it could inject a nasty venom. Overhaul, the thing was massive. It was almost twice the size of the bigger Nomu from earlier. HGR, guess my work isn't done yet. I'll back you up. Torino took a spot next to the flame hero. The three charged. Izuku had 4 runes and some of OFA activated, but with Shoko on his back, he couldn't go much faster. Even though, they managed to get there in under 5 minutes. He followed the scent that was the most concentrated. He would be able to find them at the middle. What they did find was awful. Heroes were scattered all over the place. Some were breathing, some weren't. Izuku caught the shape of Endeavor against a wall. From the look of it, he was harshly thrown against it. The most disturbing thing was the small hole he had in his throat that leaked a pink liquid. Each time he breathed, more of it oozed out. It smelled of certain death. Although they both hated the man, it was horrible to witness. Even Shoko looked mortified. But if he was able to hang on long enough, they could get help. Things only got worse when he picked the smell of Torino's blood. It wasn't much, but it was still a bad sign. They passed around a corner of a building and saw his mentor. He was dangling from his ankle. Around it was a long tail that connected to a terrifying monster. The monster had its eyes on the elder as it held it in front of its face. It looked like it was about to eat him. Not going to FING happen. Izuku let out a booming roar that would have deafened Shoko if she hadn't covered her ears in time. The thing turned its head towards the two. With its attention diverted, it dropped Torino to the ground. Shoko knew that this was something she couldn't handle. This monster was able to defeat her father and tons of other heroes. What she needed to do was get the man out of the way and find others. But that didn't mean she liked leaving Izuku again. "You better come back," was all she said before jumping off and working her way around the freaky centaur. The Nomu took steps that left cracks in the ground as it came to Izuku. When it was just 20 feet away, it gave a cry of its own. It was almost just as loud as his own, if not more. It was screechy, and completely unnatural. This is something else. I need to be serious, otherwise I could end up just like the others. The wolf reared up, and the 5th gate opened. There is absolutely no holding back in this fight. The orange turned to purple. I need to take this thing out, right now. He grew to match the size of the Nomu. So, I can protect them. The wolf lit up in a field of purple electricity. I will end you, Ragnarok charged the Nomu. For moments that felt like hours, lavender eyes bored in empty ones. Neither moved a single inch while the anticipation for the first move kept rising. In the blink of an eye, a needled tail came shooting for the wolf's chest. The tail was caught just before the blade could pierce its target. With a hard yank, the Nomu was brought to Izuku, who clutched his other hand around the Noma's throat. He continued the momentum and swung the beast around and against a building. It was best for this fight to end as soon as possible, so he took the chance and went for the head. The wolf was met with a hard kick from the front legs of the Nomu that sent him to the buildings on the opposite side of the street. The crash against the structure was damaging but didn't quite bring it down. Nomu regained its footing and charged the wolf. Thanks to his agility, the attack was dodged to the side. Now, the Nomu had a burly fist dug deep into the wall. Izuku used this opportunity to charge a small percent of OFA into a powerful right hook. The force sent the beast smacking with several buildings down the street and finally came to a stop when it collided with an abandoned fire truck. The Nomus landing placed it behind the vehicle after making it flip from its impact. Ragnarok chased after his opponent but was stopped short when the truck began to raise and saw that it was being lifted by the Nomu. With frighteningly little effort, it was thrown with tremendous power as it soared down the street. The wolf simply raised both arms that became empowered by OFA. The connection made a horrible thud as its speed was heavily slowed and caused the wolf to slide backwards several yards. When both stopped, Ragnarok had the truck in his own claws and lifted it above his head. Nomu was rushing towards him again with speed that equaled its strength. Ragnarok turned to where the truck's front was facing the incoming monster. With his own power, the wolf threw the truck like a large spear. Although the velocity behind the vehicle was the same as before, that didn't stop the truck from being knocked away in a single punch as the Nomu maintained its charge. Ragnarok met the Nomu as their hands clashed together that stopped both in their tracks from the opposing force. The shockwave from the collision cracked the ground beneath them and shattered any nearby windows that weren't already broken. Both unstoppable forces pushed on one another before the needled tail went for another move. Too bad the wolf was already one step ahead. Clenched fangs separated to release a smoke cannon that blasted the Nomu straight in the chest. The powerful attack launched the centaur the rest of the way down the street and through a building at the end. Izuku gave chase when the cannon emptied. The Nomu was lying in an opening now, with it on its side. It was inside some sort of small park where it was still healing the barely operational chest cavity. Then, it turned its attention to the hole from where it came from. Through the smoke, glowing lavender eyes glared from the dark building. A dark furred hand with shining purple veins emerged from the darkness and gripped the edge of the broken wall, claws digging into the concrete. Although the Nomu couldn't feel fear, the scene would have made anyone else reevaluate their life decisions, hero or villain. The rest of the wolf emerged just as the Nomu's chest was regenerated. Ready to fight once more, the monster dashed to its target. It didn't get far before Ragnarok opened its mouth again and the Nomu was encased in a tomb of indigo flame. It screeched horrible sounds that no man should have to experience to listen as its body was being scorched by mercilessness fire. The Nomu dropped to the ground and was still screeching, but it was getting weaker. Soon, it was pathetic grunts and squeals. Then, silence. The only thing to be heard was the thriving flames as it ate away at the body of the defeated centaur. Izuku's instincts told him to howl for his victory against the opposing apex. Just as he lifted his head, a sharp pain intruded on his leg. Without thinking, he brought down a hand and smashed the unknown attacker. When he saw that the needled tail had finally made a hit, he saw that it looked to be skiing out his blood, instead of injecting the strange liquid. Before he could investigate, he sensed the presence of the Nomu again. He looks up just as the massive fist connects with jaw and sends the wolf across the park and into another building. This time, the impact caused the structure of 3 stories to come down on him. That mass amounts of weight, including the odd position that he was in, made it difficult for him to get himself out. Above, he could hear the Nomu approaching and starts to pull off the concrete on top. Deciding to not ask questions, Ragnarok waited for the right moment. Chunk after chunk, when Izuku spotted the first sign of the centaur, he blasted another cannon in the spot where he depicted the head to be. The cannon was also able to knock away the rest of the debris as Izuku leaps out and gives a kick to the Nomu's chest, making sure to dig in his claws in the process. The ambush pushed the beast back many yards, but was able to keep its footing. After a quick inspection, he could see that the Nomu had managed to dodge the cannon enough for it to only graze its neck and shoulder. Then there was another thing: how is this thing still standing? He burnt this thing to a crisp and made sure that it was dead before he assumed anything. Did skiing out his blood with its tail somehow heal it? If that's the case, then he needs to take care of it. Lucky for him, there is fire hydrant next to him. He rips it out of the ground just as the Nomu charges again and foolishly uses its tail as a starting move. He aimed the fire hydrant for the needle to enter the bottom, and when it did, he crushed the metal around the needle, making the weapon useless unless pulled off. Not like he was going to let that happen. The Nomu looked slightly confused about the added addition to the end of its limb until it was given a brutal slash across waist from Ragnarok's claws. It screeched as it brought its attention back to the wolf. Said wolf didn't let up as he slashed down the left side of its chest. The centaur brought an arm to defend against the third attack, but the attempt proved to be a waste as the next strike was OFA charged. With a downward slash, Ragnarok ripped the arm right off and dropped to the ground with it no longer attached to anything. The Nomu's screeches were starting to get annoying at this point, so the wolf gripped the monster's bottom jaw, brought a foot against the centaur's chest, and pulled. Izuku didn't like the idea of disfiguring people, but this thing was not a person, and his instincts were constantly howling to end this intruding apex. The fleshy sound of the creature's jaw being ripped from the Nomu was enough to make anyone lose their lunch, but just looking at it was far worse. Now, the screeches were gargled and were unable to as loud without the use of its bottom jaw that was currently in Izuku's hand. With the final decisions to take out the Nomu in the next move, Ragnarok charged OFA to the max in his right arm. He accumulated a ball of indigo fire in his palm. He seized the head of the Nomu, lifted it high into the air, and brought it down. Hard. If you won't do your job and help me, then I'll go myself. Miss, I'm sorry, but with all these people here, we need as many heroes to st. The first thing to cut the hero off was the intense vibration in the ground that became more violent by the second. Then came the deafening boom of a shockwave. After everyone was able to regain their bearings, Shoko and everyone else their turn to see small plume of a dark cloud of smoke. Just above the buildings, she could see the wave of raging indigo flame. Without hesitation, Shoko took off in the direction of the explosion, ignoring the yells from the heroes behind her. Along the way, she could see the entirety of the destruction that the Nomus caused to the city. Fire was still spreading, the smell of blood lingered in the air, buildings were either damaged or just completely destroyed. Shoko hated seeing the few heroes who weren't able to survive that were lying in a pool of their own blood. She made her way back to the original spot where they confronted the seven-limbed Nomu. It was easy to follow the trail that presented their battle. It also helped that the plume of smoke hadn't dissipated yet. She found herself at the entrance of a large hole going through a building that was somehow still standing. The glow of indigo seeped through the dust and smoke. With caution, she entered. The first thing to notice was the heat, which was obvious. Then, the ground slightly dropped downwards after the exit of the building. The opening that used to be a park was now a small cavity of demolished earth. In the very center, very little smoke still remained. but even then, she could see the glowing outline of Ragnarok. He just stands there with his head looking down as both don't move. Finally, Shoko makes her presence known. Izuku. The voice was just above a whisper but held a sternness behind them. The smoke finally gave way as the wolf turned its gaze to the girl. He looked to unharmed but was breathing heavily. She knew of that effects that using Ragnarok had on him. Since he was only able to recently control it, using it took too much stamina out of him. And if this Nomu was strong enough to take on as many heroes as it did, then it was surely strong enough to push Izuku to his limits. And if that last attack was able to see from how far she was, then it must have taken a toll. The large wolf slowly made its way to Shoko while simultaneously shrinking down. The horn sunk back inside his body, the fur was replaced by skin, limbs returned back to human shape, and his snout shifted back to that of a boy. By the time he approached Shoko, he was back in his original form. When the glow of his lavender eyes turned back into forest fire, he dropped. Shoko was able to catch him just before he hit the ground, and if it weren't for her slight heat resistance, his skin might have burned her. They lowered themselves to the ground and both sat together. "Are you okay?" Izuku spoke first, but the words were met with a disbelieving look by the girl. "Am I okay? What about you? You were the one who took on a Nomu that was a centaur. Something that definitely should not exist, by the way." "Heh, just making sure. Anyway, we need to get out of here and go help the others." Izuku attempted to sit up but was brought back down by a pull on his arm. "Hey, what's that about? 1. You've already done enough, you single-handedly fought that monstrosity and came out on top. 2. I'm not sure how well people will handle having someone help them that doesn't have any clothes on." At that, Izuku looked over himself to find that he was indeed naked. He blushed slightly as he wrapped his tail around himself. "Ah. I forgot to get my costume fitted for Ragnarok transformation. Damn it, that's the 3rd time now." In the end, Izuku was able to conjure a flame that he wrapped around himself. The two walked back through the hole and back to the others. Izuku would be given a blanket by one of the officers to cover up with, and Shoko would go help use her ice to distinguish the fire. Back at the final scene of the fight, the Nomus' entire upper body was reduced to ashes while the bottom half was charred, but still intact. Intact enough that the tail was nearly untouched with the end of the fire hydrant still attached on the end. With a simple touch, the metal decayed. As usual, Izuku's healing factor worked wonders as he was released the next morning. He got to work immediately as he assisted in the cleanup of Hosu. During this, people would thank him for helping out, both with cleaning and fighting the previous night. After hours of finding lost citizens and cleaning up the streets, he retreated for the day. He still had some things to do after all. Knock knock. The response to his presence at the door was long but was finally received by an unwelcoming voice. "Come in." Izuku opened the door to see Ida sitting up on the hospital bed. The moment blue eyes landed on the greenette, they turned sourer than before. Then scent of hostility was needless as Izuku could feel the burning in the boy's gaze. Hey Ida. I was just coming over to make sure that you were doing ALR. I thought I could count you as my friend." The statement threw Izuku for a loop. Did he really just say that? What does that mean? If you had any idea of what I was feeling, you wouldn't have interfered. He was mine to fight, and mine alone. Ida, if I had to. No. I don't want to hear it. That sick BSTRD ended the hero ingenium. Now, all that's left is a broken man who can never use his walk another day in his life. He was a great hero, and a better older brother than anyone could ask for. I needed to bring that DMN scum to justice for the crimes that he had committed. You had no right to change that. Tenya Ida. The raise in the wolf's voice stopped the other boy from continuing. Do you seriously believe everything that just came out of your mouth? Did you put your heart into those words? If you weren't about to be killed by Stain, would you have broken the law in order to satisfy your want for revenge? Dead silence fell upon the room as both looked into each other's eyes. Ida looked somewhat unsteady from Izuku's comeback. Then the look of bad focus returned. Yes. For my brother. Izuku closed his eyes and shook his head in disappointment. He turned back to the door and just before he walked out, he looked back to the misguided boy. Not only would your brother disapprove of your actions, but Stain was right. Ida's flinched at the first sentence and for the anticipation of the next. You're no hero. Izuku walked out. The wolf was no longer in the same good mood from this morning of helping out the people in Hosu. Not only had he lost the trust of Ida, but now he was sure that the blue-haired boy wasn't finished. And the day just kept getting better, because Endeavor has called him into another hospital room. The number 2 hero was able to survive the lethal liquid, mostly due to the fact that his large body and quirk made it difficult for the venom to spread. But he wasn't the only one to have been injected. Others weren't as lucky. He was just a few doors away from the room when got the scent of Shoko. Unless Endeavor called her here too, I'm surprised that she's in the same room as him. Knock knock. Come in, his voice sounded more rasp and strained, which made sense because of the injury. He opened the door to see the large man sitting up in his bed with bandages around his throat. Since he was out of hero costume, his flaming appearance was reduced to small licks of fire on his face. Shoko was sitting in a chair in the farthest corner of the room. Guess he did call her here. Hello sir, you called for me? Izuku closed the door and took his own seat. Yes. I wanted to congratulate the both of you for exquisitely handling the attack on Hosu. I taught the both of you well. Get over yourself. Is that all, sir? Izuku didn't really want to be in here as much as the girl behind him. If he could get this over with, then they two of them could leave. Not yet. The two of you are going to be interviewed. As it is right now, a pair of UA students acted like pros in the face of true danger. Endeavor looked to Shoko. One rescued several people from the devastation of the Nomu's rampage, including saving a pro hero and another UA student from the hero killer. Then looked to Izuku. The other single-handedly took out 3 Nomus, one of which killed several pros and nearly me. So, it was inevitable that the people would want to find out more about these prodigy students. Both teens were surprised to hear this. People wanted to put them in front of cameras that would be broadcasted throughout all of Japan. Sure, the same thing happened in the sports festival, but this was specifically for them. Endeavor. Is that a good idea? Exposing us to the people that we did this even though we broke no laws could have some complications. Any complications will become null when the both of you are put in the spotlight. You will be seen as future pros, and hardly anyone could argue. This interview could ensure that you will become high-ranked when you go pro. Izuku wasn't sure how to go about this, and when he looked back to Shoko, he could see that she didn't know either. But that was when he realized something. We don't really have a choice, do we? He was answered with a smug smile. Great. The couple left the hospital after Endeavor basically forced them to agree that they would go for the interview. They didn't make it 10 feet before Izuku had to spin around and catch the incoming foot. Damn it, kid. I told you to stay on the DMN train. I know you're Toshinori's boy, but that doesn't mean you can just go around fighting villains. Gran Torino didn't waste any time to verbally attack the boy when his physical one didn't work. With a nervous laugh, Izuku went to respond. Well, it's good to see that you're recovering quite well. Pfft. As if that monster could seriously hurt me. You were groaning the entire time I carried you. Shoko caught the retired hero in the lie. Torino's reaction of a betrayed look made Izuku burst into laughter. Both of you zip it. You're lucky that neither of you broke any laws, otherwise you really would be in trouble. After his fit of giggling, Izuku spoke again. We're truly sorry, sir, but I will say that I would gladly do it again anytime. People were in serious danger, we couldn't have just sat back and done nothing. I hate to agree with you on something like this. But, if you hadn't jumped in when you did, there would have been too many casualties to call this a victory. Now, be sure to stop by my place to pick up your stuff. After that, you're free to head back to UA. What about you, Torino? Izuku asked with curiosity of what the hero planned next. I need to go pay a friend of mine an overdue visit. With that, he turned and walked away. After a few seconds of Izuku watching the man leave with an afraid expression, Shoko stated her confusion. Why do you look like you know what he's talking about? He's talking about Dad. Oh, indeed. Sunday. I can't believe that he's making us do this. Izuku couldn't help but agree with Shoko. Endeavor decided to hold the interview on the day just before the first day of school back from internships. At least he wasn't dumb enough to have it on a school day. But, at the same time, it was just days after the incident. Couldn't he have waited for more people to recover? He's barely walking around himself. Before he could respond, they heard themselves be called onto the stage. They made their way from the back rooms and into the camera's view. The audience cheered and whistled for the two, or they would have if they were real. The voices were just recordings. They took their seats across from the man that would be speaking with them about what happened in Hosu. His name was Matsuda Terezo. However, his name nor the show's was familiar to either of them. Which really threw off Izuku, since he knew almost every TV program when it came to the news that had anything hero-related. Hello. How are our heroes of the future doing on this fine day? The man was cheery, as any interview for a TV show should be. But that didn't stop them from thinking that it was not a fine day when people were having life problems in the remains of Hosu. But, for the sake of not causing any unnecessary complications, they played along. I think that we are doing quite well, Terezo. How about yourself? Izuku asked the question. Well, I'm feeling pretty good myself. I have the opportunity to have the both of you here on my show. Now, I just want to go ahead and say this is extraordinary. We have two very well-known individuals here. One is the daughter of Endeavor, the number 2 hero. And the other is well known for a few different occurrences. The first is from 4 years ago actually in a nearby mall. Midoriya, can you explain that? Great. Of course, he would bring that up. Although, this could be a good opportunity to change some people's views on me. Yes, I can actually. If you're able to connect me with an older 4-year-old video, then you must know the story behind it, right? From what I have been able to figure out, it was a sort of hostage situation that had your mother at gunpoint, correct? Izuku didn't like to bring up the memory, but he didn't have a choice now. That is correct. While my mother and I were shopping, she was secretly held at gunpoint by a villain from behind. I was able to attack the villain before his demands could be met. However, things didn't go exactly as planned, and my mother ended up getting hurt. His answer was met with a choir of sad noises from behind the camera. I am so sorry for what happened, but I'm sure that you were thrilled to hear that she was going to make it. Speaking of the villain, I was able to get added information not too long ago saying that the villain had a type of shield quirk that allowed him to temporarily dull any damage. So that's how the BSTRD wasn't knocked out from crashing into the stand. Well, that makes sense. I'm sure that you've seen the video and watched the news, so there is no need for me to continue. What about the transformation that you took? In the video, you threw the symbol of peace like it was nothing. Yeah, that. My quirk comes with a lot of aspects that I feel would take too long to explain. But that was the first time that I've ever taken that form, so I had no control over myself. And that's completely understandable, Midoriya. I would have felt the same way if something like that happened to me. Then, 4 years later, you show up again to save, not just one, but 3 fellow junior high students from the sludge villain that was eerily similar to the same hostage situation as the one regarding your mother. I think we can all agree that you did a remarkable job in taking out the bad guy, despite that the heroes who were supposed to be doing that, sat back and did nothing. Sure are throwing those heroes under the bus. Bakugo, I really hope you're watching this next part. It was a frightening moment to say the least. Especially since one of them used to be a great friend of mine. I was hoping that after the incident we could become friends again, but he thought otherwise. He could see Shoko give him a confused look from the side but didn't acknowledge it. So, it was personal again, I see. Even then, you fought with such skill, that it looked like that you were a very experienced pro. But that would make sense if you're trained by a pro hero for 4 years. Okay, there's definitely something up. Iring never announced that she has taken someone under her guidance. Yeah. It was a huge help to expand my skills. It was mainly due to control my quirk. But there was plenty of time to include basic hero training. Very helpful indeed. Anyway, back to the present. For a while now, the both of you have been making names for yourselves in the school UA. You two were able to wipe the floor with the robots within the entrance exam and archive the highest scores in years. Not only that but be the only ones to take out the 0 PS in decades. How does he know that? Any information regarding the entrance exam is kept hidden in the school. Shoko took care of this question. I'm not sure how you were able to obtain that information, but yes, that is correct. The reasoning behind our actions were to save the other contestants from having their chances being tarnished. And that you did, Todoroki. It's the essence of a hero to put others before themselves. It's an honorable and noble act that people need to look up to, he said, seemingly ignoring the first part of Shoko's answer. Now, what about the USJ? Todoroki saves the multiple lives of her classmates while Midoriya defended them from a Nomu, much like the ones from yesterday. Have anything to say about that? How? He couldn't have gotten that information from other news because even they didn't know. Izuku managed with this one. Why yes. They had devised a plan to somehow infiltrate USJ. They had done so with precise actions and knowledge. But, after the security changes following the attack, it will not happen again. They needed to choose their words carefully. Something's not right here. A very scary situation indeed. But those villains sure didn't know what hit them, huh? They tried to attack a class of powerful students that attend the #1 hero school. Not sure what they were thinking. But now, I'm sure it's oh man, we sure did make a mistake here, oh no. The joke was awful as Terezo imitated a villain's act with goofy movements. But, despite everything that you two have done so far, I think your greatest accomplishment was the horrible battle of the Nomu invasion that took place in Hosu late last night. The heroes were dropping left and right. Everything was being obliterated, no one was safe. And then you showed up. The two of you grabbed this threat by the butt and told it to back off. Much like the USJ incident, Todoroki saved lives. But, not just a few classmates, but dozens of strangers. A feat that is hard for pros with double the years on the job. Todoroki, do you have anything to say to the people who are watching that you may have saved? Shoko was caught off guard with the question but was able to deliver. With a small smile and a wave, she turned to the camera. Hello everyone, I hope that you're all doing okay, and that I managed to help you in any way I could. That was very lovely, Todoroki, very lovely. Now, the same goes for you, Midoriya. You took on 3 of the 4 Nomus that appeared last night. That is incredible. Based on the results from the USJ, these Nomu are very powerful and just as dangerous. Then the most astounding thing is you fought and won against the infamous hero killer, Stain. How did you do it? Actually, besides the centaur, they were rather weak compared to the first Nomu that attacked USJ. But that doesn't mean that they weren't capable of causing mass destruction. Which is apparent in the current state that Hosu is in. Fighting Stain was a different story. I had suspected that he needed to cut someone in order to use his quirk. So, all I had to do was keep that from happening and it was basically fighting someone quirkless. Either way, it was the many years of training that we did. Without it, the outcome would have been far worse. Ah yes, the centaur. Evil thing wasn't it? The combination of its massive power with a size that matches. It must have been troublesome dealing with that tail, heh? Izuku couldn't answer. He felt it. The way he said it was just like the time he spoke with Shinso at the sports festival. He could sense the small amount of fear come from Shoko. She knew something was wrong as well. This was a trap. They needed to get out. But how? Just then, Izuku felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He fished it out and saw that Toshi had texted him. He looked back to Terezo and gave an apologetic look before quickly reading it. Dad, do not answer that. He shouldn't know SNY of this. Make Yautselg look panicked and 5 and Xeyes saying that there was ZN accident at home. Guy out OD there. The message from Toshi was barely legible, which only added to the effect that they were in danger. The panicked look he adapted wasn't entirely fake as he feared for his and Shoko's lives. He looked back up to Terezo before giving the excuse. Sorry sir. But I just got some news that something's happened at home. I'm terribly sorry. No, that's okay. Family is important. We will just continue on with Todoroki here. Said girl looked extremely tense, to the trained eye anyway. No. Both looked to the boy. Shoko looked hopeful while the man had a foreign expression. It was requested that she should join me. Private matters. The so-called interviewer said nothing and looked Izuku straight in the eye for several moments. The air felt heavier than before and the tension showed no signs of stopping. Until, it did. Oh, well that's a real shame. Too bad this meetup had to be cut short, but it was fun while it lasted. So long you two and good luck on your paths to becoming great heroes. Neither wasted a second as Izuku took Shoko's hand and both quickly walked off the stage. They maneuvered through the rooms until they found the exit. Without thinking twice, Izuku kicked open the door and shifted into Fenrir, his clothes bedimmed. He knew that it was odd that he was only able to send just a few other people within that building, and that it was just the 2 of them, but this was something else. Shoko hopped on his back and both sped away from the potential danger towards UA. It took a lot for Izuku to feel genuine fear, but the feeling of being watched from the building behind him made him shiver to his core. That night, the building was searched. But nothing was found. It was as if they never existed, or that they even had the interview just hours ago. Izuku's parents were watching the show when he told them about it. Although Toshi showed slight suspension the moment the man asked the first question. When things seemed to be taking a dark turn, he quickly typed and sent a message that he was forever thankful when he saw his son look at it on the screen in front of them. But it was almost replaced with fear as the man looked ready to attack his son right then and there. Their emotions were a constant roller coaster as the man finally let them go and both teens walked off the stage. Anticipation came once more when the man looked back to the camera for several exhausting seconds. Then, he filled a handful of people, including Toshi, with dread as the next sentence came out his mouth. All for one lives. The channel died. Things were definitely different on the first of school back from internships. Although, it was the sight of Bakugo's combed hair from further down the hall that got Shiro and Kirishima laughing. Shut up, you DMN extras. Otherwise, I'm coming over there, that only made everyone laugh more. Haha. Dude, you look like a fancy Pomeranian. Ha 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 ha. Kirishima and Shiro were having the best time making fun of the boy's hair. Didn't you hear me? I said shut it. This time, Bakugo's hair puffed back out to its original state, which just kept the laughter coming. This finally tempted the blonde to charge the 2, but just before he could reach them, they closed the door to 1A on his face. The 2 boys enjoyed hearing the sound of Bakugo's nose smashing against wood. For a few minutes, everyone talked about their experiences within the 1 week that they were under the guidance of pro heroes. Some even got to do some hero work like Tsu and Jiro. Meanwhile, Uraraka was scaring some of the nearby classmates with her intense concentration. What about you, Monoma? How did yours go? Ojiro stated his curiosity to the boy who interned with Gang Orca. I'll just say that I was fully reminded why he is the number 12 hero. We didn't do any hero work that I was involved in, but he taught me many things. It didn't take long before everyone's attention was set Ida, who was sitting silently in his seat. Hey Ida. I heard that you got caught up in Hosu. You alright, man? Kaminari was the first to address the boy. Ida did not move, but the expression on his face seemed to darken. Yes. I am perfectly fine. Now, if you'll excuse me, I would like to be alone. Everyone was hesitant, while others seemed to get the message and backed off. Their attention was placed on the sound of the door as it opened. Standing at the entrance was Shoko, who was followed by Izuku. When the two entered, that stared back to every pair of eyes on them. Shoko was the first to address the odd behavior. Good morning? Almost the entire class erupted into excited cheers and hollers. The pair was able to make out the occasional, congratulations, or, good job, as they surrounded the two. Whoa whoa whoa. Everyone, calm down. They thankfully listened the wolf's demand. I'm assuming you all saw the news last night. Yeah man. The way you took out those Nomas was so manly. Kirishima was as pumped up as usual. I thought it was amazing when I heard how many people you saved, Todoroki. Uraraka had halted her changed personality and admired the peppermint-haired girl for rescuing all those citizens. Dude, did you really take out the hero killer by yourself? Before Izuku could answer Siro's question, he looked to Ida. Why does he have to look at me like that? Izuku went to answer, but this time, was interrupted by Aizawa coming through the door. Take your seats everyone. We finally got someone exchanged from Class 1B, so she will be introducing herself shortly. Although, I'm sure that a few of you have already met her. There were some excited glances among the class before Aizawa called to the person. You can come in now. At that, a girl walked in through the door. So, that's what he meant. Hello everyone. I am Ibara Shiozaki. I believe that I met some of you from the sports festival. She was the girl who took Kaminari out in the first round. Makes sense that she would be chosen. Speaking of Kaminari. Oh, yeah. I remember you. You know, even after what happened, my offer for a date still stands. Oh, good lord. The day passed on like any regular day until it was time for hero basic training. Welcome back everyone. It feels like it's been too long since I've seen all your faces. Well, it's time to put on your game faces, because today we are having a race. The goal of this race is to rescue the person that is placed in the middle of this intricate labyrinth that you see before you. The reason I say race is because you will competing in groups of 5s. The first to reach me wins. Alright, let's begin. The first 5 to go were Ojiro, Siro, Ida, Ashido, and Izuku. All 5 went to their spots and took positions. Izuku wasn't as lucky as he was the first time when getting his costume back as quickly as before. So, he was back to using his gym uniform. Not that it mattered. So, who do you guys think will win? Kaminari looked the majority of the class who looked back. Did the internship make you dumber? Jiro was always the one to put the electric user down. I think's it pretty obvious that Midoriya has this in the bag. He destroyed all the agility-based tests in the quirk assessment test, so I'm sure he'll be the one to win. Kirishima spoke for everyone there as they watched the countdown hit 0. By now, Izuku has already shifted into Fenrir full form, but didn't move when the signal was given. Wait, what is he doing? Sato was just as confused as everyone else. Just watch. Everyone turned to Shoko, then back to the screen to see that the wolf was now crouching low. For a second, nothing happened. Then, the entire class except Shoko jumped slightly as Izuku burst with orange sparks. With a single movement, the wolf was gone. And in its place was a shockwave that dented the metal of where he once stood. It took them several seconds to find the boy until Shoji pointed him out on the screen. Holy crap! Are you kidding me? Kaminari was just as shocked as everyone else to see that Izuku had to be at least 100 feet in the air and was already halfway to their destination. How the hell is he going to land? Watch. They were silenced again by Shoko, who just had a smile on her face. Izuku was now falling and closing in on All Might. Said hero looked to have no idea of the incoming furry missile until he felt the whole tower he was standing on shake violently as he heard a loud bang. Wah! What the? Who, where, what? Before he could continue with his confusion, he heard a second noise of something piercing metal. He turned to see 2 sets of clawed fingers on the edge of the tower. Not a moment later, a wolf head peeped over, giving a wolfish grin. Or at least trying to anyway. You saved me? How did you know where to land? And how to land? When Group 1 got back from the exercise, everyone was eager to ask how Izuku was able to pull off the stunt. I memorized the path that I took from the starting point. Plus, I had dynamite sent, so that made it easier. Everyone accepted the answer, and thankfully, no one caught his near slip-up. The next group to go had Azui, Shoji, Tokoyami, Monoma, and the new girl, Shiozaki. Izuku took notice to the near-hidden movements of Monoma making secret contact with Shiro, Shoko, Tsu, and Ida when their backs were turned. Because of the uniqueness of his quirk, Izuku had asked Monoma about it. Turns out, he's able to copy up to 3 quirks at a time and hold them for 5 minutes. However, he can only use one at a time. What didn't make sense was Monoma touched 4 people. Well, this is going to be interesting. Interesting it was. From the start, Monoma used Shoko's ice to create a massive ramp that shot across several buildings. Then, he must have used Ida's speed to zoom across the smooth glacier. He didn't stop, even when the edge came closer. And to everyone's surprise, he jumped. The moment he took his last step, Izuku saw the sudden change in his appearance that resembled Azui's frog quirk. Using the momentum of his previous speed and the powerful jump, Monoma rocketed off the ramp. He flew for several seconds before the frog properties disappeared and his elbows began to morph. Just as he suspected, the blonde shot tape from them and swung throughout the city. He would repeat the process. Whenever he wasn't able to land on the surface of a building, he would activate Tsu's frog quirk again and scale back to the top. Izuku was very impressed with the quick thinking of his strategy and utility of using each quirk to their full advantage. He's used Tsu's quirk multiple times to be more than familiar with it. There were plenty of times that he saw firsthand how Shoko's and Shiro's quirks work. And Ida's speed was simple enough to learn. Very interesting indeed. But, why didn't he try to copy my quirk? It was a no-sweat that Shoko easily took first place by launching herself over buildings with pillars of ice. Her competitors didn't exactly have the best mobility quirks. Uraraka did decent using her zero-gravity quirk. But, Kaminari and Kirishima had no way of using their quirks to their advantage in this race. Aoyama had tried to use his laser a majority of the way but seemed to quickly drop the idea when he looked like he was about to hurl. The exercise was over now, and everyone was packing their things to head back to the dorms. All except Izuku, who was pulled aside by Toshi. He had said that he wanted to speak to Izuku about important matters that regarded OFA. So, here he was, in the empty teacher's lounge with Toshi sitting across of him. Izuku, after some encouragement flashback to Gran Torino bursting through his front door. Use your imagination however you like. I have decided that it is time that I told you about the origin of One for All. The origin? You said something like it being a sacred torch, right? Truth be told, it's not as sacred as you may think, for One for All has a dark birthplace. What do you mean? Izuku, do you remember what the man said after you and Shoko left the stage? I'm sure that you were able to hear it. Izuku frowned at the mention of yesterday's events. The whole thing was stunk of ulterior motives. Turned out, the channel was much more secluded than he realized, so hardly anyone was able to see what went down. But yes, he did hear. All for One lives. Izuku repeated the exact words that he heard the man say as they fled the building. He also saw the man in front of him shiver at the words. Dad, it disturbs me that whoever this is has such a similar name to One for All. Is that why you called me here? Yes. Let me tell you the story of 2 brothers. The rising of All for One and One for All. Izuku lay in his bed, thinking about the bomb of information that Toshi had told him. It was a tragic and impactful story that hasn't left his mind ever since it made itself at home. That night, he dreamt about All for One as an evil entity. Someone who wanted, and probably could annihilate everything in his path. He dreamt about having to kill the man, or he would wreak chaos upon the world. Then everyone would blame him for being too weak, for not being able to defeat the evil with that quirk that was cultivated to do just that. He would be a failure to them all. And when he was at his lowest, All for One would take his quirk and use Ragnarok to eat the world. Izuku was glad that he could go longer PRDS of time without sleep. Because he wouldn't be getting any more for the rest of the night. It's getting close to summer vacation. But that doesn't mean you can take it easy for an entire month. Which means the whole class waited with anticipation for what the next words that would be coming out of their teacher's mouth. You'll be training, while camping in the woods. Similar to the news of their first hero training, the class burst into excitement. Everyone began to give their ideas of the fun activities that they could have during the entire month. Even Shoko looked excited about the idea, but Izuku was having a little less enthusiasm than everyone else. However, silence followed. Those that are not able to pass the final exam at the end of the semester will not be allowed to attend, and instead will be enlisted in summer school. This time, the class began to encourage each other, wishing good luck and such. Izuku was sure that he was set when it came to the practical, but that didn't mean he would slack off on his training one bit. He and Shoko tested each other when it came to written exams, so he was set on that. He was certain that he could pass. They all had only 1 week before the final exams begun. 1 week was more than enough. Tell me, doctor, how is it coming along? Much better than I initially thought. At this rate, it will be ready in just a week's time. Good. Let me know of any more progress of the wolf. Yes, sensei. The doctor returned back to the lab that held dozens of experiments. All of which were inside large clear containers that held a Nomu within them. Each one had different shapes and sizes, but all of them looked just as dangerous as the last. All except for one. In the very middle, there was a container that was much larger than the rest. Inside was a beast that was covered in crimson fur and had long muscular limbs that ended with horrid claws. Its furred tail wrapped itself as its teeth were bared. Between its long pointed ears was an exposed brain. The monster opened its eyes to reveal pits of black with glowing slitted pupils. Class 1A after learning that their teacher is crazy. What is emo claws look like? Izuku being real tired of Bakugo's sheet. Fenrir I. Ragnarok I.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.